signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme signed.
commencement of our sitting, let us be still. Please take your seats. Point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, Standing Order 19 relates to questions. Subsection 5 of the said Standing Order states, "A question must be answered as clearly and as fully as possible." As things stand, sir, I would be happy with it simply being answered. I have several questions that have been tabled to the Minister for Health relating to the public health emergency that we are in, and I am still waiting for answers to them. I wonder, sir, could I ask you to use your good office to impress upon not only the Health Minister but all ministers of the need to answer questions tabled by members promptly and without delay?
Thank you, Mr. Stafford, for that point of order. And just to make a brief point that the member will be aware that it may not have engaged routinely with the Executive and with ministers on issues such as the one that he has just raised. But I would say also to bear in mind that we're in a context where, and even with the Business Committee has tried to see if we can get restrictions on what may also often be called non-essential business, but even a voluntary arrangement around the submission of a number of questions, particularly priority written questions. So that department that you refer to is not the only department which members have raised issues around, and again I will continue to engage with the Executive and with ministers on that matter. Okay, thank you. Members, before we move on to today's order paper, I just want to return to some of last week's business. Since the Assembly returned in January 2020, I think it's fair to say that the standard of debate has generally been very good, but there were a few occasions, to say the least, last week when debates were not as constructive as they might have been. I have written to a number of members consequently, and I don't intend to dwell on individual contributions here. However, I do want to make some general points for the avoidance of any doubt. Firstly, I have no doubt that there will always be issues which members feel strongly about, and I have no problem whatsoever with allowing those views to be expressed through robust debate. I would have engaged in that myself pretty often. However, that can still be done within our normal standards of good temper, moderation and respect, and I think the public expect no less from all of us in that regard. I also do understand myself that it is possible to get carried away in the heat of debate, but I do have some concerns about the nature and tone by which some members have addressed each other in recent times. I would ask members on every side of the House to reflect that when there have been recent experiences across the chamber of threats being received and constituency offices being vandalised, there is a duty on every one of us to exercise care in how we express our differences with other members. I would also point out to members that one ill-tempered contribution risks creating a downward spiral for the rest of the debate, and we have seen that happen on too often occasions. Secondly, there has been a slight trend developing during recent debates, particularly on legislation, of members having difficulty, let me say this, and being focused on the detail of the business in front of them. The Deputy Speakers and I have had to intervene to draw members back to the subject of debate on a number of occasions, and this problem was also raised with me at the Business Committee last week, who asked me to look at this and to refer to other members. As members, we have been given a privilege to decide legislation, and the scrutiny role of the Assembly is one that we should take very seriously. But the length of a contribution or a debate does not guarantee the quality of it, and, as we say, slightly tongue-in-cheek, I would remind you that Standing Order 17.7 does give the Speaker the ability to direct a member to discontinue his or her speech if they persist in irrelevance or tedious repetition. I make that point in the context that in the remainder of this mandate, I anticipate a significant amount of legislation to be coming forward, both from the Executive and from members. I have no desire to curtail rigorous scrutiny, but Assembly time is likely to be under significant pressures, and every one of us will have a role to play in ensuring that our time in debating legislation is used well. I do know I speak for the Deputy Speakers when I say that we would much prefer that members keep themselves constrained within the proper standards of debate rather than having to intervene from the Chair, but I hope that members will take heed of these points this morning. And as I've said earlier, I do think that the public expects no less from each and every one of us. Thank you. Members will be aware of reports about an arrest having been made in relation to the subject of this matter of the day, which I'll announce in a moment or two. Before we begin, I want to advise members of the need to take care, therefore, in their contributions. The sub judice rules apply to active criminal proceedings in which there has been an arrest. Such proceedings cease to be active only if the person arrested is released otherwise than on bail without having been charged. I remind members not to refer to criminal matters which are active within the meaning of the sub judice rule. Mr Jerry Kelly has been given leave to make a statement on PSNI intrusion into a wreath-laying ceremony which fulfils the criteria set out in Standing Order 24. If other members wish to be called, they should do so by rising in their places and continuing to do so. All members shall have up to 3 minutes to speak on the subject. I would remind members that I will not take any points of order on this or any other matter until the item of business is finished. And I call Mr Kelly.
To speak. I think it's fair to say that everybody in the House here has seen the social media, and I understand we are dealing with social media, and we can't make huge decisions on the basis of that. However, we also can't ignore evidence that we see during it. Just for a bit of background, on Friday, the 29th commemoration or anniversary of the Sean Graham's Bookies massacre, which I remember, I'm sure many other members remember, was 5 people were shot dead, including a pensioner and a 15-year-old boy. And the families have been waiting 29 years. I just repeat that, 29 years for truth and justice. And they had a smaller, much smaller commemoration than they would normally have in terms of that. And to my knowledge, were socially distanced during that period, but I wasn't there. The police intervention from the social media that I have seen was in a very aggressive manner. Not only was it an arrest, but there was an arrest of a victim. Mark Sykes was quite young at the time of the shootings, and he was shot 7 times and was lucky to survive. So we're not just talking about an arrest of somebody who happened to be there, we're talking about an arrest of a victim, which added to the stress there. I think I have to put that, or juxtapose that alongside the East Belfast instance, which is also on social media, where up to 50 masked UVF gangsters. And the part of this which is important is that it was known that they were getting into this area to violently intimidate at least one family out of their home. And I understand that the anger about that is shared across, especially by the members who represent that area, because I was at a policing board and heard that from them. There was no stabbing. There was no arrest, there was no question, there was no photographs taken. There was nothing happening in those situations. So the distress and anger is palpable and is widespread when you put those two things together. And confidence in policing has been massively damaged in those circumstances. People demand that the police be impartial, and certainly there is a view out there at this time that that has not been shown. And I have other examples of funerals, actually in Belfast, where there has been interventions, some similar to that. So the questions, I've been asked what questions need to be asked, so let me ask the questions. What is the policy at the top? Who was in charge? What direction was given? And who actually is responsible for what we have seen there? And I know that has been said that advice was sought. And I would like to have some answers to that, and that these families don't wait another long time to get a report on what happened a few days ago.
Thank you, and I call Tom Buchanan.
Mr. Speaker, I think this morning we'll all have to remember that the police have a very difficult role to do whenever it comes to policing the COVID regulations. But I think questions do need to be asked as to why the police were actually at the Ormeau Road on that particular evening. And was it not because there was a gathering of people who were in blatant breach of the COVID regulations? And therefore, in situations like this, the police do have a responsibility to intervene when someone is breaking the regulations. And these people were well aware of the regulations, would have known what the regulations were, but were still in blatant breach of them. And while the restrictions, my understanding, allows up to 6 people at such an event, it is well reported that there were up to an excess of 40 people at this particular event. Now, we all have to remember that we're all equal to the law and we're all equal subjects under the law. But what we witnessed following this event raises a number of grave concerns, because what we saw was the trial of 2 police officers by social media. Now, this is no way to carry out law and order within Northern Ireland, where then we have our police officers who are tried under social media. And this is no way to operate. And questions then have to be answered as to why due process was not followed. We have due process in this country as to whenever a situation like this arises, as to how then that is followed. And if I recall right, it was the party opposite who called on numerous occasions for all these processes to be put in place. Well, then let's follow the process and the due process that has been in place, rather than a situation where we have 2 young officers who were brought into a situation like this, and now they're being made scapegoats by the Chief Constable. That is not acceptable, and questions does have to be answered. I suppose another question is, did the Chief Constable then come under pressure, perhaps from the political party opposite, to take such swift action against these particular police officers without due process being followed? That is a concern. We don't know that, but that's something that we will be following up with the Chief Constable. And where is the protection for these particular officers? Where is the protection for the police officers who's going out to do a job that they have been trained to do, and then whenever they do it, they are brought under such scrutiny and subject to this trial by social media? It is totally unacceptable, and Mr. Speaker, this is something that we will be following up with the Chief Con. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for granting this matter of the day. It's an extremely important subject. Mr. Speaker, context is everything when policing. This is a difficult society to police. It's particularly difficult in the midst of COVID regulations. But context is important. What was the context in which Friday's events took place? The context was a ceremony to commemorate the massacre of 5 innocent men: Peter McGee, James Kennedy, Christy Doherty, William McManus and Jack Duffin. 29 years ago, they were brutally murdered in Sean Graham's Bookmakers on the Lower Ormeau Road. 29 years on, their families still have no justice. One of the survivors, Mark Sykes, a man shot multiple times, was one of those present on Friday. Not only was he one of those present, he was arrested, thankfully subsequently released a few hours later. But that is the context in which we approach our judgment on what happened on Friday afternoon. Policing in this society and in the context of COVID is difficult, but lots of people who saw footage, yes, on social media, will have reflected carefully and painfully that the response to Friday's events was disproportionate. Certainly the arrest of someone in that situation, when contrasted with other actions during the week, have not assisted with confidence in policing. It's really important that as we approach all of these things, we understand and appreciate the context. It has not been, as others have said, including my party leader, a good week for the police. None of us should minimise the difficulty, as I've said, of policing either in this society or in the context of COVID. But we have to be assured that the police understand the sensitivity and the context of the situations that they are approaching. So I welcome the fact, first of all, that the Police Ombudsman is reviewing the circumstances around this particular event. The families involved will want to understand exactly how decisions were made that led up to Friday's events. I also welcome that there is now engagement via the Policing Board on the broader issues of context, confidence in policing, and also consistency around COVID, the application of COVID rules, because we all know there is a broader challenge and broader questioning of some of the issues around COVID policing, including around, it has to be said, the Black Lives Matter protests last summer. Our entire community needs to have confidence in the consistency of policing, and that decisions are made with not just due process, but careful consideration of context and nuance. So again today, let me stand in reflection and solidarity with the families who 29 years on still do not have justice, and reflect that we need a little more consistency and nuance, and I hope to see more of that from in the days ahead.
I'm going to call Meg Nesbitt.
Speaker, I declare an interest as a member of the Policing Board. I was a journalist at UTV the day of the atrocity. UTV is only yards away from Sean Graham's, so I remember the utter brutality of that atrocity, that massacre. And it follows, therefore, that I absolutely uphold and defend the right of survivors and relatives to go to Sean Graham's, to that memorial, on the day of an anniversary. And what happened, I think we all believe, is something we wished had not happened at all, both the atrocity and the incident on Friday. What arises, I believe, are a set of questions for three groups of individuals. For the officers on the ground, did they follow the police policy of the 4 E's, of engage, explain, encourage, and only after that, enforce? That, to my mind, is a matter for the Ombudsman, and I hope her office will report speedily and in depth on that question. The second question is for the Chief Constable and the senior leadership of the police service. Did they make sure that every officer on duty that day who was likely to be near Sean Graham's was aware that the day was the date of an anniversary? In other words, was there a lapse in corporate memory? If so, that is very serious, and it needs to be addressed, because there are anniversaries every day of every year with regard to our troubles. And that's a matter, I think, for political parties to engage with the police on, and also for the Policing Board. And the third issue, and again I say I absolutely uphold the right of people to mark the anniversary. Because, for example, a couple of weeks ago we marked the anniversary of a double murder which is inscribed in stone outside these doors in the Rotunda, the murder of Sir Norman Strong and his son, and the consequent burning of their home. But we did it by sending the party leader and our justice spokesman to record a video so that everybody else didn't have to be there, so that we were totally compliant with the regulations and the guidelines with regard to COVID restrictions. And therefore there is a question of the organisers of that event on Friday. Did they also fully comply? I heard the Deputy First Minister I tell the BBC yesterday that Friday was the, quote, latest in a long line of incidents. I don't think that's helpful, and I wonder if it's even true, because having sat on the policing board for the last number of months, I haven't heard the Sinn Féin representatives make that point, or make the point that there's a serious gap in confidence in the police within the nationalist community. So let us not use the incident for division and to go backwards. Let us use it to learn and to move forward together. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Speaker, and thank you, Mr Kelly, for bringing this matter of the day to this chamber. 29 years ago, the Lower Ormeau community was plunged into acute grief and dismay at the truly shocking attack on Sean Graham bookmakers. Five families lost loved ones, and the deep wounds and scars from this atrocity still endure. As such, it is so important that we all recognise and respect this anniversary. What happened last Friday was truly shocking, and personally I found it very saddening. The respectful service that was attended by the five families should not have been disrupted in such a fashion. It is my understanding that the Chief Constable made the decision to remove the officers from duty following the review of the body-worn videos as opposed to the social media posts. It is imperative now that we ensure that the Policing Board hold the PSNI to account and the Police Ombudsman carry out its investigation with the utmost expediency. They are the correct channels for scrutiny and accountability. Going forward, the events of Friday remind us all of how our past continues to live with and through us. The PSNI has to police COVID proportionately and consistently, and leadership from this House is required so that communities like the Lower Ormeau community that suffered so grievously in the Troubles can be supported respectfully, and that we can get peace and reconciliation firmly back at the centre of our work here in this Assembly. Thank you.
I call Jim Allister.
Mr Speaker, what happened at Sean Graham's 29 years ago was an utterly unjustified, savage and brutal terrorist attack. There can be no quibble about that. What happened on Friday is something which draws a contrast with how other mass murder incidents have been marked during this second phase of lockdown. We have had the anniversary of Kings Mills, the anniversary of T-Ban. Those grieving families didn't think they were above the law and not bound by the COVID regulations. They observed the six-man rule. If there had been the same observation on the Ormeau Road, then we wouldn't need to have this discussion. And as for the Chief Constable, I think it is beyond deplorable that he has sacrificed, in order to pander to certain interests, one of his own officers and sacrificed due process in the course of it. If there was a disorderly response to the police presence, then that is matter requiring investigation and, if necessary, prosecution. But that is something which should take proper account of the processes. For a Chief Constable to preempt all of that and to result in apparently the only person to be punished, a constable, is, I think, appalling from a Chief Constable in that position. And therefore, I think that the PSNI, amongst the wider and particularly the unionist community, has done themselves no favours. And of course, they started from the low point of this being the Chief Constable who abdicated policing at the Story funeral. We didn't see a single policeman in or about the takeover of West Belfast by Sinn Féin and their superiors back at the end of June. And to now see a Chief Constable grovelling in this fashion is, to me, wholly distasteful. And I do have to say to Sinn Féin, Mr Kelly asked a lot of questions. Maybe he could have answered some. Who organised the breaches on Friday? He didn't tell us. And of course, Sinn Féin are the very people who demanded a new police service. They're the people who helped create the PSNI. Now their leader tells us, back to 20 years ago,
Members' time's up.
it's the same unacceptability. Of course, the truth is always insatiable.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. What happened on the Ormer Road in South Belfast at the weekend was shameful. Just days after escorting what appears to be feuding loyalists around East Belfast, the PSNI met a small, dignified and carefully organised commemoration of families of victims of the Sean Graham bookmakers massacre with intimidation and heavy hands. In the middle of a health pandemic, Mr. Speaker, arresting victims for commemorating in the exact same spot where some of them were shot, and on the very anniversary of the atrocity, where there is a horrific history of state collusion with the murder gangs responsible, is utterly appalling. I want to offer my solidarity and support to Mark Sykes, who was treated disgracefully and should be compensated. I call on the Police Ombudsman as well, Mr. Speaker, to release the report into the atrocity of the Sean Graham's massacre immediately. Justice delayed is obviously justice denied. Every sensible person knows the need to social distance, to respect guidelines in these difficult times, not least families remembering their loved ones and seeking truth and justice against sectarian murder. How anyone could think these events ever represented anything less than counterproductive policing is way beyond me, and we have to extend solidarity to all the families impacted by this. But we have to say also, Mr. Speaker, there's a pattern of behaviour all the way through this pandemic, and it has to be called out, because on the one hand there has not been an aggressive targeting of employers putting staff at risk, or the owners of major care homes where COVID deaths have been astronomical. Yet we have groups of people who have tried to demonstrate respectfully their opposition to state violence, the Sean Graham's massacre and people on Black Lives Matter protests last year. Both were targeted and faced unnecessary, over-the-top, aggressive policing. Has to be said, Mr. Speaker, the PSNI have utterly disgraced themselves during this pandemic, from discrimination against Black Lives Matter protests to raiding funerals in my constituency only a few weeks ago when families were trying to mourn. All the while, governments who preside over the very policies leading to untold deaths and sicknesses are walking about unchecked, as if it isn't primarily their fault. And even when government ministers or MPs flagrantly break the rules, the PSNI do nothing. In Belfast today, a homeless person might well be charged for begging in the streets, but as sure as the sky is blue, no government minister will be charged for risking people's health or creating poverty, homelessness and destitution. The hypocrisy from the PSNI has been shameful, and we should be calling it out here today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Christopher Stafford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaking as someone who comes from Ballinafie and was reared in the Ormer Road, knows the area well, I know that the massacre at Sean Graham's bookmakers cast a very, very long shadow, a shadow that still exists over the community there. Alongside yourself, sir, I represented that area in the council. I know the pain and suffering that was inflicted upon innocent people on that occasion. What I think this demonstrates is the danger of us making rules and then charging the police with enforcing them. And I listened to some of the contributions from the other side of the House. Who could believe that some of those who spoke were the biggest advocates and biggest cheerleaders for the draconian measures that we have imposed upon our people? Now, if we're going to pass these regulations and these rules, it then falls to the police to enforce them. And we need to be aware of that. I have listened to the contributions of some members today, and I think we're going down a very, very dangerous road here in terms of undermining support for the police within the community. And therefore, I think it's important. What was it? We were being told last week by the leader of the SDLP to dial down the rhetoric. I think he should take his own advice in terms of some of that which has been said in relation to the police. I think the Chief Constable does have questions to answer, very serious questions, around the processes that have been used in this instance in terms of dealing with two officers. Two officers just starting out in their career at the lowest level of employment in the police. I think we need to be very careful before we start talking about wrecking people's careers or destroying people's lives. And when politicians rise to their hind legs and start talking in the way that I have heard here, I think that's dangerous, not just to individuals, but to collective community confidence in the police. And so I would encourage the Ombudsman to go about her work, get the report, get the findings, but let us not, as was said by Mr Buchanan, let us not have trial by social media, because that would be a very, very dangerous route to go down. Thank you, sir.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise, and it's with great disappointment that I do so, because the events that happened over the weekend were highly problematic and insensitive for many. When we talk about passing rules against COVID in this place, we all do so from a good place. And the member is right. It does then, in some instances, land on the police to enforce those rules. But with policing always comes the need for sensitivity and the need to recognise that there are other pillars and other routes that must be used before we ever go to the enforcement. And when I look at the grieving families, and grieving is always a difficult process, but when you add to that the untimely and brutal murder of a loved one, and then that is compounded by 29 years, as is in this case, of seeking truth and justice, there is no doubt any person, be they a police officer or any person in society, will recognise the sensitivities of that situation. And I believe it is regretful that in those circumstances, something should have been worked out ahead and during those events, which were inevitably going to happen. And there was a window of opportunity where the police could have perhaps worked better with the community to prevent that situation ever arising. I also have to say that social media has this lightning fast speed of bringing stories and news to us. And in that context, it can be deeply frustrating to watch how the process of having to do full assessments and following the correct procedures in trying to make determinations, that can be deeply frustrating, particularly for the circumstances that the families faced at the weekend. And I would urge, and I put it on record because my first instinct was to engage with the police and the families at that stage to determine how things were and what had happened. But I would urge the Minister, and I'm glad she's here for this debate today, I would urge her going forward that we learn from this quickly. We don't have the privilege of time to be able to establish all of the facts. We must sure in every instance, every officer walking into a COVID situation is wearing and has activated a body cam. And we must know that where we anticipate meetings of people which could be justified, that they're carried out in a way that are in compliance with COVID regulations and that they keep all of us safe. Because remember, in all of these COVID regulations, we use the mantra of all in this together, but that also means working together with the people to establish how things can be better handled going forward. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. What happened in 1992 at Sean Graham Bookmakers was truly horrific, and some very young men, some older men, lost their lives, and many more people were affected by it. And my thoughts are always with those victims and those survivors of that terrible atrocity. And it helped to sow division between communities, and that division has not gone. Because I'm witnessing it here in the House by our words and by our deeds, which is not helping the situation one bit. Listening to all the contributions are all fair contributions, but only my colleague Mike Nesbitt has put a clinical and analytical eye to the issues that are being faced in regards to this. Not just about what we saw in social media, not just by the difficult position that our police officers are finding themselves in this COVID pandemic,
but by the fact is that while we want to be respectful and allow people to remember their dead, we are in the middle of a pandemic and there are rules and there are regulations that we have to adhere to. I am sick of watching the PSNI be dragged around the place by the scruff of the neck, by always having to meet somebody's narrative, always having to meet somebody's agenda. This is incredibly difficult for the police to police. Do we wish that they had not made an arrest? Of course. Do we wish this was never on social media? Of course we do. Do we wish to be discussing this today? No, we don't. What happened with the UVF earlier in the week was awful, terrible, and I think we're all agreed that should not have happened either. But for us to dump blame on the police every single time when it is us, as MLAs and as ministers, who set the rules and regulations, and some of us can't even adhere to them. And some of us, for political expediency, will use some of those rules and regulations to force out their own narrative. It is utterly disgraceful. We are utterly disgraceful that we stand here and we point a critical finger at our police force when we are the ones who govern this place. We need to roll back. We need to fix what was wrong, but we do not help anybody by just saying you're to blame when the reality is we're to blame.
Thank you, and that concludes time for this matter of business. Members, before we do commence the order paper, I'd like to remind members that as this week's business has been amalgamated into a single sitting, there will be 3 ministers responding to oral questions this afternoon. Question time will commence at 2 p.m. as usual, with the First Minister responding on behalf of the Executive Office. This will be followed at 2:45 by the Minister of Justice and at 3:30 the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Development. Question time will continue until 4:15, and if urgent oral questions are accepted, they will be taken then. Mr Declan McAleer has sought leave to present a public petition. In accordance with Standing Order 22, the member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Declan McAleer.
Cahirla, I'd like to thank for this opportunity to present this public petition here today in relation to broadband in rural areas, specifically in this case in the Sperrins. The lack of broadband in many rural areas is a very serious issue, and unfortunately in most parts of the Sperrins where I and others in this House represent, broadband is virtually non-existent. And at the outset, I'd like to take this opportunity to pay a particular tribute to the pupils, parents and staff of St Bridget's Primary School in Crana, who have played a huge part in highlighting this issue and have been extremely effective in their lobbying efforts. It was their efforts which motivated me to launch this online petition, which has been signed by hundreds of people impacted by this issue, and I want to thank the hundreds of people who took time to sign it. In non-COVID circumstances, we would have also got the petition physically signed door-to-door and in other public locations, but while the public health restrictions are in place, the format was completely online, which ironically does not facilitate people who do not have broadband, but I hope that their voices are getting through and the message is here today. In terms of access to services, the Sperrins and its hinterlands rates amongst the worst in the north, and you don't have to take my word for it. According to the NI Statistics and Research Agency, the Plenary super output area, which is in areas like Crana, is the #1 most deprived area of the 890 super output areas in the north for access to services. While the neighbouring super output areas of Owen Cullew, which covers Gorchin, Greencastle and Mountfield, is also in the top 10 of the worst in the north in relation to access to services. This lack of services also extends to little or no mobile coverage and little or no public transport, compounding the sense of being cut off and left behind. The lack of broadband has a detrimental impact on people's health and well-being, especially during the lockdown. As an increased isolation, negatively impacted on local businesses and on people's ability to work from home, and that includes the many farmers in the region who interface with DAERA and other agencies online. Because of little or no broadband, children cannot benefit from home learning due to COVID restrictions, which has a profound impact on them, their families and their teachers. And I've spoken to many anxious and frustrated parents and teachers on this issue. And for several years, myself and my colleagues have been working closely with the Department for the Economy and Project Stratum to ensure that it targets isolated rural areas. And whilst Stratum will deliver superfast broadband to 76,000 premises in the north, in areas such as the Sperrins, this won't be for nearly 3 years, and even at that, there still will be some homes not linked up. The petition here today calls on the Economy Minister for the Department to work with BT and the other broadband providers to enhance what broadband provision currently is there, and to work with the Department for Digital, Culture and Media and Support in Westminster to improve provision and develop a scheme to reach homes that are not currently included in the Project Stratum intervention area. Broadband is no longer a luxury, it is an essential utility just like water and electricity, and is essential for our businesses, education, health and in reducing isolation in rural areas. It is essential that the Minister acts now to bridge the broadband divide and ensure that rural communities such as those of Sperrins are not left behind.
In light of social distancing, I would ask the member to remain in his place, and I will make arrangements for him to submit the petition to my office. I would thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly. Once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister for the Economy and send a copy to the committee also. Thank you. Ms Sinead McLaughlin has sought leave to present a public petition in accordance with Standing Order 22. The member will have up to 3 minutes to speak, and I call Sinead McLaughlin.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I rise today to introduce this petition to the Assembly on behalf of the SDLP, but more importantly on behalf of the 7,175 citizens who signed it and joined our calls for students to be treated fairly and to receive financial support. We in the SDLP opened a survey to hear directly from students about their experiences throughout this pandemic, and in just 2 days, hundreds and hundreds of young people shared their stories with us, and what harrowing stories they were, Mr Speaker. 76% of respondents told us that they were in financial distress as a result of COVID-19. 62% lost part-time work and income. Almost 50% are paying rents for places that they are legally not allowed to live in. 83% felt ignored by the Economic Minister, and worryingly, 95% said the pandemic had impacted negatively on their mental health and well-being. Mr Speaker, when we heard these stories, we knew that we needed to act, and we also knew that Minister Dodds was unlikely to act without public pressure. We knew that given the level of need that existed right across the student community, paltry top-ups to the Student Hardship Fund was not enough. We knew that students in our further education colleges needed some financial support as much as anyone, and we couldn't let them be excluded. Mr Speaker, while it is very welcome that the Economy Minister has agreed a student support scheme, adopting an SDLP proposal, unfortunately the scheme is still deficient. The Minister's scheme makes no effort to support NI students studying in Scotland, England or Wales, or indeed in the south of Ireland. Yet students in Great Britain are suffering even more higher tuition fees, rent costs and loss of income. They and the students in the south should not be excluded from any financial help. Mr Speaker, may I acknowledge all the student representative bodies that have worked so hard to ensure that the voices of the students are heard. They have fought the good fight and they have used every platform at their disposal in order to get the student voice heard. And can I say that they have done it with courage, conviction and great dignity. It is incumbent upon us as public representatives to do all that we can to support our young people through one of the worst periods in their lives. So, Mr Speaker, whilst I acknowledge the really positive announcement last Thursday and agree that we have taken a huge step forward, the fight is not yet over. We will keep fighting for the voices of students to be heard, that their value in society is to be recognised and their needs met. Mr Speaker, I place before you and this House the SDLP Student Support Petition. Thank you.
Thank you. And again, in light of social distancing in place, I would ask the member to remain in her place, and I will make arrangements for her to submit the petition to my office. I want to thank the member for bringing this petition to the attention of the Assembly. Once received, I will forward the petition to the Minister for the Economy and send a copy also to the committee. Thank you. Next item of business on the order paper is a motion regarding committee membership. As with other similar motions, it will be treated as a business motion and there will be no debate. Clerk, please read the motion.
That Ms Pam Cameron replace Mr Gary Middleton as a member of the Business Committee and that Mr Paul Given replace Mr Gary Middleton as a member of the Committee for the Economy.
And I call Keith Buchanan to move the motion.
Moved.
The question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The next item of business is the second stage of the Protection from Stalking Bill. I call the Minister of Justice to move the motion.
So moved.
The second stage of the bill has been moved. In accordance with convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limit on this debate, and I call on the Minister to open the debate on the bill. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I beg to move the second stage of the Protection from Stalking Bill be agreed today. Since becoming Justice Minister, I identified the progression of stalking legislation as a key priority for me and for my department. Indeed, as a Member of Parliament, I was a co-signatory to the Private Members Bill, which ultimately led to legislation in this regard in England and Wales. It is therefore important to me that victims here receive the same protections under the law. Today, with this bill, I want to send a clear message that stalking in all its forms will not be tolerated. This bill is a major step forward for victims of this insidious crime. I've listened to the terrifying and debilitating experiences of victims and am taking action to strengthen the law to protect them. I want to pay tribute to each and every victim of stalking, with whom I have met and who bravely shared their stories with me. You have helped us shape this bill and have given us the reason to bring it forward. I fully appreciate the devastating effect that stalking can have on its victims and how manipulative and persistent stalkers can be. I am committed to ensuring that victims have the protection of the law that they need and deserve to feel safe. This bill will create a specific offence of stalking that will address behaviour or acts associated with stalking, something the current law does not do as effectively as we would wish. The new legislation will be better focused on stalking behaviour and will have greater and more appropriate penalties and protections than are available under current harassment legislation. Protection of the victim is at the very heart of the bill. The introduction of stalking protection orders will be a key tool for the police. These orders will enable them to intervene prior to any conviction to address stalking behaviours before they become entrenched or escalate in severity, and to protect victims quickly when there is an immediate risk of harm. The bill is the end result of an extensive review by departmental officials of the existing legislative framework, engagement with other jurisdictions on their stalking policies and practices, and the development of policy proposals that drew on responses to a public consultation exercise. A stalking reference group of key stakeholders was established and contributed to the review by considering the types of stalking behaviours being displayed and their impact on victims, highlighting the experience of victims under the current law, including how cases were handled by the criminal justice system, and suggesting where improvements could be made, identifying key aspects of the law that might need to be reviewed or changed, and ensuring that a broad spectrum of policy options were identified and considered. 93% of respondents to the Department's consultation exercise agreed that the current law, the Protection from Harassment Northern Ireland Order 1997, was underused for the purpose for which it was intended, and that it failed to sufficiently reflect the seriousness of stalking as a threat to the life and liberty of victims. Many respondents felt that there was a lack of understanding of the complexities of stalking within the criminal justice system, which allowed the behaviour to escalate. Respondents agreed that creating a specific offence of stalking would be a positive step towards ensuring stalking behaviours are not overlooked or treated less seriously than they ought to be. Respondents also considered that having a specific offence in place would send a clear message that stalking in all its forms will not be tolerated in our society. Turning then to the detail of the bill, it has 20 clauses and is divided into 3 parts. The first part creates a new specific offence of stalking. This will address behaviour or acts associated with stalking, something that the current harassment law does not do.
While harassment often presents as a disagreement over a specific issue, stalking is fixated, obsessive, unwanted and repeated behaviour, as represented by the FORE acronym. The bill also creates the offence of threatening and abusive behaviour, which can be triggered by a single incident. These new offences will have stronger and more appropriate penalties and protections than are available under current harassment legislation. You will note that the maximum penalty on summary conviction in the Magistrates' Court for the stalking offence is 12 months imprisonment or a fine up to the statutory maximum, that is £5,000, or both. The maximum penalty on conviction on indictment, that is in the Crown Court, is 10 years imprisonment or a fine, or both. For the offence of threatening or abusive behaviour, that is inappropriate behaviour which falls short of stalking, the maximum penalty on summary conviction is 12 months imprisonment or a fine up to the statutory maximum, that is £5,000, or both. The maximum penalty on conviction on indictment is 5 years imprisonment or a fine, or both. Importantly, the new offence of stalking will ensure compliance with the Council of Europe Convention on Preventing and Combating Violence Against Women and Domestic Violence, known as the Istanbul Convention. This requires extraterritorial jurisdiction to be extended to the stalking offence. So, under the legislation, where inappropriate stalking conduct or behaviour occurs outside the UK, it can constitute a stalking offence as if it occurred in Northern Ireland. Provision for special measures covering all victims of stalking is also included in the legislation. This will ensure that all victims of this insidious crime have automatic eligibility for special measures assistance, such as the use of live links or screens at court when giving evidence in proceedings. The second part of the bill provides for the introduction of stalking protection orders. These orders will be a key tool for police, enabling them to intervene prior to any conviction. Using them, the police can disrupt stalking behaviours before they become entrenched or before they escalate in severity, and through them protect victims when there is an immediate risk of harm. Police will apply for the orders, taking the onus away from the victim for having to do so. To make an application to the Magistrates' Court, a police officer must be satisfied that the defendant has carried out acts associated with stalking, that they pose a risk of stalking to another person, and that the order is necessary to protect the other person from that risk. These orders will also be available for defendants under the age of 18. Such applications will be heard in a youth court. The orders will firstly be able to prohibit the defendant from doing something, as far as is necessary to protect the other person from the risk of being subjected to stalking behaviour. They could, for example, include prohibiting the defendant from entering certain locations or defined areas where the victim resides or frequently visits. An order could also prohibit contacting the victim by any means, including via telephone, post, email, text message, social media, or physically approaching the victim at all or within a specified distance. In addition to prohibitions, an order can secondly require the defendant to do something, as far as is necessary to protect the other person from stalking. Positive requirements could include requiring the defendant to attend a perpetrator intervention programme or undergo a mental health assessment. If the defendant breaches the terms of the order, the maximum penalty on summary conviction is 6 months imprisonment or a fine not exceeding the statutory maximum of £5,000, or both. The maximum penalty on conviction on indictment is 5 years imprisonment or a fine, or both. A defendant subject to an order will be required to comply with notification requirements and will need to provide personal details, their full name and home address to the police before the end of 3 days beginning with the date when the order comes into force. The defendant must also provide any changes of address also within 3 days beginning with the date on which the change occurs. Failure to comply with the notification requirements without reasonable excuse or knowingly to provide the police with false information will be an offence. Importantly, it will be for a court to decide what constitutes a reasonable excuse in any particular case. The maximum penalty on summary conviction for the offence relating to notification requirements is 6 months' imprisonment or a fine not exceeding the statutory maximum of £5,000 or both. The maximum penalty on conviction on indictment is 5 years' imprisonment or a fine or both. My department will issue and publish guidance to the Chief Constable about the exercise of police functions in relation to stalking protection orders. The statutory guidance will provide information about the procedure for applying for a stalking protection order, as well as providing the police with a practical toolkit to use when making applications. The third part of the bill deals with interpretation, commencement and short title of the bill. Like many of you, I am keen for change and want to see a timely passage of the bill through the Assembly. So I am asking for your support in keeping the bill focused on its current provisions. Much hard work has already gone into bringing us to this point, and so I want to pay tribute to everyone who has helped us reach this stage. Members of the Stalking Reference Group, Women's Aid, Victim Support, the Susie Lamplough Trust, as well as representatives from Police, Probation and the Public Prosecution Service have been engaged. This could not have been delivered without their input and assistance. This is a significant piece of legislation which will help thousands of people across Northern Ireland who are suffering daily from the torture of this insidious crime. In conclusion, I am asking for your support in taking the bill through this House, and importantly in doing so as speedily as possible, focused on providing thorough scrutiny of its current provisions and ensuring that those who are victims of this crime are able to access its provisions at the earliest possible opportunity. Mr Deputy Speaker, I commend the bill to the House.
I now call the Chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Paul Given.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. As Chair of the Committee, I'm pleased to speak in this second stage debate today on the Protection from Stalking Bill on behalf of the Committee for Justice. Both I and the Committee very much welcome this bill, and we look forward to working with the key stakeholders and the Department in considering it. The need to address the issue of stalking in terms of robust legislation has been waiting in the wings of this Assembly since 2016, when debate was first instigated by way of a shared approach by the then Justice Committee and the then Justice Minister Claire Sugden. The pressing need for stalking legislation was also an issue which came very much to the fore of deliberations during the committee stage of the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill last year. I would like to briefly outline the Justice Committee's work on this issue that was ably chaired at the time by my colleague and good friend Paul Frew in the short period of 2016-17 mandate before moving on to the present committee's early deliberations on the legislation. In September 2016, a private member's motion was passed by this Assembly calling on the Minister of Justice to develop and table new legislation to enable crimes of stalking to be prosecuted based on the stalker's behaviour and the effects on the victims. Following the debate, the Committee for Justice was asked to consider the gaps in legislation in Northern Ireland in relation to stalking and to press the then Minister and the Department to bring forward legislation in line with what was in place in the rest of the United Kingdom. Alongside this, the Committee for Justice had also agreed its key strategic priorities for that Assembly mandate, which included domestic abuse and coercive behaviour and sexual crimes and public protection arrangements. Issues around how the criminal justice system in Northern Ireland handled complaints of stalking behaviour and whether the legislation in place to deal with such behaviour was adequate and appropriate was relevant to both of these priorities, and the Committee subsequently agreed to undertake a review of whether specific stalking legislation was required for Northern Ireland and the potential benefits of having it. The Minister then was very supportive of the review and gave a commitment to work collaboratively with the Committee and move towards swift implementation of any findings and recommendations, including bringing forward any necessary legislation. As part of the review of the Committee, it requested written evidence from key stakeholders, commissioned research into the prevalence of stalking in Northern Ireland and the level of prosecutions and the legislative position in other jurisdictions, including the effectiveness of such an approach. The committee also hosted a seminar in January of 2017 on stalking legislation in other jurisdictions, at which all of the key justice agencies and representatives from the relevant stakeholder organisations attended, and the keynote speaker was the founder and director of Paladin, Laura Richards, the world's first national stalking advocacy service. The committee also intended to visit the Hampshire Stalking Clinic, which is considered a model of best practice and provides a forum for the referral, consultation, case formation and risk assessment of stalking cases by a multi-agency panel. While at that time the committee wished to see speedy progress on the review and any subsequent legislation, the collapse of the Assembly did not allow that to happen. So, Deputy Speaker, there has been considerable work already done by this Assembly, by the Justice Committee. So this isn't something in that respect that is new, but is very much long overdue. So, turning to the work of the present committee, the need for stalking legislation once again became a prominent issue during the committee stage of the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill, when many organisations indicated there was a clear legislative gap that needed to be addressed. As part of the deliberations on that bill, the committee did consider whether amendments should be brought forward to try and address the gap. It was noted that any amendment to the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill could only cover stalking in the context of domestic abuse. And while appreciating that stalking within this context is prevalent and causes immense distress, stalking behaviour does occur in other contexts, and the committee was of the view that it would be preferable to cover all forms of stalking in the same piece of legislation. The need to bring forward the legislation as soon as possible was, however, clear, and having previously been informed of the Department's plans to bring forward this bill, the committee sought confirmation of the timescale. While urgent work on the coronavirus legislation and remote working impacted on the original timescale, the Minister has now introduced the bill, and it provides the Assembly with the opportunity to scrutinise and pass legislation that will make a difference to people's lives in Northern Ireland. The need for such robust legislation to provide the necessary tools for the criminal justice agencies to tackle stalking behaviour, take into account patterns of such behaviour over time and bring the perpetrators to justice is abundantly clear. Stalking is fixated, obsessive, unwanted and repeated behaviour which often escalates quickly. It is insidious and terrifying for victims, and there is no place for it in our society. As the Minister has already outlined, the bill contains 20 clauses divided into 3 parts, and its primary objective is to improve the operation of the justice system by creating a specific new offence of stalking that recognises the experience of victims and the behaviour associated with stalking. It also creates an offence of threatening and abusive behaviour which can be triggered by a single incident, and both offences have stronger and more appropriate penalties that will provide better protection than under the current harassment legislation, reflecting the seriousness of the crimes. Very importantly, provision for special measures for all victims of stalking when giving evidence is included, together with stalking protection orders. The onus will be on the police rather than the victim to apply for these orders, and they will enable the police to proactively intervene, disrupt stalking behaviours before they escalate and protect victims when there is immediate risk to them. The orders can place prohibitions on the defendant and can require them to undertake assessments or attend perpetrator programmes. Most importantly, there is a stand-alone offence of breaching the order which can attract significant penalty. This is very welcome and provides the tools for the courts to act seriously when orders are not adhered to. The committee did receive an oral briefing from departmental officials on the principles of the Protection from Stalking Bill at its meeting on the 21st of January this year. During the briefing, members explored a range of issues, including the reasons for specifying the types of behaviour on the face of the bill and whether this approach adequately covers all such behaviour, the reasonableness test for the conduct, the rationale for basing the new offence on 2 or more incidents, and the inclusion of a defence where it can be demonstrated that in the particular circumstances the behaviour was deemed to be reasonable. The committee also highlighted the need for training for the police service to ensure officers understand and recognise the difference between harassment and stalking behaviours, given previous indication from victims that their complaints had not been taken seriously, and an awareness campaign to ensure the wider public understand the new offence and that the criminal justice system can now satisfactorily deal with such behaviour. What consideration has been given to the establishment of a stalking register was also explored with officials. I'm sure the committee will want to explore all of these issues and others further during the committee stage of the bill, assuming it passes second stage today. We will also want to take evidence from the key stakeholders, and we will be particularly keen to hear the views of victims of stalking to assist us in undertaking detailed scrutiny to ensure the new offence is comprehensive and workable, and the legislative provisions are effective as possible and fully address any gaps that currently exist. While there is not an accurate assessment of the number of stalking crimes committed in Northern Ireland at present, given the lack of a specific offence, the effect of such crimes is, however, clear. It can have a profound and lasting impact on victims, and it cannot be minimised in any way. That is why this legislation is needed, and on behalf of the Committee for Justice, I support the principles of the bill. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
I call Linda Dillon.
Thank you, and thank the Minister for bringing this to the House today. I suppose just to start by saying, and it's already been said, that stalking is a deeply insidious crime, but I think people maybe hear that word very often and don't actually know what insidious means. I know I certainly didn't the first time I heard it. So just to explain to people, it's where there is a gradual and often subtle, it happens, gradually and often subtly, but with very, very harmful effects. And I think that is what is important here for us to understand, that this is an invasive form of criminal abuse with shocking side effects and consequences for the alleged victims. Stalking can cause serious harm to an individual and their families. And we know in some cases that behaviour which started off as stalking tragically resulted in the loss of life. And that is obviously in the very worst cases, but we all know of those cases and we know where it has happened. And this probably became most famous at the time when Jill Dando became a victim to her stalker. We as an Assembly must commit to doing everything we possibly can within the law to disrupt stalking behaviour at the earliest opportunity, to protect victims and to intervene to deter alleged perpetrators before stalking behaviour becomes entrenched. Currently, people who end up in court on charges that would be commonly regarded as stalking behaviour can only be charged under existing harassment and intimidation legislation, and we have fallen behind other countries in this regard. Stalking as a crime is separate from and can be more serious than harassment. Harassment laws do not accurately capture the heinous crime of stalking, and they do not appropriately or accurately reflect the intense fear that is often felt by alleged victims. The fear that their stalker could be watching them or monitoring them at any minute of the day, that their every move is being watched, and sadly the fear of the unknown. What will their stalker do next? In 2016 and 2017, as has already been outlined by the Chair of the Committee, the Justice Minister and the Committee made their, their own moves into exploring the adequacy of existing offences. The Justice Minister commissioned a review of the current law relating to stalking before the Justice Committee initiated its own review. There was then, as there is now, a common understanding that the current laws are inadequate and that the absence of legal definition has meant that the agencies have been unable to protect and support victims. It's regrettable that we do not yet have a specific criminal offence of stalking, but it is welcome that this is now being addressed. This legislation is essential to protect future victims of stalking. The consultation we responded to and our party response in 2018, I'm glad to be able to say that a number of our recommendations are in this current bill, and that is the new offence of stalking, the greater penalties than those that are in place for existing offences of harassment, and crucially the introduction of stalking protection orders and notices, and the interim stalking protection orders and notices for which breaches will be made a criminal offence. And I would like at this point just to highlight the challenges that the PSNI have with the current legislation in terms of dealing with alleged perpetrators, because they aren't currently able to deal with them quickly enough. They don't have control of these issues or the power to do anything about it, and they're having to go to the courts and rely on the judges. And I know I can speak from experience dealing with a number of cases in my own constituency office where alleged victims felt very aggrieved by the outcome whenever these things go to court. And the PSNI inevitably very often ended up having to deal then with further incidences down the road, and there was a constant to and fro with PSNI being called out, and they were feeling frustrated also. So I have no doubt that they will welcome the introduction of this bill, because it certainly will make the job hopefully a lot easier in terms of bringing perpetrators more quickly to the courts. The stalking protection orders, as we discussed on numerous occasions during the procession of the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill, non-molestation orders don't cut it. They are only available by an application, as I've already said, to the court, and they're often exploited by the abusers and expensive. And we had long discussions and conversations in this chamber and within the committee around the challenges around that, and obviously access to legal aid and all of those other things. And we can't allow perpetrators to be allowed to continue to abuse by actually misusing those laws and that legislation that is supposed to be in place to protect the victims. So these protection orders and notices are vitally important. As I've already said, I have dealt with a number of these cases, and actually in recent weeks and months have dealt with a number of these cases through my own office, and obviously I would much prefer that this was in place now in order to protect those people. It isn't, but we're moving in the right direction. But I would love to be in a position in the future, whenever somebody comes into my office and is saying that they're being persistently stalked and that this behaviour is ongoing and unrelenting, and the impact that this has on families, on the individual themselves, but very often families can be stalked. It's not always just one individual. But the impact on families is unbelievable. You couldn't describe the knock-on effect onto both partners in a family where there are two people, and the children, and their mental health, and every element and aspect of their lives is affected, even to the point where they're fearful to be in their place of work. And we can't allow that to go on. So it's really, really important that we get this through the House, that we get it through as quickly, and we certainly will do our work as a committee as speedily as we possibly can to ensure that this comes through the House as speedily as is possible. I would urge everybody to support this today.
I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As the SDLP spokesperson on justice, I too stand to welcome the second stage of the Protection from Stalking Bill. The SDLP, as far back as 2016 in this House, brought forward that amended text, which has already been quoted, to develop and table new legislation to enable crimes of stalking to be prosecuted based on the stalker's behaviour and the effects of the victims, and I believe today represents the second stage in that becoming a reality. The bill, as it is and as it is presented, does contain quite detailed provisions and clauses which I look forward to exploring in greater detail within committee and with colleagues across the House. The bill does state that the legislative competence of the House, and acknowledges that the introduction of the stalking protections will have no financial effect for their application by the police, may have by the police to the courts and other criminal justice partners. But it also states that the bill presented will have no direct costs to the private or voluntary sectors, and it may result in modest savings to employers and voluntary sectors. And in exploring that further, I will be posing some questions on the detail around the time that a stalking victim may require to engage with the police, who will have the power. For example, if we take the instance, it will be the police who will have the power to make application for a stalking order, but that no doubt will be based on the evidence that can be presented by the victim, and there will be questions around, for example, should an employer be compelled to allow a stalking victim reasonable adjustments within their working patterns or time off to bring forward such evidence, and to keep that reporting mechanism open. In terms of then the real need to differentiate stalking from harassment behaviours, and it's evident through many high-profile cases in the media in recent times, that clarity of understanding does need to be refined, and there needs to be training to recognise that nice gestures, as they've been framed, could part of that infringement on a person's civil liberties, and it has to be understood that those nice gestures should not be dismissed and should be seen in a larger frame. In terms of the committee so far, the committee did have an opportunity to have some deliberations with the Department of Justice officials, and it was during that session that it was confirmed to me that there needs to be no time between the occurrences of stalking incidents. And the Department also confirmed that a conviction is possible on the basis of online stalking alone. So when I reflect on that, that does create room. We really need to understand the scope of that. So somebody could be convicted having never met the perpetrator of the stalking, and it certainly raises questions around jurisdiction and powers that we would have in that regard, and powers around the growing number of fake social media accounts that could be used for that purpose. So it is a bit of a minefield, and I think it's something to do this bill any justice we need to explore fully and properly. And under the consultation process, I noted that the Department did engage with the question around the powers of entry to search premises, but then on follow-up the Department have taken the position that there's no need to adapt any legislation in this regard because existing laws, as far as they are concerned, satisfies that need of gaining entry and being able to make determinations based on that. So going forward, Mr Deputy Speaker, similar to the Domestic Abuse and Family Proceedings Bill, the issue of stalking is complex and it's very nuanced, and I look forward to working with the Minister, her officials and colleagues across the Justice Committee and all those stakeholders who will hopefully feed into it, and making sure that we bring this bill forward in the best possible form it can possibly be, and that it does offer not just immediate comfort to anybody who is the victim of stalking, but it also takes a longer-term view on how to absolutely make a break to anybody who has developed that habitual form of stalking, and that is where the conversation around the possibility of stalking registers may come into play. So thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I look forward and welcome this stage of the bill. Thank you.
I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the Minister for bringing this for a second reading, and I think the Minister has outlined the bill very well. I think the Chair and the Vice Chair of the committee have outlined some of the areas that we need to look at extremely well. So I won't go over that. I'll maybe just address this in general terms, because I guess when we go through the committee stage, then we'll really see that quite forensic look at how this bill is going to work, and we've seen that previously, and I'm in no doubt we'll see it again. What I did notice is and the Chair is quite right when he says this first came forward with Mr Frew in 2016. I was on that committee when it came forward, and I know that he was really trying to drive this issue forward in 2016. But shame on us, of course. The Assembly fell and we haven't had government, so it just stopped dead. And we let down victims when you think about it. We've let down victims because we've let it just drift on. But it would not be fair to say, to say that the Department itself, the Department for Justice, have carried on the work. It did a bit of stuff, not at the speed we wanted, but they did carry on with looking at this particular issue and certainly brought out the consultation which many people fed into, and we need to recognise that. I suppose we all think of people getting stalked as those high-end, celebrities and sports stars, but everybody is in that position that they could find themselves being stalked. In fact, many people in this room may well find themselves being stalked online on Twitter. We just call it Twitter trolls, these anonymous, faceless individuals. But you will all know that there are some stages when you're on Twitter and the same person comes up every single time again. It does make you question yourself, it makes you question what you're saying, it makes you question your movements.
I'm honestly not stalking you.
I was going to mention you. You know, so sometimes we do pay lip service to it, but we do have issues with this online trolling, which is in many ways a form of stalking. This bill identifies behaviour which causes fear, alarm, or substantial distress to the victim, threatening or abusive behaviour, and it is victim-centred, and that is always important that we remain victim-centred, and we should never apologise for being like that. But stalking is complicated. The more you look into it, the more complicated it is, and the more spin-off it has to the way our society works. There are the rejected stalker, the resentful stalker, the incompetent suitor, the intimacy-seeking stalker, the predatory stalker. And the strange thing about many of those is that they come about due to mental health issues. And I know sometimes it's very easy to say mental health is a catch-all phrase, but you can't dismiss it. You have to look at it. And some of these people who engage in stalking do have mental health issues. The Office of National Statistics recorded in 2015, I didn't get the up-to-date figures, but in 2015 that 4.9% of women and 2.4% of men experienced stalking. In England and Wales, that was about 1.5 million people. According to the National Stalking Helpline, I didn't know there was a National Stalking Helpline. Of course there is. But again, if you're not inclined to go to use it, if you don't promote it, people may not know about it. And I didn't know about it, if I'm really honest. Approximately 45% of people who contact them are being stalked by people they have previously been in a relationship with, while a further 1/3 will have had some prior acquaintance with the stalker. Predators show persistence, fixation, and obsession. Victims feel pestered, scared, anxious and harassed, and nobody should feel that. PSNI figures show that incidents of harassment are on the increase from 3,100 or just over in 2016-17 to 4,200 in 2017-18, an increase of about 35%. It's also worth noting that victims suffer about 100 incidents of stalking behaviour before they realise they are being stalked. And while many of these cases don't reach crisis point, it is important to try and engage early to stop them getting to that crisis point. So this bill brings forward provisions for stalking protection orders, it brings for fines up to £10,000, it brings prison sentences, all as outlined by the Justice Minister, and all of those are incredibly important. I will end my contribution, and I was really just trying to put a little bit of general thought to the whole thing. That we do have a difficult society here, and we are in a difficult place even now with the pandemic, and maybe online stalking or digital stalking of many different ways is going to be on the increase. But regardless of that, this legislation is extremely timely. And I do hope that we can move it forward as quickly as possible. And I will look to those people who raised this issue, and I will make sure that I will support the Minister and support the Department and support my fellow committee members in making sure that we get a piece of legislation, a bill that is fit for purpose, that is absolutely victim-centred. But I will raise the issue again that there is a societal issue here that we need to deal with. And that societal issue may well start with social media, and that social media footprint, that presence on social media where we allow people to be anonymous and make anonymous trolling remarks which are completely not factual, can lead to worse. and I hope at some stage that can be addressed. But I will certainly do all I can now to support the Minister in bringing this bill forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Naturally, I rise to support the motion and the bill. This bill is fundamentally about making people feel safe. We have heard many of the high-profile cases where fixated, obsessive, unwanted and repeated behaviour has gone on untackled at great cost to the victim, sometimes for decades. I would like first of all to join with others in tribute to the many victims who have shared their story. In doing so, they have played a significant role in ensuring that in future no one will have to go through what they went through. The role of the Susie Lamplugh Trust, alongside organisations such as Women's Aid and Victim Support, in keeping this issue established in the public mind has been vital in delivering legislation elsewhere in the UK, and it has been vital here. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think it is essential that we reflect in today's debate and in the public debate more generally that legislation like this must first and foremost be about protecting the victim. This is no easy task in law. The challenge is not just to define stalking and apply penalties where it occurs aimed at stopping repetition, but to stop it occurring in the first place. In other words, the objective is not to put lots of people in prison for stalking, but to stop stalking happening. I think it helps at this stage to emphasise that the common idea of what a stalker is may be too narrow. A very helpful study, albeit over 20 years ago, called Study of Stalkers, referred to 5 motivation types. The rejected stalker, typically from a relationship. The intimacy stalker, someone believing a relationship is inevitable despite evidence to the contrary. The incompetent suitor, usually seeking a sexual encounter. The resentful stalker, who generally sets out intentionally to cause distress. And the predatory stalker, who gets gratification from the act of stalking itself. In other words, the motivations can be quite far-ranging. We need also to highlight the potential for stalking to be a hate crime against someone for being of a particular group in society. I have listened carefully to the arguments for and against addressing this primarily by stalking protection orders, and I have become convinced by the case for them, on the basis that the prime objective is protection of victims. The Minister has set out the conditions which will apply to their implementation. We have heard stories of orders being breached already in England and Wales, where they have applied for a year, but we have also heard stories of stalking continuing from prison. As the Minister said, what will be needed, either when an order is implied or a prosecution is secured, is training and a commitment to swift action by the police and the courts where conditions are breached. It is worth re-emphasising that disruption of stalking behaviours before they become entrenched is a key objective. It is to be hoped that the presence alone of this bill will make people think twice about whether the behaviour they are engaging is in fact stalking, fixated, obsessive, unwanted or repeated. Also, a further advantage of stalking protection orders is that they may require participation in an intervention of some sort to disrupt the behaviour. That is fundamentally what this legislation is about. Mr Deputy Speaker, victims have waited too long for this legislation, even when it was introduced in the rest of the UK 10 years ago, and so they have waited an eternity here. It is absolutely essential that we recognise that we do not have further time to waste, and that this vital legislation is put on the statute books as quickly as possible. There is one advantage, probably the only one, to having waited for the rest of the UK to move first, and that is that we have been able to see what actually works in practice and not just in theory. I can see in theory why it was felt that the best way to go was to tag the offence of stalking onto the offence of harassment, as was done in England and Wales. However, the figures show that the decision in Scotland to create a specific stalking and also threatening and abusive behaviour offence has in fact resulted in better reporting, more convictions and surely a greater comparative sense of safety. That seems therefore the best way to go, and I think we should all welcome the fact that the Minister has chosen it. Thank you. I commend the bill.
I call Paul Frew.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I rise to thank the Minister for bringing forward this bill today at its second reading. And I could also thank the chairperson of the committee and the deputy chairperson and other members, including my colleague Doug Beattie, for highlighting and raising the work that the previous committee had encountered. And I would stress to members that whilst we can point to many great actions that our committees take, I would point towards that relationship between the Justice Committee at that time and the Justice Minister, and the way we were working in tandem and in partnership to produce good law. Unfortunately, as many members have alluded to, we were stopped from doing that work. But let me place on record the thanks to that committee and the members on it, and to the Minister at that time, Justice Minister at that time, Claire Sugden, for her work in working with us when we were to conduct a review of stalking legislation, or what would be good for stalking legislation in this country. And she was then, the Minister was then taking forward the domestic violence and abuse piece. And I seen real potential at that time for working in partnership between committees, scrutiny committees, who then support and advise the Minister. And the Minister had given me guarantees at that time that she would pick up the work of the committee and run with it to produce the stalking, Protection from Stalking Bill. But I thank the Minister here today for bringing forward this at second reading. And one of the very final acts in this place at that time, in 2006, was that we had brought over Laura Richards, and the chairperson has already alluded to this, for a seminar where we had all the players and organisations that feature in this. And I look forward to meeting them all again in the committee to bring forward what I believe will be a very good and welcomed piece of legislation. I think it was David Cameron who first announced that stalking was to be made a specific criminal offence all those many years ago. And it is right and proper that we acknowledge that we have failed victims here by the fact that we have not been able to meet. 3 years too late, this legislation is coming very much in similar guise to the domestic abuse piece. But nonetheless, we will strive to get through it, we will strive to work through it, and we will strive to produce a good piece of legislation. The move to bring stalking into a specific criminal offence was not only to stop stalking or differentiate that between general harassment. It actually, and the fear, of course, of stalking and the impact that that has, but it was to prevent murders. It was to prevent people being murdered. And when we talk about stalking, we really need to talk about it in that guise, with that definition, because it is murder in slow motion. In some cases, in most cases, thankfully, the perpetrator does not get to that point. But then let's look at who we are dealing with regards to perpetrators. Perpetrators of this specific crime of stalking are fixated. They are obsessive. It is an insidious crime. And I have absolutely no doubt these perpetrators, these people, need help. They need help. And if they are allowed to conduct and to go along in the course of actions that they have set for themselves, if they are allowed to do that unchecked, it will in many cases inevitably lead to murder. That is how we should look at stalking. Stalking is not harassment. Harassment is not stalking. Harassment can mean many things. Harassment, I believe, is an umbrella term for the way people are feeling harassed. Harassment can be between two neighbours who fell out 15 years ago over a hedge or a shared boundary. That can be harassment, and the actions that delve from that initial complaint. That's not stalking. Stalking is something completely different. It is insidious. The perpetrators are fixated and obsessed, and they need to be checked. And One good thing I think out of this bill is the management around that, and I think that's something that we should look at in the committee with regards to the after work, the aftercare, may I even add. Not only for victims, and that's critically important, but for perpetrators, and how they are managed, how they are cared for, but not only that, how they are managed and assessed for risk going forward. And that's why it's vitally important that there are criminal offences here in this bill today, which I'll talk to in a minute. But one of the things we have to get our head around is this, and one of the reasons why we have to talk in terms of stalking being a murder in slow motion is because, unfortunately, and even today, it's happened today, but we're all to blame because we used to be in our everyday language. But for many people, stalking can be the butt of jokes. And that's very hurtful to the people who are victims of stalking. Now, it's human nature that we all slip up in our language, and it's human nature that we make mistakes. Because it was everyday language, but we need to stop that. We need to stop that because the people who we are hurting are the victims. And the impact of stalking is mighty. I dealt with a case for a constituent who came to me many years ago about a stalking issue, about an ex-boyfriend. And this young lass came into my office, highly professional lady, well kept, well dressed, really confident person. She came to me about an issue around stalking. When I see that lady today, many years later, I'm helping her fill in PIP forms because of the impact of that stalking issue. That young lass was destroyed by an ex-partner to the point where she cannot hold down her job, where she cannot look after herself, where she cannot even get out of bed in the morning for fear, but also of nervousness, of depression, of anxiety. Stalking has destroyed that young girl, and it breaks my heart that I have to help her fill in forms for PIP, that I have to go to her to an appeal for PIP, because this young girl was at the top of the world before this happened to her. Make no mistakes, this should not be in anyone's lips as a butt of a joke. This should not be in anybody's everyday language. This is so severe that it could lead to murder, but also it will destroy your life. And that's what we're dealing with here today. We're dealing with stalking, murder in slow motion. And please let no one forget that here today, or as we move forward. Because this crime can close in on you. You could be confident, you could go to work, but your work could become a prison. Where everywhere you move, even where you sit, becomes your prison. This could affect your street. This could impact on your street, and your street becomes your prison. This could impact on your family, and your family then could be lodged in there with you in prison. Every time you look to your phone, every time you look to your computer, whether at work or at home, that becomes a window of despair where you can see no way out. This is the impact on stalking. And it just doesn't happen when you see the perpetrator, or you sense the perpetrator, or when you see the text that he has just or she has just sent you. It's every living second. It's every conscious second that you feel when you're awake. To the point where it affects your sleep, it affects your life. And it will destroy you if you're not given help and support. And I hope this bill goes some way to do that. This, in the actual bill itself, it creates 3 offences. And as I've looked and assessed those offences, I think that some of them are undeniable. The offence of stalking. And I welcome the fact that we now have a descriptor and a description of stalking. It's vitally important that within this bill that we have that specified and nailed down. But it also, interestingly, creates offences for threatening or abusive behaviour. And also the offence of breaching an order, which I think is very important, because there are so many weaknesses there with regards to protection orders that we have to nail down. And I hope that we'll go some way to do that. One of the interesting points I picked up was the tariffs around the offence for stalking, of stalking, on conviction or indictment to imprisonment for a term of not exceeding 10 years or a fine or both. Interestingly, domestic violence is 14 years. So I want to pursue that and try and tease out why the differential there. I'm not saying they're the same offence. I'm not saying the same nature of offence. But I just think that we have to look and see where the bar is being set. And that's something critically important. But one of the very important lines in this bill, as it stands at the minute, is in Clause 1, Offence of Stalking, Part 4b, with regards to conduct means contacting or attempting to contact B or any other person by any means. And then, sorry, there's another piece with regards, yes, 4d, monitoring the use of by B or by any other person of the internet, email or any other form of electronic communication. That's a very important line in there, and it speaks to the future. But I think we will need more than that. I think we will need to delve into that line and see what it actually means, because it's no mean feat to actually tackle that and to actually nail that down into legislation. So it's going to be because that is a massive issue on its own. The use of electronic devices to hurt people, to impact their lives, to change the course of their life, and to even blackmail people is a real one, and it's mighty. And that has led to deaths. That has led to suicides. So I think we need to look at that and see how we can strengthen that and how we can make that fit for purpose going forward. And I think that's something that we need to delve into. And whilst I'm thankful that it's in the bill with regards to Clause 1 on the offence of stalking, and it's a very important line, I think we may well have to look into that and see if we can add to it, because I think it's important going forward. This is a good day, Mr. Deputy Speaker. It's a good day for victims. 3 years too late, albeit, but a good day. And I look forward to it getting to its committee stage where we can really delve in and do a piece of work like we should do as a committee. And I have faith in this committee. I have faith in this Justice Committee to do the work on this. And if amendments are forthcoming, then I believe that they will be brought in the best interests of this bill and the victims that it's meant to protect. So I welcome it, Mr. Deputy Speaker, and I'll leave it there. Thank you very much.
I call Gemma Dolan.
Social media and smartphone technology, which allows for easy tracking of people's movements, has fuelled the dramatic rise in the offence of harassment and stalking. There were 234 cases of harassment in 98-99. However, there were 2,449 cases in 2016-2017, a rise of 947%. This equates to almost 7 incidents a day in the north of Ireland. 1 in 5 women and 1 in 10 men are likely to be victims of stalking at some stage in their lives. People who end up in court on charges that will be commonly regarded as stalking behaviour can only be charged under existing harassment or intimidation legislation, such as the Protection from Harassment Order 1997. In cases where stalking is prosecuted under harassment law, the penalty may be lenient and not in keeping with the intense fear that the victim has experienced for a prolonged period. Victims of stalking may have to turn to several different legal instruments to seek a remedy, depending on how they are victimised. The legal framework may also complicate criminal prosecutions. Stalking can engage a number of rights under the European Convention and international standards, including the right to life, the prohibition of torture and cruel, inhumane and degrading treatment, and the right to a private and family life, which includes a person's physical and psychological integrity. All of these articles place positive obligations on the state to protect victims of crime. Additionally, the right to an effective remedy and to no punishment without law may be engaged. It is apparent that there is a gap in the law which has not yet been filled. We are falling behind other countries in this area. In England and Wales, because the Protection from Harassment Act did not effectively deal with stalking, it was amended and 2 stalking offences were introduced in 2012. More significantly, since 2010, Scottish law has made stalking a specific criminal offence. Scottish law has made stalking a priority crime, and we should follow its lead. In the 26 counties, there is no specific law pertaining to stalking. However, stalking laws are contained in Non-Fatal Offences Against the Person Act 1997. I read last year Alison Morris courageously and openly talking about her experience of stalking in her article in the Irish News, and I'd like to read out the following quote to put the issue of stalking into a real-life context. She says, "At that stage, back in September 2016, I was well used to daily abuse, text messages, emails, Facebook messages, ranting, threatening phone calls. This man was violent, obsessive and controlling. I'd removed that control and he was reacting badly. He arrived outside my office, ranting and screaming, foaming at the mouth with rage, demanding I speak to him. I tried to calm him down, to reason with an unreasonable person. He had a sandwich in his hand and he squashed it into my hair and clothes as cars slowed down to watch. I went to the bathroom in work, tried to brush pieces of food from my hair and rang the police." The Alison Morris case and the cases of stalking of many other victims that have been referred to by others across the chamber sums up how necessary this legislation is, and I'm so pleased to see it progress in what I see as another step forward to protecting victims of potentially harmful crimes. I support the overall purpose of the bill.
I call Gordon Dunn.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the opportunity to speak on the second stage of the Protection from Stalking Bill. This bill, moving to the second stage today in its legislative journey, is very timely and certainly complements the recently completed passage of the Domestic Abuse Bill. This Stalking Bill builds on strengthening our laws to deal with these evil crimes which continue in all areas right across Northern Ireland. I would commend the departmental officials and the committee officials for their work to date on this bill, and to the victims and victim groups who have helped to shape the bill so far, and I know there will be considerable work to be done yet ahead. The need for action and strengthening of our laws was very much the theme of the consultation responses, which were launched back in November 2018 and closed for responses 2 years ago in February 2019. I know from engaging with the local PSNI within my own constituency in North Down, they would very much share the view and welcome that additional measures and resources are needed to tackle this problem right across our local communities. It has been widely recognised that our laws on this need to be strengthened, and this bill gives us that opportunity to build on the current Protection from Harassment Order of Northern Ireland 1997 and bring us into line with the rest of the UK. As with any legislation, it is always important to hear from victims, to listen and engage with those who work on the front line also in supporting those who have and continue to suffer from stalking. I do believe that the best way to deal with this issue is by making stalking a specific offence, and Part 1 of the bill rightly prioritises this to improve the operation of the justice system and ultimately better support victims. It is important to ensure that stalking conduct does not fall between the cracks because of poorly drafted legislation or the lack of awareness by those responsible for its implementation. Stalking was made a specific criminal offence in England and Wales in 2012, and I know that in January 2020, police in England and Wales have been able to apply to the Magistrates' Court for stalking protection orders, SPOs, which usually remain in place for up to 2 years. I very much welcome the second part of the bill, which will introduce SPOs here. This will support the PSNI and increase the tools available to them and will enable early police intervention, pre-conviction to address stalking behaviours to protect victims from more serious harm. This can also equally be made post-conviction to help to prevent further stalking. I also welcome the commitment within Clause 11 that courts will also have the power to impose interim SPOs to provide immediate protection for victims, while the main application has been determined, reducing any immediate risk of harm. There is also a need to ensure information is recorded and shared between the PSNI, the courts and the justice agencies and various jurisdictions, particularly in instances where stalkers move between areas to carry out their crime. As has been acknowledged within this debate already, stalking is a unique crime and the perpetrators often have obsessive behaviours which can develop over time and can sometimes be difficult to deal with properly. They are often evolving traits of behaviour which start at an early stage and can often turn out very sinister over a period of time. We also live very much in a digital age, and that has been mentioned today throughout the debate, and that unfortunately presents many opportunities for stalkers to target and harass victims through new forms of communication and cybercrime, through the use of technology, all increasing the stress and impact upon victims. The periods of lockdowns and restrictions that we've all gone through are spending more time, where people are spending more time online and increasing the risk, has unfortunately led to an increase in cybercrime, which very often can be a form of stalking and it needs to be recognised and captured within this legislation. I very much welcome the progress to date on such an important issue and look forward to further progress on this bill in the months ahead and through the work of the Justice Committee. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call John Blair.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker, and can I begin by thanking the Justice Minister for bringing this protection from stalking bill before the Assembly. The Minister has paid particular attention to the issue of coercive control throughout her tenure, and she should be commended for following through on her pledge to endeavour to tackle all forms of harassment. I commend her also for her determination to address stalking and protect victims from persistent, unwanted harassment, and indeed the Minister has been helpful on this issue in her responses to my questions during question time in this chamber in relation to distressing experiences of one of my own constituents and her family. I know the Minister has also met with those victims and taken time to meet other victims also. Stalking, as has been said already, is a unique crime, driven by the fixation and obsession of the stalker, and each stalking incident is different. It is a long-term pattern of behaviour that can last for weeks, months or even years. Although there have been high-profile examples of stalking and indeed judicial outcomes, it has also been for many victims, those afraid to speak out or reach out, a hidden crime. So it is vitally important to safeguard and protect victims and survivors of stalking. We must ensure that they have the protection of the law that they need and that they deserve to feel safe. Today is an important progression in evolving the way stalking is handled in Northern Ireland and an acknowledgement of the suffering victims of stalking can face. The Protection from Stalking Bill is a major step forward for victims of this insidious crime, victims who have had terrifying and debilitating experiences at the hands of their stalker, and this Assembly must take action to strengthen the law to protect them and do so by supporting the passing of this bill. The bill also addresses, of course, the fact that legislation exists in other parts of the UK, but it does much more than that for the victims I speak of. As a member, Deputy Speaker of the Northern Ireland Policing Board, I might also comment that this bill will also make it easier for police to assist victims of stalking with the real and reassuring prospect of a judicial outcome. It also makes it easier for advice and outreach agencies to encourage victims to come forward and seek help, seek advice, and for the pursuit of the perpetrator, assisting public safety in doing so. I fully appreciate the devastating effect that stalking can have on its victims and how manipulative and persistent a stalker can be. Myself and colleagues are committed to ensuring that they have the protection of the law that they need and deserve to feel safe. With Alliance colleagues, Mr Deputy Speaker, I support the bill.
I call Rachel Woods.
Mr Deputy Speaker, and I too welcome the opportunity to speak on second stage of this Protection from Stalking Bill today, and I sincerely hope that it proceeds efficiently through the Chamber and Committee towards becoming law. Victims and survivors of this crime have waited for far too long, and we remain the only part of the UK without adequate and specific legislation to deal with such a serious and complex problem, which is shameful, despite the work started by the committee previously. Scotland created a stalking offence in 2010 and changes were brought into England and Welsh law in 2012. The current legislative framework, primarily focused around the Protection from Harassment Act 97, is not fit for purpose. So I welcome and I'm glad that the Minister has brought the bill to the House. Victims often endure years of abuse before a crime is taken seriously, and we know much of the existing responses are too often ineffective in stopping perpetrators and protecting victims, and there's much more we can do in terms of increasing understanding and awareness of stalking throughout society. But I would like to draw attention to a few matters that I believe are worth exploring through the Justice Committee and the Chamber to raise a few points on where I believe at this stage the bill can be strengthened. In clauses 1(5), the reasonableness defence, it is clearly copied from the Scottish legislation, and that is Part 2 of the Criminal Justice and Licensing Scotland Act 2010. So I would be interested to hear from the Minister as to what engagement her department has had with their counterparts in Scotland and for the assessment on how effective the Scottish law has been. Has there been any issues with prosecutions on cases as a result of the defence provisions to the detriment of victims? And are there any lessons that can be learnt from Scotland? I think these are valid questions which could lead to ideas for strengthening the bill and its effectiveness, given, as I say, the complexity of what we are dealing with here and the issue of reasonableness and reasonable person test, which is difficult. In order to make this law work, it is clear that guidance and training will be crucial. I specifically point to this and the training because it's been important not only in our discussions and deliberations on the domestic abuse bill, but also the lack of understanding and awareness of stalking and harassing behaviour that came through overwhelmingly in the responses to the Department's consultation on this prior to the bill being drawn up. Respondents stated that they weren't being taken seriously by the police, that targeted training should be provided, and indeed a review of the need for stalking legislation conducted by Queen's University Belfast concluded that there is a need for training to be provided to the police and other criminal justice professionals in order to ensure that they are able to correctly identify and respond to the crime of stalking. Too often we have heard from victims that they've been told that there's nothing that can be done. So I would urge the Minister to bring forward amendments to the bill, similar to those on the mandatory training for criminal justice agencies with regard to domestic abuse offence, insofar as possible to encourage training to be provided and sustained for the judiciary too. I also note that there is no age limit in this bill. Unlike what we have just passed in terms of domestic abuse, there are no distinctions around when the offence would apply in the case of children. Again, this highlights how horrendously low the age of criminal responsibility is here. It means that the offence can apply to anyone over 10 years old. And I think we need to look at this, and also if additional safeguards can be put in place to ensure that children at risk of harm are properly protected, and also that children who display harmful behaviour in terms of this new stalking offence receive appropriate and effective interventions. What about the children and young people who are stalked? I will, yep.
The member for giving way, and just on your last point in relation to the age of criminal responsibility, I would call on the Minister to review this, to look at it and to start a piece of work and discussions with the committee on that particular issue.
Thank the member for her intervention. I have engaged with the Justice Minister on this, and I note that she had brought this discussion to the Executive, so I would encourage all those Executive Ministers who did not respond to the Justice Minister on this matter to do so, and we can actually have this debate in the Chamber. So I would also ask the Minister in the House, how many more criminal offences are we going to introduce before we deal with the issue of the age of criminal responsibility? And this urgently needs addressed in legislation. Another area that is in this bill is the introduction and operation of stalking protection orders, which are welcome and covered in clauses 6 to 17. But I note that we also have interim protection orders, and as well as full stalking protection orders. So I have to ask, just on the rationale of why we have both, is it a more immediate way of getting protection in place for a person that requires one before a full SPO is in place? Is this because there's no requirement for a conviction to get one of these, or would this have any undue delay? I'm also concerned under the power to make orders when clause 8(4) refers to specific circumstances which an order, under its prohibitions or requirements, must, as far as practicable, avoid conflict with person B's religious beliefs or interfere with their workplace or place attending for education. There is clearly a balancing act here in terms of human rights, but I would ask the Minister whether her department have looked at any other ways to mitigate this problem, possibly through placing a duty on employers or, say, religious organisations to ensure that protection orders do what they are intended to do. And what about A's access to religious beliefs, to their workplace or to education? In 2018, the House of Commons Select Committee recommended that a national register of serial stalkers and domestic violence perpetrators should be introduced as a matter of urgency, and that individuals placed on this register should, like sex offenders, be managed through multi-agency public protection arrangements. The report also suggested that more integrated violence against women and girls strategy would support better statutory response to stalking and a more joined-up approach to supporting victims and managing the behaviour of perpetrators. So I would like to ask what discussions and consideration has been made by the Department in conjunction with Westminster about such a register and its merits. Also, how can we fully protect victims against behaviour that is listed under Clause 4, for example, with regard to the publishing of any statement or other material or monitoring the use by B or any other person of the Internet, email or other form of electronic communications without engaging the powers reserved to Westminster, or indeed engaging and getting full agreement with online social media operators, for example? I am aware that we cannot introduce legislation that is under the remit of Westminster, and Ms Bradley and Mr Beattie have already mentioned it, the powers that are reserved. But I wonder if the Minister, in her summing up, would outline what engagement the Department have had on this, and also considering the recommendations of the recently published hate crime review by Judge Marinan. Could all online stalking behaviours be captured in this offence? And I know that at committee we heard that a conviction could be sought under this bill if all the behaviour was online. That may be the case in a purely online harassment and persistent trolling, if that is considered a form of stalking. And we know that stalking behaviour is far more prevalent than what is reported to the police or dealt with in the criminal justice system currently. What researchers found in Scotland before their new legislation was enacted was that fewer than half of the 700 respondents had reported their experience to the police. And this was despite the fact that more than 25% of stalking experienced by them had involved violence. It is a similar situation that we face in terms of domestic abuse. What is reported is the tip of the iceberg. Another avenue that I will be keen to explore, hopefully with the committee and the department, is the reporting and data collection. Much like a number of behaviours that have previously haven't been legislated as criminal, we don't have an accurate picture of the level of stalking in Northern Ireland. Quite frankly, the current level of data and information that we collect is appalling. Harassment data is collected by some criminal justice agencies differently that does not specify stalking. A new offence, much like the arguments I made during the domestic abuse bill, was that we need to know what we are dealing with, not just in terms of incidents and offences reported to PSNI, but also travelling the whole way through the criminal justice system in order to ensure that we know if there's any gaps, if the new offence isn't working, or if it is. We should try and capture as much data as possible. We know that data not only drives policy decisions and in turn contributes to resource allocations. And again, without going into it too much here, adequate resources must be allocated to this new legislation. Like I've said before on training, likewise resourcing of agencies to investigate new offences must be allocated, and this was evident in the responses to the consultation calling for specialist police units to be set up complaints being investigated fully, provision for victim services, perpetrator programmes and problem-solving justice options, and so on. And I note the budget issues that the committee were briefed on last week, and also the financial implications of the draft bill, and I am concerned, like others, that the more we legislate with no resource or budget attached, do we risk it not working for victims effectively? It shows that we have much to do. Why behaviour is going unreported, what can we do to encourage people to report, how can we better support them through this, and also how can we educate on what stalking is, especially as we legislate for this as a specific offence. And I hope the Minister and Department can address some of these needs as we go forward and dovetail with the creation of any new offence. There will be need for public awareness, yes, but also to educate people on what harassment is, what stalking is from all ages. We need education in schools, workplace policies, and ensuring that employers and trade unions have guidance and policy on this. We all know of horrific incidents where women have been stalked and then murdered outside their workplace. Lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, and crucially, for those listening who have been affected by stalking or wish to get some advice and assistance, please do reach out. It may be very scary to do so. You may be fearful of doing so, but there are people and organisations out there that can help. Stalking can be a life or death situation, and this bill has the potential to save lives. It is long overdue that we give victims and survivors the protection that they need, and now we must ensure that it is fit for purpose in law as quickly as possible and properly implemented. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. As some have alluded to, stalking, by its very nature, can be a very insidious offence. It can also be a very cowardly offence, where someone works around for the purposes of stalking. And therefore it's right that it is adequately legislated against in respect of our criminal law. In coming to this bill, I wish to address obviously some of the general principles which are within it, and to seek some clarification on some of the specifics. And that takes me straight away in Clause 1. Clause 1b says, A's course of conduct causes another person to suffer fear, alarm or substantial distress. Now, in some legislation, such as the Public Order Order of 1987, there's a definition of fear. What does fear mean in this bill? If, for example, an investigative journalist were to follow someone for the purposes of challenging them, or it was to watch their movements, is it the fear of being exposed by a journalist? Is that enough? Now, that journalist might ultimately have a defence under Clause 1.5 of the bill. But on the face of it, something like that could be stalking, as this bill is drafted. So should it not say, as the GB legislation says, fear of violence? Section 4A of the Protection of Freedoms Act 2012 talks also about fear, but it expressly says fear of violence. Surely that is the fear that the stalked person is going to see invoked within themselves. So I do think there is a need to be more specific in what we're talking about when we talk about fear. Then in the following subsection, we come to something that I've talked about in this House before, to no effect, the imposition of the reasonable man test where there is no fear, but someone in their wisdom thinks there should have been fear. therefore a box is ticked. Well, I think the House knows my views about this department and indeed this House's propensity to rewrite the very essence of criminal offences in that regard. Indeed, I would just say that Clause 2, which is an alternative offence, approaches this in a much more sensible way, where in 2.1b it says the behaviour would be likely to cause a reasonable person to suffer fear, which is highly preferable to the convoluted notion that where there is no fear, that someone else can superimpose their own view that there should have been fear. And just also looking at the contrast between Clause 1 and 2. In 2, we have, in 2.1c, recklessness as a component. We don't have that in Clause 1. Why not? Should there not be a parallel reference in Clause 1, Subclause 2, to the A's recklessness? I'd have thought there ought. But. And then I come to Clause 1.5, where the person charged can show that the course of conduct was authorised, was engaged in for the purpose of preventing or detecting crime, or is reasonable in the particular circumstances, which might be your journalist. But when it says to show, to what standard? Has the defendant to show that beyond all reasonable doubt, or do they show it to the civil standard of the balance of probabilities? I suspect it's the latter, but there's nothing to say here that it couldn't be the former. And I think that that is something which could usefully have some light shone upon it. Because we are dealing with a serious criminal offence for which you can collect a tariff of 10 years. So I think these things need to be clear. I note that Clause 2 is an alternative in the sense that though charged with Clause 1, you could be convicted of Clause 2. I have to say, though, Clause 2 in a sense is a different genre of offence. It could involve threatening or abusive conduct, which doesn't be required in Clause 1. But it could, I suppose. There's no reason why it couldn't be an alternative, but seems to me to be very much a freestanding offence in its own. But what I really wanted to deal with in this contribution this afternoon is the stalking protection orders. Because as I read this bill, you could be successively subjected to a stalking protection order, but never prosecuted or convicted of any offence. And if I'm wrong about that, I'd like the Minister to point out where I've fallen into error. Because it does seem to me that clauses 6 thereafter embrace these stalking protection orders, but do not make them conditional upon criminal proceedings being underway in respect of a stalking prosecution or a conviction already attained. They seem to have a life and existence all of their own. So they have the dangerous potential that someone could be subjected to successive stalking protection orders running for years without the state ever having the trouble to prosecute them. That's not something that I would be comfortable with. And all the more so since a stalking protection order, I believe in reading this bill, is a civil type remedy in that you would only have to prove the grounds on the balance of probabilities. I say that because of clause 12.2 in the bill, which says any application under the named sections to a court of summary jurisdiction is made by complaint under Part 8 of the Magistrates' Court Northern Ireland Order. Well, Part 8 is the civil proceedings part of the Magistrates' Court Order. So it seems to me, and the Minister can tell us again if I'm wrong, that a stalking protection order can be obtained on evidence not to the criminal standard, but merely to the civil standard, and that they can be attained successively for years on end, and yet that person never prosecuted in the courts for the actual offence of stalking. Is that not verging on an abuse? I would have thought it is. One further clarification I'd like from the Minister. In clause 7, when it talks about applications for these stalking protection orders, is that an ex parte application? Do the police simply come along and ex parte make the application, or is the person against whom they're making it also entitled to be present and to be heard, or is it a two-stage process? What is it? So I think we need some clarity as to whether or not, as to how these stalking protection orders are sought. I think we also need clarity on whether there is a definitive right of appeal against one. Because whereas it refers in clause 10 that the Chief Constable or the person against whom a stalking protection order is made may apply to a court of summary jurisdiction for an order varying, reviewing or discharging the stalking protection order. It is not set out in this legislation, as it is in the GB legislation, that there is a definitive right of appeal. Section 7 of the Stalking Protection Act of 2019, and I invite the committee in due course to come to look at that, it expressly says a defendant may appeal to the Crown Court against the making of a stalking protection order, the making of an interim stalking protection order, the making of an order under Section 4 on an application by a chief officer, etc., etc. So why are we being diffident in this legislation about spelling out the fact that there is and must be a process and right of appeal? And to whom is it? In GB, you have a right of appeal to the Crown Court. Here, under this order, such right of appeal as you have is a request to discharge it to the Magistrates' Court, the very court that made it. There seems to be no anticipation that you can appeal to a higher body. So I do think that is something that seriously needs to be looked at in respect of the drafting of this legislation. And I make the point again that they can be for successive periods of up to 2 years. I do think it would be very bad law to allow that to stand with no reference to the fact that during that process the person would need to be taken for prosecution. So either you make it conditional or time limited to a criminal prosecution, or I fear it is open to the abuse of repeated use, and all that to the lesser civil standard. And then, of course, it does become a criminal offence if you breach the preventive order. Then you can go to prison for 5 years. So you can have an order put upon you preventing you from stalking. You don't need to be prosecuted for stalking. You don't have the right of a trial before your peers to determine if you were stalking. But if you breach the preventative order, which seems to be put upon you only to the civil standard being met, then you can then be prosecuted for breaching that order. There's something there which, to my mind, does not add up. So I do think that that needs to be addressed. And in GB legislation, I believe it's Section 6 of the 2019, the duration of the preventive order can be specified. Here, it can be until further order, according to 9(1)(b). And it can be for a fixed period of at least 2 years. Seems to me to be highly punitive without any of the protections that would come with the requirement to actually move at some point to a prosecution. And then in clause 14, we have something slipped in which isn't in the GB legislation. It's at clause 14(2)(c). This is about the notification requirements, which says a person subject to a stalking protection order or an interim one must, within a period of 3 days, notify to the police the information set out in subsection 2. What is that information? It's the person's name, it's the person's home address, and then we propose to add in something that isn't in the GB legislation. Any other information prescribed by regulations made by the department. What could that be? Why would we need this if the sole purpose of this is simply to assist in the identification of the person? That's why you need and must have their name and address. Now, yes, any such regulations could be subject to affirmative resolution of this House. I think that, if I recall correctly, is covered, yes. In 14(9), regulations are not to be made under subsection 2(c) unless a draft has been made before and approved by a resolution of the Assembly. That's a protection. But my question is a more fundamental one. Why are we looking at that in the first place? Doesn't seem to have been thought necessary by Westminster in their legislation. Why are we seeking to put it in? Because it holds out the possibility of a creeping infringement of people's rights. And these are people, I remind you again, who have not been convicted. These are people subject to preventative orders without a conviction. So I do think the House should tread carefully in that regard. And then in the same vein, we come to clause 15. And clause 15(3) tells us that when a person gives notification under section 14(1), 3 or 4, the person must, if requested to do so by the police, allow the officer to take their fingerprints. Now, this is someone who hasn't been convicted of anything, hasn't even been charged with a criminal offence. And we say the police officer can take their fingerprints, can photograph them, or do both. Now, it does go on to say the power in subsection 3 is exercisable for the purpose of verifying the identity. And if you fail to give your fingerprints, you can be jailed for 5 years. What I would dearly like this House to say is that in 15 subsection 4, we should insert a very important word. We should say the power in subsection 3 is exercisable only only for the purpose of verifying the identity of the person. I think it is a step far too far to give a right to take and retain fingerprints and photographs of someone subject to a civil remedy, which is a prevention order, rather than someone who is subject to a criminal prosecution. I think that is just going far too much. And if you fail to do that, you've committed another criminal offence. So I do say to the House, I think there is much tidying up to be done in this bill to make it the sort of legislation that would be respectful both of fundamental freedoms and liberties, and that there are matters particularly pertaining to the preventative orders, protection orders, which the committee should address with some vigour. Thank you.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on the need for new stalking legislation today and the particular clauses presented by the Minister here today. And I want to begin by thanking those victims of stalking and their families who have spoken up publicly about what happened to them and how the current law has failed them. Without their voices, without their stories shared, the true scale and nature of this issue, as well as the failure of institutions to take it seriously, may never have been recognised. As is often the case, Mr Deputy Speaker, women in particular are forced to speak up, even when that may feel traumatising and intrusive, before the issues which disproportionately impact them are addressed, whether that is domestic abuse, the disgraceful and inexcusable lack of abortion services, which is maintained today by this executive, or the issue in front of us today. As I said, Mr Deputy Speaker, when the Minister introduced the final stage of the domestic violence bill, I have little faith that the change needed to tackle the wider issues of misogyny and inequality for women, which gives rise to many of these crimes and experiences, will come from within these four walls. But we can be certain, Mr Deputy Speaker, that it is hindered by the way this Assembly, this Executive, has perpetuated such inequalities by denying women bodily autonomy, stripping them of financial autonomy through universal credit measures and so on. We need to see a holistic approach to how the lives and experiences of women in our communities can be improved, and they can be enabled to feel safe and live freely. Therefore, I am sure the Minister would agree, and there is an onus on this House to ensure that this new piece of legislation does not allow women to fall through the cracks or have their experiences devalued, and that goes beyond just this piece of legislation. There is a job to do to tackle the issue of misogyny and inequality for women society-wide. Mr Deputy Speaker, to look at the specific clauses in this bill, clauses 6 to 17 of this bill would enable the issuing of protective orders, as has been mentioned, and interim protective orders, which it seems would be very important to ensure victims feel safe and perpetrators are deterred while a full order is being considered. One issue that many victims of stalking raise, Mr Deputy Speaker, is the lack of understanding of the dangers and the nature of stalking by the police, which is acknowledged in the consultation responses to this bill. This not only allows behaviour to escalate, putting victims at further risk, but it leads to an understandable lack of belief in a system which fails victims. And I hope the Minister can come back in her closing remarks to set out what measures can be taken to ensure that when victims do come forward to the police, they are not left to feel that their experience is not being taken seriously. Clearly, the issue of stalking, Mr Deputy Speaker, not only relates to an unfit law, but a culture of minimising the risks of stalking within the PSNI and society generally, and therefore action on both would be needed to address this situation. So again, I would like to hear the Minister, what measures the Minister would propose to take to address these fundamental issues. In clause 5 of this bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Magistrates' Court order is amended so that perpetrators of stalking or abusive behaviour lose the right to a jury trial. I wonder whether the Minister could come back to explain the reason for this, the rationale for it, whether this is restricted to so-called or viewed minor incidents, and how would that be adjudicated. Generally, we would have issues with non-jury trials, and without further explanation in the explanatory memorandum, I think I need some clarity on this. Clause 1 of the bill, Mr Deputy Speaker, states that an adequate defence of stalking or harassment would be that the perpetrator was authorised by virtue of any rule of law or was engaged in for the purpose of preventing or detecting crime. I'm sure the Minister is aware of the recent Spy Cops Bill, which generated furore from victims of police behaviour who were responsible for infiltrating groups, not only on the left but also paramilitary groups locally, and who engaged in unacceptable behaviour ranging from abuse to more serious offences. And women in many cases were victimised by some of these officers, and their actions were deemed to be within the rule of law and for the purpose of preventing crime. I therefore want to ask the Minister what circumstances she believes that any officer preventing a crime could use this as a potential defence for stalking or harassment or harassing behaviour as outlined in this bill, and under which law or statutory provision she could foresee this defence potentially being used in the future. Finally, Mr Speaker, I would like to ask the Minister whether the consultation responses to this bill and those of the Domestic Violence Bill have managed to change their mind about the need for a specific commissioner for these issues and a targeted strategy for women and girls. It is my understanding, Mr Deputy Speaker, that this role could be accommodated within this legislation, but is not. I appreciate the clause within the bill which says that guidance will be issued to the Chief Constable about exercising the functions of this bill, but given the failure to understand these issues or take them seriously currently and the impact that it has had on victims, I would stress that regular scrutiny and subsequent reports of how this law is being implemented is imperative, and someone tasked with doing that and other issues would help that cause, in my view. We cannot find ourselves, Mr Deputy Speaker, 10 years down the line debating how well-intentioned, thoroughly researched and consulted upon legislation was if it's not doing what it says on the tin. Thank you.
No other members have indicated that they wish to speak. So I now call the Minister of Justice, Naomi Long, to conclude and wind up the debate on the second stage of the bill.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. And as I mentioned at the beginning of the debate, progressing this legislation is a key priority for the Department and for myself and for the committee, who I know have also taken an active interest in this historically and will again as it passes over to them hopefully today for their scrutiny. I want to thank all of the members here today for their constructive and very positive engagement. As the bill moves through its stages in the Assembly, I hope we can continue in that spirit to ensure that this important piece of legislation reaches the statute book as soon as possible and starts delivering for those people across Northern Ireland who are suffering from what is a debilitating and insidious crime. Stalking can be psychologically and physically damaging to victims, with delusional and obsessive offenders often going to extreme lengths to contact, follow and monitor their victims. I want to turn, if I may, to some of the comments which were made during the course of the debate, because I think that it is important that we try to address some of those today, though obviously many of them will be able to be addressed more fully in slower time as the committee takes on its work. I want to thank the Chair, Paul Given, for setting out the historic work of the committee, and it is good to know that that work will provide a good foundation for scrutiny of the current bill. He is, of course, correct in identifying delays since 2016, and I'm committed to working with him and the members of the committee to ensure that this moves forward swiftly at this point. We may not have been able to influence the outcome for 3 years, but I think we can now take things forward with speed. With respect to the examples provided in the bill to which Mr Given referred, these were missing from the harassment legislation, making it harder to utilise in cases such as this. The range of behaviours that can be considered illustrative of stalking, but it's neither exhaustive nor prescriptive, so as to avoid any gaps or any defences based on that. In fact, the format is very similar to the approach that we took with respect to the Domestic Abuse Bill. We also have a catch-all of behaviours at clause 141, and I think that there's something there to pick up on with the committee later. The Chairman and a number of other members also raised the issue of potentially having a stalking register. At this point, I don't have plans to introduce a register for stalking perpetrators, but I am keeping the position under careful review and will be keen to hear how the views of the committee pan out as they scrutinise the bill and take evidence on it. I just want to set out, if I may, Mr Deputy Speaker, my thinking in that regard. I'm aware that our counterparts in England and Wales and Scotland, who have had stalking legislation in place for quite some years already, also have no current plans to introduce such a register. My focus is on ensuring that we make better use of our existing systems. The police already maintain a number of databases which will hold details of those convicted of harassment and fear of violence offences. The stalking offence will also be recorded by police once it comes into force. This will enable the police to manage risk and share their details across criminal justice and other relevant agencies. The bill will also introduce stalking protection orders, which will place notification requirements on the perpetrator, and this provision will also enable police to manage any risk. And I hope that that also answers the concerns which were raised by Mr Gordon Dunn during the debate, and also some of those raised by Ms Rachel Woods. Mr Speaker, I want to also thank the Vice-Chair for her comments and her commitment to move this legislation forward as swiftly as practicable through its various stages. I also share her concerns regarding the impact of stalking on victims and on their lives. It can be incredibly debilitating, making life intolerable and making the victim a captive of the stalker and of fear. By providing people with the confidence to come forward and through stalking protection orders, I think we can offer immediate and swift intervention in a way that has not previously been possible. Both Ms Dillon and Paul Frew raised the issue rightly about how stalking was different from harassment and how that would be defined, and that is critical in people understanding the difference between the two. While harassment is primarily seen as a dispute over an issue, stalking is very different and is more focused on an individual. In stalking cases, there is a pattern of unwanted, fixated and obsessive behaviour which is intrusive. An acronym has been devised by the College of Policing and is used in guidance for police to recognise the traits of stalking whilst investigating an offence. That acronym is FOUR: fixated, obsessive, unwanted and repeated. And it is important that people are aware that those different elements are in place as they try to take these issues forward within the justice system. Turning to the comments that Sinead Bradley raised, and there were a number of questions that she asked, but she and others asked about additional costs to the criminal justice system as a consequence of the bill. It is considered that a significant proportion of costs associated with current related offences of harassment and fear of violence will simply transfer within the remit of a new stalking offence once in place, as often harassment is the only opportunity that people have to pursue a case in court. The introduction of stalking protection orders will have some financial effects for their application by police to the courts, and my officials are working closely with criminal justice partners in the assessment of a full financial business case in that regard. Further, both Sinead Bradley and Rachel Woods raised the issue of training, which is incredibly important. Any change in the law will not simply be a solution to this horrendous crime. Training for all criminal justice partners will be an integral and essential part of successfully implementing the new legislation. Following the outcome of the stalking consultation and in preparation for the new legislation, my department hosted a very successful event for operational partners and voluntary organisations in order to keep awareness of stalking high on the agenda. Keynote speakers from the College of Policing, Crown Prosecution Service and Stalking Advocacy shared their knowledge, training and expertise, which led to the event receiving very positive feedback from our partners. My officials will continue to build on this with operational partners and plan to hold a similar event, which will be virtual this time around, before legislation comes into force. In terms of time frame, and a number of members, I think, rightly raised their concerns around delay, and I would want to assure them that whilst the Assembly was not working for those 3 years, the Department has been, and I think that's reflected in the fact that this is now the third piece of legislation which we've got to second reading in this House from the Department. And we will continue to press ahead with legislation where that is required. In terms of the timescale for implementation of the legislation, we anticipate the offences will come into force upon royal assent. Stalking protection orders will require some lead-in time for training, and so that may be 3 to 6 months after royal assent. To be clear on the point which Rachel Woods made, we have no powers to direct the judiciary with respect to training. That is something that has to be taken up by the judiciary themselves, because they are entirely independent of us, and I think we'd not welcome our interference in that regard. Further, Sinead did ask the question about powers of entry in respect to stalking offences and whether or not we believe that those powers of entry are already in place. And yes, we do believe that the powers of entry and search for both the stalking offence and the offence of threatening and abusive behaviour are indictable offences. These powers are therefore contained within Part 3 of the Police and Criminal Evidence Order, Northern Ireland, 1989, powers of entry, search and seizure. Consultation documents set out a comparison of the powers used in other jurisdictions and asked for views on whether we needed a power of search. The consultation also highlighted that if we were to create a summary-only offence, like they have in England and Wales, then our legislation would have to specifically provide that power to enable police to apply for a warrant to enter and search premises. In Scotland, both offences were indictable and therefore provision for entry and search was automatically provided. And I think that is the case with our own offence. Moving on then to Doug Beattie's contribution and indeed Paula Bradshaw, both of whom I think rightly highlighted the various motivations that can drive people and their stalking behaviour and the impact that it has on those who are victimised. Mr Beattie also referred to some of the key statistics, and I think it's important that we take a moment in this debate to reflect on those statistics. The police's most recent recorded crime by offence statistics from November 2020 show that in the year 2019-20 there were 10,062 harassment incidents reported in Northern Ireland. Harassment incidents also include malicious communications, and this overall figure for 2019-20 was broken down as harassment accounting for 4,668 incidents, malicious communications accounting for 4,790 incidents, and the remaining 604 incidents were intimidation. This represents a 90.8% increase from the previous year of 2018-19 and one of the highest levels on record since reporting began in 1998-99. Just to give more weight to those figures, if we look at harassment, in 2015, in terms of convictions under the Protection for Harassment Order, in 2015, 126 people were convicted, whilst in 2019, 141 were convicted. In terms of breach of restraining order, 31 people were convicted for that in 2015, rising to 85 in 2019. And in terms of the number of convictions resulting in a custodial sentence for harassment offences, in 2015 that was 17, rising to 30 in 2019. Mr Beattie also raised the issue as to whether or not new legislation would make internet trolling an offence. Current legislation in Northern Ireland does allow for prosecutions in relation to protecting people from harassment or bullying, whether directly or in the form of cyberbullying or trolling. The new stalking legislation will define conduct, which includes monitoring the use of the internet, email or other forms of electronic communication. Harassment and bullying are already criminal offences in Northern Ireland, whether perpetrated directly in person or in the form of cyberbullying. The maximum penalty for harassment is 2 years imprisonment, which may be increased to 7 years where there is a threat of violence, or 10 years where a person threatens to kill another person. As previously outlined, the new stalking offence will carry a maximum penalty of 10 years. Specifically, in relation to trolling, Article 3 of the Malicious Communications Northern Ireland Order 1988 makes it an offence to send indecent, offensive, threatening or false letters or articles with intent to cause distress or anxiety, which attracts a penalty of up to a £2,500 fine. Section 127 of the Communications Act 2003 also makes it an offence to use public electronic communications networks to send a message or any other matter that is grossly offensive or menacing, and provides a penalty of a maximum of 6 months' imprisonment and/or a fine of £5,000. While I'm satisfied that there are a range of offences that can be used to tackle and prosecute offensive online behaviour in Northern Ireland, I am always open to suggestions as to how the laws in this area can be strengthened. I am, however, mindful that internet misuse generally and social media abuse specifically are not areas that are either unique to Northern Ireland and indeed in some cases are not devolved to Northern Ireland where it is a communications-related issue. I am working hard with the Home Office and with the Department for Culture, Media and Sport As you know, they have a white paper on online harms, and I am keen that we grasp those issues collectively. I do also think that there is a certain weight to be gathered from working cooperatively with other jurisdictions, as much of what is required to protect people, particularly from online trolls who have unverified accounts, really comes as a result of how the platforms themselves manage their business. And I think it requires a cooperative approach to this. Indeed, in the EU, I know that there is considerable work going on about unverified accounts, and I think that there is a lesson for us all in terms of being able to work with them. I'm slightly disappointed that without scrutiny or evidence, Mr Frew indicated that online elements of this bill need to be made fit for purpose. I do hope he is going to approach the bill with an open mind, as considerable work has gone into shaping the bill, including with victims and stakeholders, and I wouldn't want that to be disregarded. However, he also asked a pertinent question with respect to how the new penalties in the bill compare with those in the Protection from Harassment order. In terms of this bill, the bill will introduce greater penalties for the new offences than those currently provided for within harassment legislation. The current penalties for the offences of harassment and fear of violence are Article 3 offensive harassment on conviction, on indictment, that is trial by a jury in a Crown Court, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 2 years, a fine or both, or on summary conviction heard in a magistrate's court with no jury, to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, or a fine not exceeding the statutory maximum, that is £5,000, or both. An Article 6 offence of putting people in fear of violence on conviction on indictment to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 7 years, or a fine, or both. Or on summary conviction to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 6 months, or a fine not exceeding the statutory maximum, that is £5,000. In comparison, you will note that the penalties in the bill go further than the harassment offences. The new offence of stalking, which is comparable to the offence of putting people in fear of violence, will increase the sentence to a maximum of 10 years, compared to 7 years on conviction on indictment. On summary conviction, the sentence increases to 12 months, compared with 6 months, and I hope that that is helpful. Turning to the new offence of threatening and abusive behaviour, again comparable to the harassment offence, we will see the sentence increase from 5 years compared to 2 years on conviction on indictment, and on summary conviction the sentence again increases to 12 months compared to 6 months. A number of other members raised, including Rachel Woods and Jerry Carroll, the issue of a women and girls strategy. I would remind people, of course, that it is not only women who can be stalked. And whilst there is a perception that that is the case, we do need to be cautious again as an Assembly to remember that there can be other people who are stalked and that women and girls can indeed be perpetrators of stalking. So we need to be careful about conflating the two. However, setting that aside, the issue of a women and girls strategy is not strictly a matter for the Department of Justice. It is a matter for the Executive to take forward as a whole, and is not simply about justice strategy. As the members will be aware, I take the issue of women and girls in the justice system very seriously, and I hope that they will be responding to the consultation which we have out at the moment in terms of strategy for women and girls in custody, because I think it is important that we recognise the different motivations and the different rehabilitation methods that are necessary for dealing with women and girls in the justice system. But on the wider issue of how we deal with women and girls, it would fall to other departments to be the lead on that. The issue of minimum age of criminal responsibility was also raised. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have on many occasions in this House made my position on this clear. We have one of the lowest ages of criminal responsibility anywhere in the Western world. I believe it is too low. I think we need to look at raising it to a more reasonable figure. I know my predecessor, David Ford, tried to do so during one of the passages of his bill. The initial intent was to raise it to 12, which is still incredibly low, and then rising further to 14, and that was rejected. I have written, as members have noted, to the Executive colleagues, again to engage them on this issue, and I still await those responses. I would encourage members who feel strongly about the issue to write to members of the Executive and encourage them to take the matter seriously and to respond appropriately to it. I believe that at 10 years old, a person is not sufficiently of understanding to know the consequences of their actions in the same way. And whilst the justice system in many cases will allow for that, I do believe that 10 years old is incredibly young. And when we look at those who offend at that very young end of the scale, what we often find is that those young people are actually victims themselves, and we need to deal with them in a very different way to adult offenders. Mr. Speaker, it was also raised about the issue of collecting data on offences, which I hope I have addressed in how we would go forward, but it is not possible for the Department of Justice to collate data on offences that don't currently exist. So it would be for other agencies and indeed other research projects to be able to do that. But we do monitor, for example, and I have given the figures today about harassment and how the harassment situation breaks down, so that we get some feel for where stalking may lie within that. Again, other members have raised the issue around education and indeed in terms of how we educate our young people in terms of more healthy relationships and more healthy attitudes towards women and girls in particular. I don't disagree with anything that has been said in that regard. It needs to happen. It is the primary responsibility for the Department of Education to reform RSE and to make sure that people have more constructive attitudes when it comes to women and girls. I will, yes.
Thank you. Thank the Minister for taking an intervention. Would the Minister agree with me that what we need is actually a uniform approach right across our education system? Because currently that is not what we have, and schools get to decide what a healthy relationship looks like, and that is not healthy.
I completely agree. I think we need uniform and non-judgmental RSE education so that young people have the opportunity to explore with their teachers and with their peers what healthy relationships look like, what healthy attitudes towards different genders and indeed different sexualities looks like. And I think it's really important that that happens as part of the structure of education in an age-appropriate way. In terms of the Gillen review, of course, of the law and practice in regard to serious sexual offences, it was highlighted that there was an issue in terms of societal attitudes and that needed to be tackled, both in terms of a cross-executive approach but also in terms of an education process. And my department continues to work with the Department for Education to ensure that we can deliver on those elements, because it is hugely important that we learn from the different reviews that we have taken forward as to how we can have better educated young people, better equipped for their future and better able to spot the warning signs when it comes to abusive, coercive or stalking behaviour. With respect to the Scottish experience, and I know that Rachel Woods has raised this, officials have engaged throughout with the Home Office and with the Scottish Government about their various offences. Our offence is shaped by that experience gained during operationalisation of the offence and also its implementation. Year on year in Scotland, they have seen an increase in stalking offences since the introduction of the legislation, and so we have learned from that experience in shaping the legislation before us. Turning then to Jim Allister's queries in respect of the bill, particularly in respect of stalking protection orders. The police, these are designed for the police to use to disrupt stalking behaviours before they become entrenched or escalate in severity, and through them protect victims where there is an immediate risk of harm. They are intended as a disruptor, and they would normally follow obviously on from a complaint for a victim, but it would be the police who would apply for the orders, taking the onus away from the victim. And it would require the victim to have engaged in that complaint, though not necessarily to have consented to such an order being sought. In order to make an application to the Magistrates' Court, however, the police officer must be satisfied that the defendant has carried out acts associated with stalking, that they pose a risk of stalking to another person, and that the order is necessary to protect the other person from that risk. An interim order can be in advance of prosecution or a fixed duration. Appeals are to the County Court, and Clause 10 allows for any defendant to seek a variation or discharge of an order. I'm happy to meet the member to address those specific concerns in more detail if it would be helpful, because I realise he has a particular interest in that regard.
Well, I'd certainly be happy to take up that invitation, but just so as we're clear, am I correct that a stalking protection order can be made on a single act, without a course of conduct, such as would be required for the criminal offence, that a course of conduct is not required. Am I correct that an order could be made without the accused or the subject of that order ever having the opportunity to be heard? And am I correct that that order could last by repetition indefinitely?
Well, I think, again, the member has taken the case in extremis and has assumed that it would apply all at one time. If someone, for example, had only committed one act, it is unlikely that in extremis they would have an ongoing order applied against them if there were to be no repetition of that behaviour and no breach of the order. I think it's also worth considering that, as I said, that Clause 10 allows for the defendant to seek a variation or a discharge of the order. So where an order is made as an emergency provision in order to protect an individual from threat of harm and from risk of stalking, that is then subject, obviously, to the individual being able to appeal against it to the courts. As I say, I'm happy to meet with the member and go through those concerns in more detail to provide him with the reassurance that is required. Mr Deputy Speaker, I am aware of the impact that this has on victims. Many of those victims have very bravely come forward and have shared their personal accounts with me, and they are the driving force behind this bill. I know many of you will feel the same because you will have engaged with your own constituents. John Blair raised his constituent, with whom I have also met, and having spoken with her in detail, I cannot be anything other than moved and depressed, frankly, by the treatment of those who have been subjected to stalking over a protracted period of time and have felt that the law was not there to protect them. Gemma Dolan also raised a high-profile case, that of Alison Morris, with whom I also met, and discussed the experiences that she had at the hands of a stalker. Having met with them, I am acutely aware of the devastating consequences of stalking on people's lives. They are living in fear on a daily basis. It is not only the occasion where the stalker is present, but all of the times when they walk out of a door, when they walk out of their workplace, when they go out with friends and they scan the room to see if the stalker is there or whether the stalker will arrive. They are constantly on their guard, constantly fearful for their safety and constantly worried about their reputation, which is often also a line of attack from those who stalk. Not only the individual themselves, but often the abuse that is hurled at their family in order to try to control their behaviour or get their attention. And I think that it's important to recognise that the legislation also covers stalking by proxy, where someone opts to harass family members in order to have an impact on the individual. People are living in fear on a daily basis. It has serious, long-lasting and devastating impacts on those individuals whose confidence is shaken, whose lives are turned upside down. Put simply, stalking destroys lives. This is our chance to intervene and to help victims. And I want to leave you today with a quote from a victim. "I was terribly afraid, maybe because I was unable to predict how far things would go before someone could stop him. He acted like a person who had lost his mind, and I didn't know when or where the next attack would happen. I didn't feel protected enough." Mr Deputy Speaker, this is our opportunity to ensure that no other victim ever feels not protected enough. Thank you.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the Protection from Stalking Bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. And that concludes the second stage of the Protection from Stalking Bill. The bill stands referred to the Committee for Justice. I'd ask members to take their ease for a few moments before the next item of business.
Thank you, members. The next item of business is a motion to approve a statutory rule. I shall ask the clerk to please read the motion.
That the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 Amendment Regulations Northern Ireland 2021 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister for Health, Mr Robin Swan, to move the motion. Thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate. Before I invite the Minister to commence the debate, I remind members that there has been an arrest related to a gathering over the weekend. I do not want to inhibit discussion on the motion which asks the Assembly to approve legislation, but in accordance with my responsibilities under Standing Order 73, I would caution members to be particularly careful that they say nothing in their contribution to today's debate that may prejudice the outcome of any criminal proceedings. Members who deliberately flout the sub judice rule will be asked to resume their seat. I now call upon the Minister for Health, Mr Robin Swan, to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. Today I am bringing forward for debate the first amendment to the Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 Regulations for 2021, SR No. 3 of 2021. With your permission, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I will set the context and briefly summarise the statutory rule. The current set of restrictions were introduced from the 26th of December to address the escalation in COVID-positive cases and hospitalisations that had been predicted in the modelling just before Christmas. There were also enhanced restrictions between 8 p.m. and 6 a.m. from the 26th of December until the 2nd of January, with an accompanying power for the PSNI to direct persons home where they were engaged in prohibited activity or intending to be so engaged. These amendments have been previously debated in the Chamber, and I am grateful to the junior ministers for leading on those debates. At the time the amendments to the regulations were made, which brought into effect the current restrictions, it has and was the intention of the Executive to maintain these restrictions for at least 6 weeks, and that would be until the 5th of February. At an Executive meeting on 5th of January, I gave an update on the state of the epidemic at that point. This demonstrated that the case numbers had risen significantly over the Christmas period. The reproductive rate of the virus, the RT value, had risen to the upper end of the modelling limits and was close to 1.8 based on the recorded case numbers. That was accompanied with a significant increase in positive tests. It was clear that there had been a substantial increase in virus transmission as a result of the behaviours during the pre-Christmas relaxations and Christmas social interaction and mixing. This was in line with the modelling projections the Executive had considered during December. The restrictions which had been in place since the 26th of December were not yet having a significant impact on the indicators of disease. It was expected their impact would be apparent in the data during the following 1 to 2 weeks. In the meantime, there was very significant and growing pressure on our hospital system and on critical care. These pressures were expected to continue to escalate and intensify against the backdrop of a system already under extraordinary and protracted strain. In order to ensure our health and social care system could manage the predicted peak levels of disease, and given the level of infection circulated in the community at the time, the Executive agreed that enhanced restrictions should be introduced with effect from Thursday, the 7th of January, to bear down on the rate of virus transmission. The amended regulations we are debating today gave effect to the changes agreed by the Executive at this point, the first week of January. The amended regulations SR 2021 No. 3 included the following amendments. General restrictions on movement were introduced, similar to those used during the first lockdown in March last year, but adapted to take account of those activities not currently permitted. Indoor and outdoor gatherings were restricted to 6 persons from 2 households, with some exceptions. This is a reduction from the previous 15-person limit. Gathering and private dwellings were restricted, both indoors and outdoors, to 1 household, or 1 household and its linked household to a maximum of 10 persons. This aligned the restrictions on outdoor gatherings and private dwellings with the restrictions on indoor gatherings in private dwellings. The exercise provision was amended to permit exercise alone with your own household, with a member of your own bubble, or with 1 other person. The power for the PSNI to direct persons home was reintroduced, as was previously in place from the 26th of December to the 2nd of January only. These regulations came into operation at midnight on the 7th of January and remain in place today. Whilst they were all individually important, I do believe the importance, not just in effect but also in simplicity, of the legal stay-at-home message cannot be overstated. The mobility data in the weeks before Christmas very clearly suggested that the stay-at-home and work-from-home guidance was not being adhered to sufficiently and was far from the levels experienced during the first lockdown in March last year. In addition, I had also regularly suggested to executive colleagues that a high-visibility policing operation through an increased presence of vehicle checkpoints, for instance, would send a clear message to the general public. I believe these restrictions were a measured and proportionate response to the information which was available at the time. The trajectory of the epidemic since their introduction has demonstrated these restrictions are having a positive effect on infection rates. However, we are not yet where we need to be, and there is absolutely no room for complacency at this time. The restrictions continue to be necessary today if we are to protect the health of our population. As the hospitals continue to be operating at a very high level of occupancy, this will take some weeks and months to work through. We need to drive down the level of virus circulating in the general population to a greater degree to allow the health service to regain its capacity to treat both COVID and non-COVID patients alike. This is why, informed by the latest modelling and projections for the disease, and the Executive agreed subsequently, when the regulations were reviewed in the third week of January, that the current restrictions should and would be extended for a further month up until the 5th of March. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I hope that provides you with a summary of the context in which these regulations were made and an outline of their content, and I commend the regulations to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. I call the Chair of the Health Committee, Mr Colm Gildernew.
The Health Committee understands all too well the impact that this pandemic has had not only on our health service and staff, as referred to you at the outset of your remarks, Minister, but on all of our people right across the north and indeed right across the island. I am very conscious this afternoon, that as we discuss these regulations, taking the combined NISRA and the figures in the 26 counties, there are now 6,134 people have lost their lives to COVID, every one of which is an individual, family and community tragedy, and every one of which I send sympathy and condolences to. These past 11 months have been difficult for everyone, and I want to thank the vast majority of people who have followed the restrictions that have been put in place. It is with great difficulty that the Committee has considered these statutory rules that place restrictions not only on what we can do, but on our interactions with family and friends. However, we understand that we need to do all we can to reduce the pressure on our health service and its staff, who are working under extreme pressure. We are also thankful for the continued rollout of the vaccine programme, and it does provide us with hope that there will be an end to these restrictions. This specific rule came into operation on 7th of January and makes a number of provisions, including restricting gatherings, introducing restrictions on movement from home, and introducing a power to direct people to return home. The Committee was briefed by the Department on this rule on the 20th of January. I would note that the Committee received very late notice of the briefing, and the rule and accompanying papers had to be tabled at the meeting, giving members minimum opportunity to consider the rules. I have previously outlined on prior regulations the urgency with which these regulations are being made and the resulting lack of prior engagement. The Committee has inquired about efforts to analyse the impact to ensure future regulations are informed by such learning. Indeed, this issue was raised directly with officials at the briefing on the 20th of January. I would ask the Minister to ensure that moving forward the Committee receives these rules in a more timely manner, alongside an analysis of the expected impact that the easing of or the putting in place of restrictions would have. This will provide assurance that lessons have been learned and that restrictions are being eased or put in place appropriately. At the briefing by officials on 20th of January, the Committee sought clarity on a number of issues, including under Regulations 5 and 5A, the rules for indoor gatherings. A number of members also sought clarity in relation to the rules for click and collect and highlighted some concerns of an uneven playing field between smaller independent retailers and multinationals. The committee were advised that the Executive were further considering this issue, and I would be grateful if the Minister could outline progress on that matter. As previously discussed, members have concerns about the limitations of post hoc scrutiny and the continuing approach of legislating without formal consultation and impact assessment. It is acknowledged, however, that this opportunity for debate allows members to place on record their views, and we trust it will inform subsequent regulations. I would just like to make a couple of very brief remarks as Sinn Féin spokesperson for Health. Firstly, to say that we recognise these restrictions are necessary and they are designed to stop chains of transmission. We also all understand that these powers wouldn't be necessary except that there is a pandemic. However, there is, I suppose, a growing understanding that a cycle of lockdowns and easements is not sustainable and has negative consequences. The developments with vaccines are hugely welcome and I think do provide certainly scope for hope that the worst days of this can be behind us. However, I think we all recognise that given the current situation with new variants across the world, that there is no certainty with vaccines and that we still need to maintain the other public health measures and indeed to reinforce and increase that strategy of find, test, trace, isolate and support, and that this needs to be kept in parallel with positive developments around the vaccines. Sinna Priolash, thank you for that.
Thank you. Before I call the next member, it's Mr Buckley, I just want to tell members I have Mr Buckley, Ms Hunter, Ms Bradshaw, Ms McKillen and Mr McNulty on my list. Mr Carroll, if any other members wishing to speak or to participate in the debate, if they could please rise in their place, I will add them to my list. Mr Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And again, I start this debate, as we all have in the weeks that we relate to the coronavirus regulations, by placing on record my sincere thanks to all of those healthcare professionals who continue to play their part in controlling this virus and trying to tend to those who have succumbed to it. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, it goes without saying that they still continue to face considerably high pressure points across the different hospital sites across Northern Ireland and indeed even across the United Kingdom. The regulation before us today is a rule that amends the date that the Department of Health must review the need for the restrictions and requirements imposed by Regulation 3 of the Principal Regulations to on or before the 18th of February 2021. The rule also amends the expiry date detailed in Regulation 15 of the Principal Regulations to midnight on the 5th of March 2021. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, as we have on previous occasions and we debate the health regulations, it is key to note that, as the Minister has said, that restrictions in themselves have helped to bring infection rates down, but we must be ever mindful of the other impacts across our society that continued lockdowns and restrictions are having. We must remain vigilant and do what we can to ensure that we can control the virus, but also indeed look to those other sectors and how we can best support them. I do take great heart, as many members will in this chamber, in relation to the vaccination programme, and I have and I will again place on record my thanks to the Minister and his department, and indeed Patricia Donnelly, for the efficient manner in which the vaccination programme is being delivered in Northern Ireland. You know, we can hear plenty in this chamber about what was done wrong and right in relation to COVID-19. We all have different gripes about certain aspects of it. I will not shy away from saying that I do as well. But on the vaccination programme, I think we can look to it with a real sense of pride that the United Kingdom has been a world leader in vaccination rollout. And, you know, we have only had to look at the debacle last week, I think it was, in relation to the AstraZeneca debate across Europe. Thankful that the United Kingdom had sufficient supply chains in place and that Northern Ireland has reaped the benefits of their membership of the United Kingdom, where we see in our society being vaccinated at a record-breaking speed. And I do hope that those difficulties pertaining to the European Union and the rollout of the vaccine can be solved and solved soon to ensure that we can get a general society back to some form of normality. But there is more work to be done on the vaccination programme, and that is a conversation that we need to continue to have about those at-risk sectors and how we can best bring society back to normalisation. And I do indeed think of that teaching population across Northern Ireland, because the untold impact on our young people throughout COVID-19, I think members right across this chamber can agree with me. It really has been devastating, and unfortunately we will only truly see those difficulties in the years ahead when it may be too late to intervene. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm mindful of what you have said, and looking at these regulations and the power that was put in place for police to send people home, I think it is important that we do note that it is important that we have this debate here today in relation to the policing of the COVID restrictions. There's been, without doubt, the COVID regulations have been a difficult matter to police. It's been a difficult adjustment for how we deal with it, both in terms of police having to operate in ways in which we never thought they would, having to intervene in situations that they themselves never thought that they would have to. And I do make reference to, undoubtedly, the Ormeau Road incident at the weekend was difficult for the PSNI, especially given the need to respect the fact that there was grieving families and what was a horrible atrocity, a historical atrocity of the Troubles, and I think that should be in the foresight of all of our minds. But however, I also have to say, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, that my thoughts are also with those regular officers, those routine officers that have had to deal with a situation that is new to them and new to society, and they've had to intervene and get involved in matters which, in their normal day of policing, they never could have envisaged.
Could I ask the member just to resume his seat just briefly?
Absolutely.
I'll just remind the House, Standing Order 73 states, members shall not in any proceedings of the Assembly refer to any matter in respect of which legal proceedings are active within the meaning of Section 2 of the Contempt of Court Act 1981, except to the extent permitted by the Speaker. I just would urge members to just tread carefully.
Deputy Speaker, and I will make no specific reference to the individual that was arrested and that ongoing matter. But as has been set out in this House in the matter of the day this morning, it is right that this House debates this, because it's in the very context of coronavirus regulations that we must. You know, I do say this, and it's in relation to policing in general of the COVID regulations, and in particular at the weekend. I do find it disgraceful, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, that we seem to have an element of policing by social media pressure and by perceived political pressure. We have seen, and I don't say these words lightly, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, but in my opinion, we have seen weak, lily-livered leadership from senior PSNI officials and how these COVID regulations are being dealt with. I mean, the irony of it all, that the PSNI should receive phone calls from the Deputy First Minister Michelle O'Neill in relation to policing of coronavirus regulations, given that among most she was a chief rule breaker in the Bobby Story funeral. It's something that this House has to take reference of. We really have to look at it, because if we are sending PSNI officers by means of these regulations to enforce, to have conversations with general members of the public and how they abide to them, it's important that there's a consistent approach. Unfortunately, and I think members right across the House will agree, that that sadly has been missing, and something that has sowed seeds of confusion, and it has also led to a real level of trust in relation to how the PSNI operate on these matters. Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I want to talk about the need for financial support and to prepare the roadmap for the reopening of our economy. This is something that has been debated time and time again in the House, and I hope the Minister can maybe shed some light in relation to, in particular, the click and collect services and the ability in which we can find a way that independent retailers can receive the necessary support that they need to get through this difficult time. Because I did mention in last week's debate about the need for us to recognise that there very much is an unlevel playing field out there in relation to the independent small retailer and the large multinational. It's something that I think this House should have had a grip of quite some time ago, but unfortunately, and I do understand that there had been a working group which was outlined by the junior ministers last week. Perhaps the Minister can give us an update on that, because I think it's essential for public confidence that A, we fund those independent retailers in a way in which we'll keep them closed, or we look to some sort of limited form of click and collect that can facilitate those businesses to sell stock which is withering on the vine. Its value is going down day on daily by their inability to sell. And I think we really do need to look at ways in which we can support them. We also need to look at further economic packages in which we can provide those different sectors that have been affected by COVID-19 so that post-COVID-19 that they can thrive and return to our high street in a way which is befitting. Restrictions, as the Minister has mentioned, has had a positive impact on infection rates, but my fear has always been at what is the impact of other elements of our society. Our children and young people, as have been mentioned, have had such a tremendous impact upon them and upon their families, and the inability sometimes to cater for their educational needs as would have been the normal in everyday teaching. I do think it is also time that, and I really think this conversation needs to be had, and it's something that we had quite considerable debate on the last time the COVID regulations were here. It's in relation to starting the groundwork for rebuilding and restoring normal services. And I particularly mentioned cancer services. It's something that really has touched me throughout the COVID-19 pandemic, to see people that are suffering. And they're suffering because, as I did mention, maybe for fear of presenting themselves to GPs, or the difficulties that pertains in relation to COVID-19, but also their fear that they don't want to come to A&E's door because they don't want to overwhelm an already busy health service. I think we really do need to get the message out there that our services are open for those that are suffering from cancers. Cancer detection still are lagging well behind normal levels. The Northern Ireland Cancer Registry, in its December update, said that from the 1st of March to the 5th of December 2020, the number of patients with a pathology sample indicating cancer was 19% lower than the average number for the same time period in 2017 to 2019. Based upon the monthly trends in patients with a pathology samples indicating cancer, there was an estimated shortfall, Mr Deputy Speaker, of 1,300 patients during March to November 2020 compared to the expected number. Some of these missing patients may have had clinical diagnosis only. So I do think there is a need for us to have this discussion. It's important that we try to restore non-COVID services as quickly as possible to see to it that those vulnerable people in our society can have the service which they do indeed deserve. Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to close on the note, and perhaps it is time that we started to have this conversation, albeit that we're not out of the woods yet in relation to COVID-19. And I do look on, as the Chair has noted, in relation to some of the worrying developments with regards to different variants. I particularly think of the Brazilian variant and indeed the South African one. And perhaps maybe the Minister can relay some of the fears of the House today in relation to the effectiveness and efficiency of, or the efficacy of, the AstraZeneca vaccination in particular, and others, to those variants, and how we as a society can adjust our pathway to recovery on that basis. And I do hope that we can begin the conversation of, whereas we can start to plot and chart a roadmap to recovery for our society, and particularly with schools, with our economy, and indeed with our health service, because it is important, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that we give people hope. I think that is something that many looked forward to in 2021, albeit it hasn't come at the pace in which they would have thought. But it is essential now that we do look, I feel, beyond the blunt instrument of restrictions. I do understand how a restriction does have a positive impact on infection levels, but equally the myth that restrictions kill this virus, and if the society abides by it by a certain length of time, that it will go away is in itself a myth, because we have all seen the repeat cycles. So it is important that we look to a roadmap to recovery that supports and enables sections of society that have been grossly impacted by the coronavirus restrictions and regulations, but also noting the fact, and I do indeed note it, the impact that it has on infection levels. So on that, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank you for giving me the way to speak. Thanks.
Thank you, members. As there is literally just 5 minutes to go until question time, I propose to suspend this sitting of the Assembly until 2 p.m. for question time. This debate will continue after questions to Government Ministers, when the next Speaker will be Ms Cara Hunter. Thank you. The sitting is suspended by your leave.
Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary. Programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland.
Okay, members. It's time for questions to the Executive Office, and I would advise members that question 7 has been withdrawn, and I call Jerry Carroll to ask the first question. Jerry Carroll.
Question number 1.
Over this past year, Mr Speaker, we have worked continuously to put measures in place to curb the spread of the virus in Northern Ireland. A zero COVID-19 strategy would require a 5 nations approach to collectively close our borders with other countries. Our response as an executive and recovery from COVID-19 will continue to be focused on the health and well-being of our citizens, our economic well-being and revitalising the economy and our societal and community well-being. The restrictions implemented are there to help reduce the spread of coronavirus and to help manage the pressures on our health and social care system. In making decisions, the Executive considers 3 key criteria: the most up-to-date medical and scientific evidence, the ability of the health service to cope, and the wider impacts on our health, society and economy. Every proposal to change restrictions that comes before the Executive has been reviewed by the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor. They attend Executive meetings and give their advice directly to us. Following the increase in coronavirus cases, the Executive agreed the current restrictions on the 17th of December. We moved quickly to put in place measures to reduce the spread of the virus and help manage the pressures on our health and social care system. We have continued to keep the restrictions under review and took the decision on the 21st of January to extend these restrictions until the 5th of March, and we will review them again on the 18th of February. The single most important action we can all take is to stay at home. The Executive places a particular emphasis on people and families, as we know how important this is to everyone. Any future Executive decisions will therefore be informed by the impact they may have on us as individuals, families and the wider communities within which we all live, and will be necessary and proportionate. Since the current regulations were put in place on the 26th of December, we have been encouraged that the majority of people are adhering to them and that they are doing their utmost to help limit the spread of COVID-19. This can clearly be seen in the falling R number and the reduction in the number of positive cases. However, the pressure on our hospitals will remain for some time, and as such, we cannot be complacent.
Well, Jerry Carroll for supplementary.
Thank you. It's widely regarded that the Executive's handling of this pandemic has been catastrophic, and you compare it with other countries who have had a low number of deaths return to normal somewhat as they have developed a zero-COVID approach. Many hope lessons will be learned. I remain unconvinced. Professor Mark Schreim has said, if the pandemic was like a cancer, the government have adopted the essential oils approach, perfunctory, half measures and wishful thinking. That's true here. Given that, will the First Minister commit to engaging with those advocating for a zero-COVID strategy and commit to adopting one on this island with their counterparts in the south as well?
Well, I thank the member for his questions. Of course, we haven't been taking advice from quacks, as I think he is indicating. We've been taking advice from the Chief Medical Officer and the Chief Scientific Advisor, and indeed from SAGE in the United Kingdom. As I've already indicated in my substantive answer, a zero-COVID approach would only work on a 5-nations basis. I am pleased to say, in terms of the quarantine, that we are working in that regard, and hopefully that will help in relation to the problems with international travel.
Call Colin Gildernew.
Minister, it's clear that First Minister is clear that COVID-19 does not recognise borders, and which speaks very much to the need for enhanced collaboration and working together. Can the Minister outline the practical benefits of an all-island cooperation in managing our response to the public health emergency?
Well, I would absolutely be delighted if we could have cooperation from the Republic of Ireland's government in relation to data sharing, Mr Speaker. I mean, we've been very disappointed about the way in which this has been approached. We're told there's a problem from the Attorney-General of the Republic of Ireland, and then we're told it's another problem with the Commissioner for Information. I would have thought that if we want to try and make sure that we deal with COVID in a proper way, that we should be sharing the information, and we again will raise this issue with the Republic of Ireland's government. But I have to say, in our last meeting, I was very disappointed that Simon Coveney, the Minister for Foreign Affairs, was again hiding behind some reason or other as to why it couldn't be done. It's a very straightforward matter. The Minister of Health has been looking for this information now for coming on 11 months, and I think it's about time that it was sorted out.
I call Cara Hunter.
Mr Speaker, I'd like to thank the First Minister for her answer so far. Can I ask the First Minister for her assessment of the mental health impact of lockdowns and what cross-departmental approach will be taken to mitigate this?
I do thank the member for her question. It's something that we're very conscious of, particularly for our young people with the closure of schools and the fact that they're not having that interaction with their peers that they're so used to having on an ongoing basis. Also concerned in relation to isolation of older people and the fact that they are not having the contact that they usually would have. So, as the member will know, we set up a cross-departmental mental health group under the chairmanship of the Minister of Health shortly after we came back into government again. I think it was February-March time last year, before COVID actually hit us as a nation. So it is important that we continue to work through that. I know that the Minister of Health is very much aware of the mental health crisis that unfortunately awaits us after we have dealt with these COVID issues, but we're trying to do all that we can to support people as we go through COVID, but we are recognising that more funding will need to be made available after this COVID pandemic has passed through.
I call Alan Chambers.
Speaker, and thank you, First Minister, for your answers so far. Unfortunately, we may have to live with COVID for many years to come, and we'll all have to continue to make personal sacrifices. But what mechanisms will be put in place to address localised outbreaks in the future?
I think the member will remember that when we started through restrictions, we did begin with localised restrictions, and unfortunately that didn't work because we are quite a small jurisdiction, and therefore the movement of people in any way spreads the coronavirus, and therefore that we found ourselves in a situation where we had to take nationwide approach to the restrictions. I think the testing will perform quite a useful tool for us moving forward. I note today in England that all employers who have employees of more than 50 can now apply for testing kits, rapid testing kits, and then they can follow that up with PCR tests after that. So it's something that I think we need to consider, particularly for those employers who have food preparation, those places where COVID spreads quite rapidly, often in an asymptomatic way that people don't actually realise that they have COVID. So testing will form very much part of the strategy, I think, moving forward as well, of course, as the vaccine, which continues to be rolling out in Northern Ireland in a very professional way. And I do want to pay tribute to the work of the vaccination team for everything that they're doing here in Northern Ireland.
I call Nicola Brogan.
Number 2.
The Shared Island Fund is a Republic of Ireland Government initiative with €500 million to be made available through to 2025. The fund provides capital funding for investment on a strategic basis in collaborative Northern Ireland, Republic of Ireland projects that will support agreed cross-border cooperation. The Executive is working with the ROI Government, including through the North-South Ministerial Council, to consider whether the Shared Island Fund may contribute to our emerging programme for government outcomes and deliver mutual benefit in both jurisdictions. We also discussed the fund at the North-South Ministerial Council institutional meeting in December, and our officials are working with ROI Government counterparts to explore how the fund might operate and where it would contribute to our programme for government priorities. We have discussed with the ROI Government some of their priorities for such investment, including infrastructure initiatives such as the A5, the Ulster Canal, the Narrowwater Bridge and cross-border greenways, including the Sligo to Enniskillen Greenway, achieving greater connectivity, including, for instance, examining the feasibility of high-speed rail connections, new investment and development opportunities in the North Western border communities, supporting cooperation between both jurisdictions in the area of research and innovation, and exploring a joint approach to environmental issues to tackle climate breakdown and the biodiversity crisis.
Nicola Brogan, supplementary.
I thank the First Minister for her answer. Does the Minister agree with me that targeted investment and collaborative working between the Executive and the Dublin Government is key to delivering future opportunity and prosperity along the border corridor?
Well, I thank the member for her question. Of course, we were disappointed that when this Shared Island Fund was announced, that there was no communication with the Executive about how this would be brought forward. It was announced without consultation with the Executive. However, we will continue to speak with the Republic of Ireland's Government through the North-South Ministerial Council to see whether we can have our programme for government outcomes align with their objectives, which they have set out in their Shared Island agenda.
Thank you. I welcome the commitment from the Irish Government to invest in the all-island infrastructure. I note that at the recent NSMC funding was confirmed for the Ulster Canal that runs through my constituency of Lagan Valley. Can the Minister provide an update on the Executive Office's commitment to ensure the Executive funding for the infrastructure flagship as promised by New Decade, New Approach?
Thanks to the member excuse me, for his question. He may be disappointed to know that Phase 1 is actually from the Upper Loch in my constituency to Castle Saunderson, but I do recognise that if it were to roll on to completion, it would go right across into his own constituency. Phase 1 of the restoration comprises 2.45 kilometres of new navigation from Upper Loch Earn near Quivy Loch along the River Finn to a new boating destination at Castle Saunderson. He may know that Castle Saunderson is run by the Scout Association, so it's actually a very good initiative. That was opened in late 2019, and as a result of that, we're now moving on to Phase 2 of the restoration, which includes approximately 800 metres of canal and associated towpaths, construction of a canal basin and amenity area in Clonus, which of course is very close to my constituency as well. And then the remaining section of the canal restoration will connect Castle Saunderson to Clonfad and thereby link the town of Clonus to Loch Earn. This is obviously a long and complicated piece of work. I do recognise the interest in it from right across Northern Ireland, and I'm sure we're happy to keep the House updated in relation to how this moves along. I think it has the potential to be a nice piece of tourism infrastructure along an area which frankly doesn't have much tourism infrastructure, so it will be welcomed.
Call Jim Allister.
First Minister, given the genesis of the Shared Island Fund, do you not think that, in part, it is a sugar-coating of an ambition to ultimately absorb this part of the United Kingdom into a 32-county republic? And when you refer to it being processed during the North-South Ministerial Council, where does that now sit with your publicised intention to not fully function the North-South institutions rightfully in protest against the thrashing of the East-West relationships through the protocol?
Well, as I think I've already indicated to the House, the Shared Ireland Fund, somewhat ironically, was set up without any consultation with the Northern Ireland Executive, and so it is the Shared Ireland Fund of the Republic of Ireland's government. I think that's the first thing to say. Of course, he will also be familiar with the Union Connectivity Review that is currently ongoing by Sir Peter Henday, and he is consulting as to how he can make the United Kingdom more connective, so looking at issues like the A75 and the A77 in Scotland, which I'm sure he's familiar with when he takes the boat to Cairnryan, and the difficulties there are in that road infrastructure. So there is a lot of work going on connectivity at present. I welcome that. I think it is important that we are connected right across the British Isles, and that's something that I'm going to continue to work on.
I call Chris Little.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Question 3.
The Executive is fully committed to the development of an outcomes-based programme for government as the basis for tackling entrenched and complex social problems and improving quality of life conditions for all. The COVID pandemic has demonstrated very clearly the interconnectedness of economic and social policy and has sent a powerful reminder to us all of the need for a whole-of-government approach when it comes to public service planning and delivery. Our new programme for government puts collaboration and inclusivity to the fore, building on the commitment and unity of purpose we have in the Executive to work in partnership with wider society to improve the well-being of all. We launched the public consultation for the programme on the 25th of January, and this will run for 8 weeks. We hope to be in a position to have a final version of the framework agreed by the Executive by around the end of April, with a view to bringing forward a complete programme incorporating key actions and strategies before the summer.
Chris Little, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the First Minister for her update on work on that programme for government. Can I ask the First Minister what accountability structures are currently in place to report on progress on the programme for government outcomes, and if she supports the establishment of an Assembly programme for government committee, as proposed by the New Decade New Approach, to enhance cross-departmental reporting and accountability on outcomes?
So, as I say, we're hoping to have the programme for government consulted on and then come forward by the end of April. I think that's the target date, and we very much hope to meet that, although we do accept that, given the COVID restrictions, that is somewhat difficult. However, that is the target at present. In relation to the commitment to establish an Assembly programme for government monitoring committee, that is, of course, set out in the New Decade New Approach document. But it is a matter for the Assembly to create such a committee, Mr. Speaker. We, of course, in TEO will provide any support that may be needed from the Executive or indeed from our officials leading on the programme for government development process. But again, as I say, that's entirely a matter for the Assembly.
Colin McGrath.
Mr. Speaker, could I ask the First Minister what the sort of principal policy areas will be within the new programme for government?
Well, as he knows, we have set out an action plan which we had consulted on. We're looking at our children and young people to make sure that they have the best start in life. I think, given the restrictions our young people in particular have been under since the COVID pandemic came to Northern Ireland, that they have been under incredible pressure. So we want to put an emphasis on children and young people. We also want to work and live sustainably, again looking to see if we can build back better from the pandemic, protecting the environment. We do, of course, want to have an equal and inclusive society where everyone is valued and treated with respect, that we all enjoy long, healthy, active lives. Everyone can reach their potential. I think that's a very important point, given what we've come through, that our economy is globally competitive, regionally balanced and carbon neutral, that everyone feels safe and that we all respect the law and each other, and that we have a caring society that supports people throughout their lives. Those are the key elements of the programme for government, Mr. Speaker, which is currently out for consultation.
I call Christopher Stalford.
Mr. Speaker, sir, given the vast scale of the public debts that are being run up, it's going to be essential that we have a strong economy coming out of the COVID restrictions. Can the First Minister outline for the House whether or not building a strong economy will be the central feature of the programme for government? And before I sit down, I want to congratulate Mr Middleton on his recent appointment and put that on the record of the House. Thank you.
On behalf of Mr Middleton, I thank him for that comment, and I think I've made an absolutely brilliant appointment. But to go back to his point about the economy, as I say, it's one of our key statements of societal well-being, that our economy has to be globally competitive, regionally balanced, which I think is incredibly important, and also carbon neutral. I think what the member is speaking about is very important, because our economy, and when we talk about our economy, it's a macro thing that we're talking about. It's not individuals. But, Mr. Speaker, our economy is made up of small and medium-sized enterprises, all of which have been under incredible pressure during the COVID-19 pandemic. Some of them may not survive because of the COVID pandemic, despite the fact that we have tried to help them with different schemes that we have put out. So when we look at the economy, we're looking at, as well as recovery, survival. That's something that we're very keenly aware of, and we look forward to working with all of the different representative bodies to try and help get Northern Ireland back to where it should be. We were on the cusp of being globally competitive. We were doing so well in terms of some of our new sectors like cybersecurity, like financial technology, and we really need to get back there, Mr. Speaker, and therefore I think that it should be very central in our new programme for government.
Thinking of the remarks of the Deputy First Minister yesterday about the police, and the previous week Gregory Campbell talking about the skin colour of those participating in songs of praise and the reaction to it, what is the First Minister's assessment of the damage this is doing to the ambition to create a society where everybody is valued and treated with respect?
Yes, and I say to the member that that's absolutely critical. We do have to have a caring society. Sometimes I despair at some of the things I see on our social media. I mean, people talk about being kind to each other, but I have to say sometimes that is not what I see on social media or indeed in society, and I really do regret that. So we do want to create a caring society that supports people throughout their lives. For my part, we are totally committed to, if he's speaking about the racial equality piece, our next meeting of the subgroup is this Wednesday. I very much look forward to engaging with that group of representatives and listening to the members and to hear the concerns that they have.
I call Liz Kimmins.
Garmaga can call it. Kesha Cahar.
The Executive's COVID-19 Task Force, ECT, has been established as a necessary step change in the Executive's response to the evolving nature of the pandemic. The ECT is led by the Interim Hawks, who has convened a strategic oversight board that meets regularly. The Task Force will report to the Executive on a monthly basis. The Department provides a project management function for the Task Force. This includes practical coordination, support and alignment of the overall response to the pandemic across key operational departments. Local government, PSNI and other public sector agencies are also involved in key work streams and projects. The ECT brings together 4 main work streams led by senior officials in the relevant departments. Our officials lead a number of initiatives in support, including a weekly meeting of all departments, local government and the PSNI to look at the common challenges and solutions. Our officials contribute on a number of the work areas under each work stream. For example, we have officials supporting adherence to self-isolation and how it can be improved, face coverings and the preparation of an overall pathway out of the current restrictions. The Executive Information Service also plays a key role in the strategic communications for the Task Force. Most recently, our officials are leading on the overall response to risks posed by international travel.
Ms. Kimmins, supplementary.
I'm going to thank the Minister for her answer. Will the Executive COVID-19 Task Force also play a role in planning for long-term economic recovery? And will they complete a reset of how we do economic business?
Yes, thank the member for her question. The 4 work streams are protect, recovery, adherence and strategic comms. And in terms of the recovery piece, that's not just the short-term recovery but also the longer-term recovery. I think we're on record as saying from the Executive Office that we do want to see us building back better so that we can take into account all of the experience of this past year and that we work together to have a fair economy moving forward, one that is regionally balanced but one also that takes account of some of our outstanding industries, and I've already mentioned some of them: fintech, cybersecurity, advanced manufacturing, all of those industries which there is great potential in, and I think our recovery strategy will very much be focusing on those sorts of industries.
Call Colin McGrath.
Mr Speaker, last week at the Executive Office Committee we received an update on the High Street Task Force, and whilst it is very much connected to the recovery that there is as a result of COVID, can I get an assurance from the First Minister that it will also remain a separate entity, because it will be required beyond COVID, because many of the problems that the High Street was facing predate COVID arriving, and they will be here for a long time going forward?
Yes, and I'm happy to confirm that will be the case. We felt that it was important that it was part of the task force now, because if we're talking about recovery, our high streets are fundamental to that recovery, particularly for our smaller towns and villages. That's why we felt it should come into that structure. But I do absolutely take the point that this is a more fundamental issue that will go on for longer than just the recovery from COVID, and the challenge of the internet, digital challenges, all of those things that we have talked about on occasions will have to be worked through, and very much looking forward to working with all of the representative groups and trying to find answers, sustainable answers, long-term answers for our high streets.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
First Minister, you'll be aware that last week the UK Government went out to tender for managed isolation hotels close to the airports and ferry terminals. And given the changing nature of the list of countries that will be banned and moved in and out of that list, is this task force going to move forward with tendering for some provision here in Northern Ireland?
So thank the member for her question. We have set up a task and finish group within the Executive Office to deal with this very issue, and the Department of Health, Department for Economy, Department for Infrastructure and Justice also attends, along with the Central Procurement Directorate. We continue to engage with colleagues in the Cabinet Office at a four-nation discussion, and of course with officials from the Republic of Ireland's government as well. Work is ongoing on a number of issues, including procurement and commercials, hotel rooms and services, transport, security and welfare services. They all need to be identified and where we can put them in place. And then in terms of regulations, subject to confirmation, whether it's going to be an immigration-based solution, which seems to be the way in which we're going at present, whether there needs to be health regulation amendments brought forward. We obviously need to have very key communications and engagements with the carriers. At the moment, we don't have any carriers bringing people in from that list of red countries, as she understands herself, but we do need to be ready in case that does happen. And then in terms of enforcement, we also need to, of course, have a plan as to how we're going to enforce these issues if it comes to fruition. At present, if people come in through either London or Dublin, the quarantining will be in London and Dublin, and then people will move on into Northern Ireland, and we're hoping that the Irish Government are going to put those arrangements in place, and we'll be engaging with them at an official level to make sure that we have a line of sight in relation to all of that.
I call Joanne Bunting.
Mr Speaker, question 5, please.
Two meetings of the Joint Board took place in 2020. The meetings took an overview of NDNA implementation in the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, as well as a specific focus on health and social care transformation, low-emission public transport and the potential for a meeting of the United Kingdom's Board of Trade in Northern Ireland to promote economic recovery. The next meeting of the Joint Board will take place later this month.
Joanne Bunting, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I declare my membership of the Policing Board. At the Board meeting on Thursday, the Chief Constable indicated that the current draft budget would see a reduction in officers and recruitment. Will the First Minister seek to prioritise the NDNA commitment to increase police numbers, as this is something that should benefit the whole of society?
I very much welcome the member's question. This is an issue upon which I spoke to the Secretary of State this morning about the fact that it had been indicated that there wasn't the funding for the extra police officers, and he and I will continue to have conversations about that. I think it's absolutely critical that instead of a reduction of police numbers, we actually see an increase in the number of police officers on the ground. I think that's critical for policing confidence and to make sure that everyone in society is protected and feels safe. So absolutely we will continue to raise this issue with our own government, and indeed I'm sure the Justice Minister will raise it with the Finance Minister as well.
Mark Durgan.
Cian Collier, thank the First Minister for her answers thus far. Another New Decade, New Approach commitment on which I would like an update is the commitment to an addiction unit in Derry, the need for which has become sadly even more acute through the course of this pandemic. I'm awaiting an answer from the Health Minister on this, but will the First Minister and Deputy First Minister please take this opportunity to reaffirm their commitment to this badly needed and sadly needed unit as a matter of urgency?
I thank the member for raising this issue. I was very struck by, I think it was Radio Ulster piece last week around the need for the addiction services. I know my colleague Gary Middleton has raised this issue with me on a number of occasions, and indeed, as he rightly says, it is a New Decade, New Approach commitment, and therefore something that we need to put into that discussion about prioritisation around New Decade, New Approach. As he knows, there's a whole range of commitments in New Decade, New Approach. Some of them won't be able to be facilitated during this mandate. We do have to, as 5 parties in the Executive, have that discussion about those that need to be prioritised. And I have to say, I do agree with him that I believe that there does need to be a priority put on the funding for that addiction centre.
That ends the period for a list of questions, and we will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. And before I call Sinead Bradley, I advise members that question 8 has been withdrawn, so I call Sinead Bradley.
Mr. Speaker, given that the Executive Office and the Office of the Joint Ministers hold responsibility for the equality and diversity policy, does the Minister agree with me that those of us in public life have a particular responsibility to take care of our words? And would she say unequivocally that racism, homophobia and any other form of discrimination has absolutely no place in our modern society?
Can I thank the member for her question, and can I absolutely concur with her? There is no place at all for any of those issues that she has mentioned. I think I've already said in response to Mr Nesbitt's question that we are trying to build a society where everyone feels comfortable in Northern Ireland. Whatever your ethnic background, whatever your sexual orientation, whatever your religion or politics, you should be able to feel comfortable living and working here in Northern Ireland.
Sinead Bradley, supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the First Minister for those words, and I would hope that she would use this opportunity now to distance herself from the comments made by her party colleagues Gregory Campbell and Nelson McCausland over the weekend. And would she be calling on them to issue a public apology in that regard?
I thank the member for her supplementary. I have, of course, heard some of the commentary around the issue over the weekend, and clearly Gregory will speak for himself later on. I understand he will do that this afternoon. For my part, it's not a sentiment that I identify with as someone who actually does enjoy songs of praise every Sunday and the diversity that is exhibited thereupon. And as a party, let me be very clear, not as First Minister but as DUP leader, we are totally, absolutely committed to racial equality. And as I've indicated, the next meeting of the Racial Equality Subgroup will take place on Wednesday this week, and I very much look forward to engaging with the members of that subgroup.
Call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr. Speaker, First Minister, given the tensions in this chamber and in wider society over the last week, what can you and the Deputy First Minister do to put peace and reconciliation back into the heart of our work here in the Assembly?
Well, I think it's important that everybody in this chamber exhibits leadership around peace and reconciliation. Of course, given that we have 5 parties in the Executive, we are going to have differences of opinion around a range of issues, not least in relation to constitutional issues, but I think it is important that we continue to have this place to have those conversations, and that constitutional politics has to have primacy in everything. I think it's important that when people have concerns, that they are not skimmed over or ignored, but they're brought to the place where those concerns should be heard, because what would be worse is that things were ignored, not given a voice to, and then those people who had those concerns would feel that they were completely alienated from the democratic process. So I think it's important that everyone has a voice in Northern Ireland, and the place to have that voice heard is here in this Assembly.
Paul Bradshaw, supplementary.
Thank you for your answer, First Minister. I'm wondering, therefore, when you will be signing off and publishing the report from the Commission on Flags, Identity, Culture and Tradition. Thank you.
Well, that work has been completed, as the member knows. I think the date sticks in my mind because it came to us on my birthday, so I know exactly when it came to the Executive Office. The junior ministers are taking forward a piece of work on that. They're meeting with the authors and bringing it forward. So it's not that we haven't signed off on it. It's not for us to sign off on it. It has been brought to us as a piece of work, and now the junior ministers are taking that work forward.
Call Paul Frew.
Do you see any reason for a difference between restrictions on special advisor roles and for other public appointments?
No, I think that restrictions on special advisors, and if he's talking about particularly convictions that they would hold, I think that should apply to all public appointments, and I understand that my colleague, the Minister of Education, is looking into this at present.
Paul Frew, supplementary.
Thank you. Can I ask the First Minister then, is she aware of the legislative options that would be open to either the Executive or this Assembly?
Well, as I say, the Minister of Education is looking into this matter. He is going to bring a paper to the Executive on this issue. And it's important, I talked about giving voice to people in my last answer. It's important that I give voice to a gentleman who I spoke to on Friday afternoon. I spoke to John Radley, who's one of Paul Kavanagh's victims on Friday, who was frankly struggling to come to terms with the fact that a mainstream political party would appoint someone with 5 life sentences to an education authority to look after the well-being of our young people. And he told me plainly that his life had been ruined and he had to live with that every single day. And that was a very powerful conversation which I had. It's now incumbent upon us to listen to that voice, and not only listen to that voice, but to act as well.
Call Patsy McGlone.
Thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. Could I ask the Minister, in relation to the current situation at the Port of Larne, has there been any further update or evaluation done through her office of what that position is?
Well, as the member knows, that's the responsibility of the DAERA Minister, and as I understand it, he has now received a risk assessment from the Police Service of Northern Ireland. He is working through that, and he will come with a report to the Executive tomorrow morning on that issue.
Patsy McGlone, supplementary.
And thank the Minister for her response to that. Is the Minister in any way concerned that these spurious types of allegations that were flung about the place in relation to security risk at the port would in any way damage the commercial viability of the port?
Well, as I understand it, he may call them spurious, but I think there were enough concerns for people to act proactively to try and make sure that the staff were safe, and that of course should always be the priority, that our staff are protected. Mid and East Antrim, after carrying out their own investigations and indeed communicating with the Police Service of Northern Ireland, have now released their staff back to the Port of Larne, and I do understand that the Minister for Agriculture will come to the Executive with his plan tomorrow, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's right that Executive colleagues have the chance to consider what he has to say first.
Call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sir, 2 Fridays ago, the idea of the European Commission as some sort of a benign organisation with our interests at heart was exposed for the fallacy that it is when they threatened essential medical supplies, not only coming into Northern Ireland but coming into the rest of the United Kingdom. Does my right honourable friend agree with me that this intolerable situation cannot be allowed to continue into the future, and they cannot be allowed to reserve the right to treat us in such a way ever again?
I think the member is right. It was a bit of a Freudian slip from the European Commission. We did see the true face of the European Commission. They were protecting their bloc and not actually looking to what was right for the citizens of the United Kingdom. So it was very badly judged. I think it was wrong in so many ways. The fact that you're going to use a mechanism which we were told that was only to be used in extremis for a situation to stop vaccine from coming into the United Kingdom through Northern Ireland. It was just baffling beyond bafflement, but it's up to the European Commission to make their own judgment in relation to that. But I have to say, before Friday week ago, we were told that Article 16 could only be used in extremis, and it's very clear that that's not the case when it comes to the European Commission.
Mr. Stalford, supplementary.
Thank you. Now that the cat is out of the bag and Article 16 has been invoked by the European side, could I remind my right honourable friend of a comment made by the Prime Minister, who said, "We are a UK government. Why would we put checks on goods going from Northern Ireland to GB or GB to Northern Ireland? It doesn't make sense." Could I encourage the First Minister to urge the Prime Minister to perhaps try putting the Unionist back in Conservative and Unionist Party?
Well, I say to the member, of course it doesn't make sense, and the Prime Minister made a number of promises to the people of Northern Ireland. Chief amongst them, of course, was that there would be unfettered access, not just from Northern Ireland to Great Britain, but from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. And that's clearly not what is happening under the protocol. So therefore, the Prime Minister needs to use all legal instruments at his disposal to deal with these issues. That's what we're calling upon him to do. He has a duty as the Prime Minister of the entirety of the United Kingdom to act in the interests of all of his citizens, and therefore it's incumbent upon him to act in the very near future.
Would the First Minister agree with me that the failure of the British Government to legislate for the legacy aspects of the Stormont House Agreement, which it signed up to over 6 years ago, is extremely disappointing? It fails victims across our society and is totally unacceptable.
Well, I thank the member for her question. As she knows, legacy is a very contentious issue, and whilst she may talk about an agreement that was signed up to 6 years ago, she will also recall that there was a consultation undertook by the then Secretary of State for Northern Ireland, Karen Bradley, and that there was a huge amount of resistance to the Stormont House arrangements in that consultation, and therefore we have to take into consideration the views of the victims in all of this, because of course there is little point in setting up a system if the very people that you're attempting to help are the people who have actually rejected it.
Supplementary.
Just over 2 weeks ago, 3,500 bereaved families, relatives of these people, actually signed an open letter through Relatives for Justice calling on the British and Irish governments to fulfil their legacy commitments. So would the First Minister join with me in supporting them in this open letter?
I support the victims who made their voices very clear in the consultation, Mr. Speaker, and I think everybody in this House should listen to all of those voices because they are very, very strong.
I call Alan Chambers.
Mr. Speaker, I realise, Minister, that there are many parties in this House that have fully supported the implementation of the protocol. Could I ask the Minister, would there be support across the Executive to now lobby the UK Government to establish a UK Government task force to deal with the persistent problems that have arisen as a result of the Northern Ireland Protocol?
Well, I don't think there's any doubt that on any objective understanding of the operation of the protocol, it has caused huge problems for many people across Northern Ireland, not just businesses, but actually citizens who are just looking for parcels to be delivered, or perhaps ordering pot plants from Great Britain, or seeds, or wanting to travel to Scotland with their dog for the weekend. I mean, there's a huge amount of problems that have arisen as a result of the protocol. So therefore, I think it's incumbent upon everybody to recognise that this is not just teething problems, but actually there are huge problems with it, and therefore they need to be addressed.
Alan Chambers, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister, for that. Are you confident, Minister, that solutions will be found to deal with the problems that the protocol are currently causing all our citizens?
Well, I say this to you, Mr. Chambers, I am an optimist. One has to be an optimist if you're going to be in politics in Northern Ireland, otherwise you become a very bitter and twisted individual. So therefore, it is important that we try and find solutions. That's what I'm focused on, and I hope it's what everybody's focused on as well.
They call Keith Archibald.
Can I ask the First Minister for an update on the High Street Task Force, please?
As I indicated in my answer to Mr McGrath, the High Street Task Force is now not being subsumed but actually conjoined to the task force that's looking at COVID. We did that because we fundamentally felt that if we were planning the recovery out of COVID, that part of that should be the High Street Task Force because, of course, it's not just about recovery for them, it's also about survival. So we felt it was very important that the two pieces of work were joined together.
Kiva Archibald, supplementary.
I thank the First Minister for her response. And even before the pandemic, it was clear that our high streets were rapidly changing, and obviously that's now being accelerated, and we do need to be planning strategically for the future to better use our towns and cities where people can live and can afford to live, work and socialise. Does the Minister agree that environmental sustainability needs to be a core principle of that the task force incorporates into its work through, for example, promoting active and public transport or carbon neutral buildings or green spaces that people can enjoy?
So I think the member hits on a very important point. This is not just a matter for the Department for the Economy or the Department for Finance, which some people think it is. It's actually a whole of government approach to the high streets. So, for example, living over the shops piece, which of course would be for her colleague in the EFC, the Department for Infrastructure piece around public transport, around making sure that people have places where they want to actually live in the centre of towns and villages and cities. So it is a whole of government approach that we need in addressing our problems on the high street. Of course, they predate COVID, particularly with the online challenges that we have. But I think if we are imaginative and innovative, we can find new ways to actually bring back life into our high streets.
Thank you. And members' time is up. And could members please take a ease for a moment or two? Thank you. Okay, members, we will now move on to questions to the Minister of Justice, and I call Trevor Clark to ask the first question. Mr. Clark.
Question number one.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If, with your permission, I would like to answer both questions 1 and 4 together. The Crown Court deals with some of the most serious and sensitive cases in the justice system, and therefore it's vitally important that justice is dealt with in a timely way. Speeding up justice is one of the biggest challenges facing the justice system and is a priority for the Department, Criminal Justice Partners and the Criminal Justice Board. The Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunals Service has carried out extensive modifications to 8 courtrooms at venues across Northern Ireland to facilitate COVID-secure jury trials from August 2020. In order to increase capacity for Crown Court trials, 2 further courtrooms in Laganside are being modified. The first becomes operational this week, with the second expected to be operational in early March. 3 further jury courtrooms will become operational in Antrim, Dungannon and Newry early in April. Following these works, there will be a total of 13 jury trial courtrooms available, which exceeds the average number of trials held at any one time pre-COVID. Courtrooms have been reconfigured with glass and perspex screens erected to allow proceedings to take place safely. Hand sanitation stations and social distancing signage have also been erected throughout the NICTS estate to guide users. Each venue have their own housekeepers who ensure that the courtrooms and jury deliberation rooms are cleaned at regular intervals throughout the day. Those called for jury service are provided with guidance in line with that provided by PHA, not to attend should they have COVID-19 symptoms or if they have been advised to self-isolate. My department has also secured the use of additional external venues, sometimes referred to as Nightingale courts, to increase capacity further. For example, the International Conference Centre, previously known as the Waterfront Hall, has been deployed for jury assembly and other court business, freeing up capacity in Laganside courts.
Trevor Clark, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and can I thank the Minister for her long and very full answer, and I think that it has to be welcomed. But given that it's almost a year now since the start of the coronavirus pandemic, and whilst no one in this chamber can be blamed for that, there is obviously a direct knock-on to both the solicitors themselves, the barristers, and indeed, in many occasions, those who are actually standing trial in terms of the impact it may have on those. But what, in terms of particularly the solicitors' practices and the barristers, what financial support has been given to those individuals, given that their businesses have suffered because of the pandemic for the last 12 months?
Well, in respect particularly of solicitors and barristers, people were allowed to claim for work with respect to work that couldn't continue through the courts, but their ongoing work on cases, and they were able to do so earlier. We also had an interim scheme in place for solicitors and others to apply to, in addition to the normal hardship arrangements that are already in place with respect to the LSA and bringing forward payments. However, the uptake on that was incredibly low, which I think is as a result of the fact that the measures already in place through the normal LSA arrangements seem to prove adequate for most cases. However, there will of course be some who do struggle, and that's without doubt. It was important for us in the department to ensure that there was a good flow of resources on cases that had already started to those legal practitioners, because it is vital for the operation of the justice system that we return to having a full complement of practitioners after COVID. And so it is important during that period where the courts weren't sitting that people were able to access that additional flexibility and also that additional support, even though uptake was incredibly low. As the courts are sitting more normally now and business is being conducted remotely and in other ways, it should now have resolved in terms of payments to the legal profession, and that they should be able to undertake the majority of the work that they would normally be undertaking. And in some cases they have noted a sharp uptick in some kinds of work, in solicitors' offices in particular, for example, with regard to people moving house who perhaps had saved up additional money during the COVID crisis and have decided to make that move.
Call Tom Buchanan, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Minister for her response thus far and for work that is ongoing. But with months of delay that has been running into years, this is obviously having an adverse effect on the mental health of the victims, and the length of the process. Some of them are actually pulling out of the process to try and regain a normal life again, which is really an indictment on the department. What encouragement, therefore, can you give to victims who feel that this whole process is letting them down?
Well, with respect to the member's question, there is very little evidence of attrition such as he suggests, and if he's aware of levels of attrition, it would be helpful if he would bring those to the department's attention. I don't think it is, with respect, an indictment of the department. In fact, I would say to the contrary. What I've set out today is actually to the credit of the department, given the work that has been done to ensure that we've been able to restore and sustain court cases, particularly those more sensitive cases, to be able to proceed. Just to put it in context, prior to the COVID-19 lockdown, there were around 8,000 criminal cases in the court system. However, with the closure of some courts during the first lockdown last spring, that rose to about 12,800 cases by September, a rise of 59%. With the reopening of more courts since August, there have been more cases disposed by the courts than received, and consequently the caseload has reduced. The most recent real-time management information indicates that the figure now stands at around 10,500 cases, which I think is a significant achievement, given that we have been battling against the effects of COVID. Also, it has to be borne in mind that since March 2020, monthly recorded crime has been lower than recorded for each corresponding month of the previous year. And so we continue to work with criminal justice partners in order to ensure that we can reduce that. But of course, the member will be fully aware that when it comes to the scheduling of cases, it is not a matter for the Department of Justice. It is a matter for the independent judiciary, and if he has particular concerns that those are not being scheduled in a way that is appropriate or in a way that is causing distress to victims, he should of course raise that with the Office of the Lord Chief Justice rather than with the Department for Justice. I would also say that when it comes to support for victims, we are aware that any delay in the court system does cause distress to victims, and that's why victim support have been particularly active and indeed did a presentation at the recent Criminal Justice Board to discuss how we can ensure that despite COVID, we continue to offer the best possible support we can to those who are passing through the justice system on this occasion.
Thank you very much,
Mr. Speaker, and thank the Minister for her responses thus far. Given there have been historically delays in the judicial system, and indeed the Minister may be aware that the Bar Library said that disclosure in relation to legacy cases is one of the main delays. Can the Minister give an update on what she intends to do to reduce those delays of those cases going to court?
Well, I think that there are a number of elements to what the member has said. I mean, first of all, in terms of delay in the justice system, she will be aware that I have already brought the committal reform bill to the Assembly, and that should remove part of the process in terms of committal and allow for direct committal for a significant number of offences, which will clear up a lot of time in terms of the speed of turnaround in the court system. Prior to COVID, we had already seen a distinct improvement in terms of the performance of the justice system in terms of court times, and so that was a significant improvement. So we started off from a better place than we may have been in before. With respect to legacy cases, of course, the issue of disclosure is one that in the main will fall to organisations outside my particular role and remit. I'm aware, for example, that there are issues around digitisation of police records and other things, and that's a project that the Chief Constable is taking forward with the Policing Board in terms of prioritising resource to ensure that those records are held in a format that allows them to be easy to access and also easy then to be able to disclose for further investigation. But it is important, and I reiterate this, that all investigation is conducted in a way that is timely and that doesn't add unnecessarily to the stress that victims are under, or indeed to the shadow that hangs over those who are the accused in such cases.
Question number 2.
In recent days and weeks, we have seen how the actions of a small number of people have exposed a discontent in some communities that is manifesting into intimidation and hate. There should be no room for perception that expressions of hate or hate crime in any form, including instilling hatred or fear through the use of words, behaviours and displays of certain materials, is acceptable. The Justice Miscellaneous Provisions Bill does not contain any provisions arising from the independent review of the hate crime legislation. Given the breadth and scale of the recommendations in the hate crime review that relate to proposed legislative solutions, it is not possible to bring any of them forward for inclusion in the Justice Bill in the time available before drafting of the bill is finalised and the bill is introduced into the Assembly. This is currently planned for April 2021. The Department's legislative programme is kept under constant review, and it is my intention that a standalone bill to deliver the legislative requirements arising from the review should be developed for introduction into the Assembly in the next mandate. Members will note that in his report, Judge Marinan has recommended that all hate crime and hate speech law should be consolidated into a new hate crime and public order Northern Ireland bill, excluding, of course, any issues pertaining to law on reserved matters. My officials have commenced work to consider all the recommendations in the Hate Crime Legislation Review Report with a view to informing a departmental response in due course. This work will also include consideration on any recommendations that can be progressed in the short term where legislation may not be required.
Gemma Dolan, supplementary.
Thank you, and I thank the Minister for her answer. Can the Minister indicate whether she anticipates that all of the recommendations will be included in the bill for the next mandate?
At this stage, it would be inappropriate for me to give a public response to that because I haven't yet given my formal response and gone through the normal processes. But as I said at the time when the report was presented to me, there is very little one could argue with in terms of the recommendations that have been brought forward by Judge Marrinan. There are some questions about overlap with other work that is ongoing within the Executive. For example, when he talks about the responsibilities on departments to deal with the outworkings and the visible representations of sectarian hate crime in our society, there is a piece of work, as you will be aware, in terms of the FIC Commission report, which currently sits with the Executive Office. I would like to see that published, and I would like a discussion at the Executive in order that we are in a position to decide how and when that particular piece of work will be taken forward, because that will obviously inform progress with relation to sectarianism as part of the overall hate crime programme. But as I say, there was very little in that report that I think one would disagree with.
Call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Minister, given the recent disgraceful comments from the MP from East Derry, does the Minister have any concern that one of the parties in the Executive, he has a public representative with such reprehensible, poisonous and dangerous views? Is she concerned that if they don't take swift action against this MP, that it will send a terrible message to all those victims of hate crime?
Well, I'm aware of the particular comments to which the member refers. I think they were not only reprehensible and racist, but I think that they were also quite bizarre. Anyone who has any understanding of the history of gospel music will be aware that it comes from the trials and tribulations of those who were often sent to the US as slaves, and therefore it is a tradition of singing, a tradition of music that has grown up from that background. And to suggest that there was anything at all to do with BLM or any other kind of positive discrimination in the fact that the best singers were through to the competition and those most experienced were judging it, I think is a mistake. And I think the member is correct that the test will really be how parties individually deal with those issues within their own ranks, because I'm afraid as political leadership we have a job of work to do in terms of showing leadership within our own organisations, within our own ranks, in terms of what is acceptable and what is not acceptable. And of course people have the right to freedom of speech, but it doesn't come free of responsibility and indeed consequences.
Paul Given.
Speaker, and the Minister has touched on this point at the closing of her remarks there in respect of freedom of speech. There is much in this report that I'll be able to support, but the Minister will be aware of some concern, particularly from a Christian faith perspective, that the recommendation to repeal defences for freedom of expression in the Public Order Act of 1986 is of significant concern, given that 97% of individuals say that that should be retained. And in light of comments from Ivan Hare, QC, a human rights specialist, that there is an absence of key freedom of expression provisions akin to those in England and Wales, is something that has caused alarm. So will the Minister recognise it is important that there is freedom of expression, but absolutely that needs to be regulated in a way that doesn't incite hatred or acts of crime?
I agree with the member that there has to be space in any civilised society, and indeed in any democratic society, for freedom of expression and for people to be allowed to express their views. And that will often, as the law already states, amount to those views which are offensive to some and undesirable to others, and we have to recognise that that is part of living in a community where not everyone will agree. However, I do think it's important that when it comes to developing the law in this space, that we look very carefully at the balance of human rights, and that's one of the reasons why I think it is best that we take the hate crime legislation forward as a package, so that we can look at the balances and the checks that are in there to ensure personal freedoms, to ensure that people's Article 9 rights of religious freedom under the ECHR are not in any way compromised by our desire to ensure that there is protection for those from minority groups who may find themselves subject to hate speech. I have to say that as someone who shares Paul's faith, I also understand that those of us of a Christian faith have a particular duty beyond that which the law imposes on us, to use our rhetoric and our language very carefully and sensitively in terms of the respect for the person and the dignity of every individual and every human created in God's image. And I hope that he would recognise that the vast majority of Christians wouldn't find themselves in contravention of hate crime speech simply for holding forth their faith in a temperate and a measured way.
Call Kelly Armstrong.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and thank you very much to the Minister for her answers so far. Does the Minister agree that while her department develops proposals to strengthen our legislation around hate crime, as was recommended, as she has said, by Judge Marrinan, that there is much that can be done across government on hate more generally? For example, ensuring diversity and inclusion, and by delivering on the racial equality strategy?
Well, I think the member is absolutely right. Of course, there is a considerable amount of work that can be done within the DOJ, but indeed beyond it and across the executive, in terms of how we can actually tackle hate crime and do more work around diversity. And I'll take the opportunity to highlight some of that work being undertaken, particularly in the criminal justice system, to address attitudes that contribute to hate. My department is developing a diversity calendar which will feed into the wider Northern Ireland Civil Service Diversity Plan, and that will support the commitment of the head of the Northern Ireland Civil Service to make a positive impact by promoting diversity and inclusion in our workplaces. The Prison Service promotes equality issues among staff and prisoners and holds awareness events on LGBT, cultural and disability issues on a routine basis. The Northern Ireland Courts and Tribunal Service offer a generic form of training around witness and victim empathy and awareness. However, COVID-19 has had an impact on the format of this training, redirecting it from classroom-based face-to-face learning to an online e-learning course, which is still in development with the NSPCC and the Victim Service NI. We hope to have that rolled out very soon. Key role of the Department's Racial Equality Champion is to support delivery of the Racial Equality Strategy 2015 to 2025, and that has included close engagement with the Racial Equality Subgroup, coordinated by the Executive Office, and consists of representatives from the minority ethnic sector. As Racial Equality Champion, they have promoted awareness of the Racial Equality Strategy within the Department, emphasising the importance of racial equality and good race relations, as well as being the senior point of contact for issues relating to racial equality. In addition, my department, in partnership with the Northern Ireland Policing Board, provides funding to police and community safety partnerships to deliver community safety initiatives and support community confidence in policing in the 11 council areas. These have included a range of measures to address hate crime. It is essential that diversity is addressed across the criminal justice system and that the structures that we have are reflective of the totality of our community here in Northern Ireland.
Patsy McGlone. Call Patsy McGlone.
Question number 3.
Mr Speaker, I have met with the families of Charlotte Murray and Lisa Dorian, who are searching for ways to find Charlotte and Lisa's remains, and I have commissioned a focused review of the position to consider all the possible options. It will be a number of years before Charlotte Murray's killer can apply for release on licence to the parole commissioners, and there are no other prisoners in Northern Ireland who would be affected by a change in the law at present. However, I wish to give this important matter the consideration it deserves before deciding on the best way forward, and I have undertaken to do so in conjunction with both families, because I would want very much for them to be satisfied with the outcome.
Patsy McGlone,
thanks very much, Minister, for that and for mentioning those specific cases. Does the Minister, is she able to confirm, with that limited stakeholder review that has been mentioned previously in the Assembly, that I presume has been carried out, and I'm just wondering what are the subsequent steps to that?
Well, I think the first and most important thing is that we should not rush into making legislation on any issue. What is legislated for in England and Wales, for example, is not always an appropriate fit for our own circumstances here. I've been very struck by the dignity of the families and appreciation of their appreciation of the complexity of the problem that we face. Work to carry out a process of engagement with the families and other key stakeholders, so not only the families, to determine the most effective way to address this is underway. That includes people, for example, like the parole commissioners themselves, in order that we can take their views on how any piece of law might operate in that space. I hope to report on my conclusions on a way forward in the spring of this year. As evidenced by the passing of the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill and the introduction of the Stalking Bill, and my reviews of the law on non-fatal strangulation and the issue of consent not being a defence to serious harm, I am committed to delivering a significant programme of work under the Domestic and Sexual Violence Abuse Strategy, working with statutory and voluntary sector partners, and I would hope that this would form part of that overall work.
Liz Kimmins.
And I thank the Minister for answers so far. I understand that the issue of non-disclosure of information about the victim is one that must already be considered by parole commissioners when assessing a prisoner's suitability for release on licence. But could the Minister clarify how much weight is carried in these assessments in comparison to other considerations such as good behaviour?
With respect to the consideration of parole commissioners, obviously they are completely independent, as you will appreciate, of the Department of Justice, and the weighting that they will give these matters in any case is a matter entirely for them. However, it would be fair to say that there are a number of considerations when it comes to the law in this regard. Firstly, the first time that a person applies for parole in such a case is a long time after the original murder. And that means that victims have to live for a very long time before they actually would be able to see this legislation used. So there are a number of points throughout the justice system, whether that is at the point of conviction or sentencing, where I believe it may be more appropriate to try to find the correct levers to try to extract information on where victims' remains are held in advance, because I think that that would bring a quicker resolution for many victims. Where that is not successful and where we're unable to do so, then I believe that the parole commissioners do have a role to play in this, but they will obviously, their priority is to assess someone with respect to whether that person poses a significant harm to society and whether that harm can be safely managed in society. And so you can appreciate that the issue of disclosure of remains, whilst it will inform their decision, may not be the main influencing factor in whether someone is released from prison or not. It will be a degree of assessment of harm and risk.
Well, Cara Hunter.
Speaker, number 5, please.
Like many, I welcomed the recent establishment of the Rape Crisis Centre by our voluntary sector partners. Services available to women and men who have been affected by rape or serious sexual assault in adulthood. The services provided are complementary to a range of services provided by my own department in conjunction with our statutory and voluntary sector partners for those who have been affected by sexual violence and abuse. This includes a 24-hour domestic and sexual abuse helpline, sexual violence counselling services funded by the Department of Health and provided by Nexus NI, and independent sexual violence advocates. I also welcome the vital work taken forward by the Rowan Sexual Assault Referral Centre, which offers a range of important physical and emotional support services for children, young people, women and men. The services are available to anyone sexually assaulted or raped, whether in the past or more recently. The Rowan service is equally funded by the Department of Health and the PSNI and supported nearly 900 service users in the last financial year. In addition, work is underway on a multi-agency basis to implement the Gillen Review. This involves a significant body of work that will transform the law and procedures in relation to serious sexual offences and will deliver significant improvements for victims. This includes the new remote evidence centres in Belfast and Craigavon, which will soon allow vulnerable child victims and other witnesses to provide evidence more remote from court buildings. In addition, by the 1st of April this year, adult complainants in serious sexual offence cases will be able to avail of legal expert advice from sexual offences legal advisors, ensuring that they understand their rights and can make informed decisions. Further changes are in train, and we have been working with partners across justice with key priorities including measures to address delay, work to develop a comprehensive wraparound approach to victims who are children, and ensuring that logistically our courts provide appropriate facilities which respect the unique challenges posed in these cases and ensure a supportive environment.
Cara Hunter, supplementary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for her detailed answer. In 2020, there were over 3,000 sexual offences reported here to the PSNI. 960 of them were incidents of rape here in the North, so it's welcome news, the steps that are being taken to support both victims and survivors. My question for the Minister is, can she outline any conversations that she has had either with the PSNI or the Education Minister on providing sexual consent education to contribute to the prevention of further sexual assaults here in Northern Ireland? Thank you.
Well, I thank the member for her question, and this is something I think I touched on very briefly this morning, but I'm glad to be able to set it out in a bit more detail. Obviously, in terms of the Gillen Review, there was a particular issue raised around the need for better education around consent, relationships and sexual education in general. And we have been having ongoing work at official level in terms of trying to take that forward. Indeed, we are working at the moment, and I've written to the Education Minister to look at the potential of us meeting to discuss further progress that may be made in that regard. I believe that it is important because that, to me, is going to be crucial when it comes to prevention of sexual assault. I think we need to tackle some of the toxic ideas that people have around sexual relationships. We need to give people confidence around consent and what that looks like. And I think it's really important that we do that in a consistent and holistic way and in a non-judgmental way right across the school sector, because I think without that it leaves young people in a very vulnerable position with respect to their own understanding of the law.
I call Linda Dillon.
Good, Can Corlia, and thank the Minister, and want to thank the member for bringing this question to the House today. And Minister, I mean, you've just touched upon it in relation to the education piece, and obviously, as I outlined this morning, my concern is that schools get to decide really what type of education they give around healthy relationships, and I don't think that that's a very good way of delivering it. Is there any thinking outside the box about how we can do this in relation to ensuring that there's a uniformed way for all young people to get educated around what a healthy relationship looks like? For example, there was a really good campaign called the Pants Campaign, which was to explain to very young children about how to protect themselves, which was excellent. And I certainly spoke to my child about it, and she was only 3. But she understood what I was talking about. So it's really important that we're able to get this information out there to our young people and our teenagers.
I think the member is absolutely right, and I've seen the campaign myself, and I think it's a very useful thing to be able to explain in simple language to children and language that they understand what it is to have bodily autonomy, what it is to have privacy, what is inappropriate touching and what is not. Not to make children fearful of the world around them, but to make them equipped, because unfortunately not everyone is to be trusted, and children need to be aware of that, sadly, from a very young age. And I think doing that in an age-appropriate way and in a sensitive way is hugely important in terms of giving young children confidence. But I think that there is an issue in terms of how we take this forward, and I certainly want to work in support of the Minister for Education. I think it's important that we have a consistent approach, that we look at the curriculum around RSE, that we look at how that impacts on issues like domestic violence, on issues like stalking, on issues like abusive and coercive relationships, but also on key issues around sexual abuse and sexual violence and bodily autonomy, and indeed people's right to say no to sexual contact. I think it's also important that that is non-judgmental education. There are many young people in our education system of different sexualities, of different genders, and we need to be sure that those young people are all equipped for adult life and able to form healthy and stable and safe relationships.
Call George Robinson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And could I ask the Minister if a centre could be located in the northwest of the province?
Well, at this stage, there is no plans in terms of the department locating a centre in any particular location, but most of these issues, which are so sensitive and difficult, require very specialist support, and therefore it is important that people are able to access that support, but also that it is a specialist centre, and therefore it is provided on a geographical, on an all of Northern Ireland geographical basis. I do think also that it's important to look at what we're doing around, for example, the rollout of remote evidence centres in order to help vulnerable victims and witnesses. I think that that's an important piece of work, and that is a piece of work that we intend over time to extend to all of our courthouses where jury trials are held.
Sorry, that ends the period for listed questions. We will now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Harry Harvey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Could the Minister outline her plans in light of the announcement by the Irish Government that people from Northern Ireland will be fined for crossing the border for non-essential travel, and if she intends to implement a similar measure here?
Well, I thank the member for his question. He will appreciate that it is not appropriate for me as Justice Minister to comment on the enforcement actions in relation to COVID-19 restrictions of the An Garda Síochána in another jurisdiction. There is no applicable restriction in the current health protection regulations that would enable or require the PSNI to perform similar checks. The health protection regulations are the responsibility of the Department of Health. Any amendments to the regulations are a matter for the Executive based on recommendations brought forward by the Health Minister, informed by the Chief Medical Officer and Chief Scientific Officer. It is currently, as you know, not an offence here to cross county boundaries, whereas in the Republic of Ireland it already is an offence to cross county boundaries, and I think to be clear that that is the offence that is being enforced in the south rather than an enforcement on crossing the border. It is actually the county boundaries, though obviously those are contiguous in many cases.
Harry Harvey, supplementary.
Okay, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. The Irish Government are now issuing €500 fines for those travelling to airports and ports for non-essential purposes. This is evidently to curb international travel and keep Irish citizens safe. Will the Minister commit to a similar scheme here?
Well, the member will be aware that I was at the ad hoc committee a number of weeks ago after having reviewed by request of the Executive the penalties and offences which we apply in Northern Ireland around COVID-19, and it was agreed that we would not put any offence in regulations with respect to travel, but instead would place it in guidance that people should not travel more than 10 miles from their home for exercise. Out with that, there are no restrictions on the distance that people can travel. The focus has been on trying to ensure that people stay as close to home as possible by choice, but also that they only leave their home when it is essential for them to do so.
Question 5 has been withdrawn, and I call Linda Dillon.
Can the Minister confirm if you've had any conversations with the Police Ombudsman's Office in relation to the outstanding investigation, or outstanding report rather, into the murders at Sean Graham's Boogies? The families and victims have been told now on 4 separate occasions that they will be getting that report, and they're still awaiting it.
Well, obviously, I have a number of conversations with the Police Ombudsman with respect to legacy cases. However, it is for the Police Ombudsman, obviously, who is completely independent of my office, and I realise that members get very frustrated when I tell them this on a regular basis, but it would be a matter for her, obviously, to manage that case and to manage any disclosure of the report to the victims, and not for me to prejudge. However, I'm sure that she will, as everyone else does, have watched Question Time today and have heard the members' concerns about it, and will no doubt want to act on that.
Linda Dillon, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for that, and I absolutely accept that the Ombudsman's Office should be independent. It is a concern. My family have been told on 4 separate occasions that they will be getting a report and still haven't received it. Can the Minister confirm then, in light of that, that if you've had any commitment or even any indication from the British Government, the NAO, the Secretary of State, that they intend to implement the HIU and all of the legacy mechanisms agreed at the Stormont House Agreement by the 5 parties, the 2 governments, and that were consulted upon with victims and wider society, and 17,500 responses went into that consultation, which I think anybody would agree is quite a statement in itself?
Well, the member knows my position and that of my party when it comes to this particular issue, and she is also aware from previous statements which I've made here in the chamber that I have raised this on many occasions with the Secretary of State and with the UK Government more generally. Unfortunately, in direct answer to her question as to whether I've had any reassurances, the answer is no.
And I call Colin McGrath.
Speaker, would the Minister agree that antisocial behaviour can cause a significant and persistent problem in communities and is best addressed with a cross-sectoral approach with community safety at the heart of it?
Yes, I completely agree with the member, and I think some of the work that the PCSPs, for example, do with effective work on the ground, bringing in housing executive, the infrastructure and other bodies that are responsible for delivery of services in those areas, can also be of great assistance in terms of bringing people together with the police and with councils and others to be able to find resolution. I think it is important that people, particularly at the moment, are able to live free of antisocial behaviour. We've seen a marked increase in the amount of antisocial behaviour reported to police, and some of that will be a factor of people being at home much more than might have been the case at other times, and so much more aware of behaviour that is happening in their own neighbourhood that is disruptive and difficult to live with, and it is important that people are able to live in peace.
Supplementary, Colin McGrath.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would the Minister commit to an urgent review of antisocial behaviour in Downpatrick, where we have seen arson, assaults and interruption to businesses, and all during a COVID period? And would the Minister be prepared to commit extra funds to the community safety work in the area if it was needed?
With respect to reviewing in a particular neighbourhood, obviously that is something that initially we would want the council and the police to come to the department about, and if they feel that resources are in some way restricting their ability to respond to that, we would want to hear that and listen very carefully to that case. But the member will be aware, as are all members, having seen the draft budget, that there is very little wiggle room in respect of what we might be able to do, but it is certainly something that the community safety partnership in the area ought to be aware of, and hopefully will be able to prioritise as they look at rolling out their funds and indeed their programmes over the next number of years.
Nicole Jim Allister.
Whereas the Minister has no role in the appointments of our judges, has she any concern that in the upper tier of our judiciary there is not a single Lord Justice with a Protestant community background? Is that something which she thinks is healthy in this era when cross-community confidence is so important?
Well, Mr Speaker, the member has raised this issue with me in the past, and I believe that equitable provision across our community is absolutely important, and that inclusion should be at the heart of all of the services we provide in the Department of Justice. However, we know that in order to become a higher tier judge, one needs considerable experience, and it is a merit-based appointment system that applies, and therefore I would be very cautious of wanting to read anything into a very small number of appointments that could fluctuate from being entirely Protestant, entirely Catholic, or indeed anything else. I would also be very uncomfortable, frankly, with judging what people's perceived religious background might be without them actually having assented to that, because of course there are many of us who don't appreciate being placed in boxes or pigeonholed when it comes to assessing our religious or community background, and the judges may well fall into that category.
Tim Wallace, supplementary.
I do wonder if the Minister would be so sanguine about it if we were in a situation where there wasn't a single Catholic within the Lord Justices. Has she discussed this issue with the Lord Chief Justice and conveyed the fact that cross-community confidence for the judiciary is very important?
I think the Lord Chief Justice, Mr Speaker, is well aware that confidence in the judiciary, not just cross-community confidence, but for everyone in our community is important, and I don't think I need to teach the Lord Chief Justice how to suck eggs. When it comes to the issue of whether I would be so sanguine were it to be the case that all of the higher tier judges were Protestant, I would be every bit as sanguine, because of course I recognise and respect the fact that the judiciary do a professional job, an impartial job, and one that is not influenced by their community background. And it is frankly, I think, a very dangerous road to go down, as the member seems to be, particularly for someone in the legal profession, to suggest that they're any less capable because of their religious background to be entirely impartial and to command full cross-community support.
I call Paul Fruit.
Given that the police falls under the Justice Minister's remit, and given the fact that we have passed draconian legislation which the police now have to enforce, and given the fact that many organisers of annual memorial services have cancelled this year, is it time that the Justice Minister came out and made a statement advising groups in the coming weeks and maybe months when we are in lockdown measures that they should not hold annual memorial services?
Well, Mr Speaker, I never fail to be shocked that members of the Justice Committee, and indeed a former chair, can misunderstand my role so fundamentally. I am not the Minister for Policing. Let me be clear about that. I am the Minister of Justice. And the issues around policing are dealt with by the Policing Board, where oversight is given by the Chief Constable, who is responsible for operational decisions, and by the Ombudsman's Office, who will investigate any complaints against police officers. My role in terms of policing is simply to provide adequate legislation and to provide funding for the police. It is not my role to interfere with their decisions. However, when it comes to the issue that the member raises about whether or not people should be gathering, I cannot be clearer than having brought through this House the regulations on behalf of the Health Minister that dealt with these issues. And I would advise anyone, for any reason, to avoid gathering in public at this time, not because it is a burden to the police, but because it is a risk to their health and well-being.
I certainly agree with the Minister that the regulations and the law is inadequate with regards to this period of time. The Minister talks about advice and about what should happen and not happen with regards to the COVID regulations, but she is part of the executive that forms the legislation. She shares that executive with other parties, and it seems to be the case that other parties, in particular Sinn Féin, was involved in some shape or form with the memorial service on the Armour Road. Can the Minister enlighten this House as to her advice with regards to political parties in the executive which she sits on around gathering and organising these events or attending these events during lockdown?
Mr Speaker, first of all, I didn't say that the current law was inadequate. I said it was adequate in terms of the provisions around what people ought to be able to do. It's clear that while the member is skirting around the issue, what he wants is for me to comment on the events that took place on Friday afternoon. So I will do so, Mr. Speaker. I want first of all to acknowledge that I understand recent events have caused serious distress to victims and survivors, as well as to the community more widely. It is vital, despite the events of last week, that collectively we reaffirm our shared commitment to delivering the aim of safer communities, including regarding COVID, where we all respect the law and each other. I am committed to working with the Chief Constable, the Policing Board, political parties, victims and survivors, their representatives and the wider public in trying to rebuild some of the trust and make good some of the damage that has been caused over recent days and weeks. This is the space that all politicians and political leaders should be in at this time, and I'm sure the member will agree that the Policing Board has a crucial role to play in enhancing that community confidence in policing and respect for adherence to the law. I work with my colleagues in the Executive to ensure that there is adequate legislation and regulations in place that give guidance to people and give structure to the COVID regulations. These are unusual times, Mr. Speaker, and the context that we live through is difficult and it is challenging, no more so than when we deal with bereaved victims, when we deal with families who are grieving. And I think that instead of trying to use this as a political battering ram against one's opponents, it would be wise to think for a moment of the families themselves and their grief. It would be wise to think of the difficult job that the police themselves have to do in such complex circumstances, and to be more measured in the approach that we take when it comes to discussing these measures.
I call Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, can I ask you, in reply to Mr. Frew, you used the words safer communities, and indeed that we were living in difficult and challenging days. The Minister will be aware of the community tensions, degree of antisocial behaviour that has arisen, and perhaps in our own the constituency that we both represent at the moment. Can I ask the Minister if she's intent on supporting in any additional manner those who are working at the very sharp end of this to try to quell the situation?
Mr. Speaker, first of all, I want to say that what happened in our own constituency, and it's only one instance that the member alludes to, but it was a very visual and very high-profile incident last week, is absolutely reprehensible. And I said at the time it was absolutely disgraceful. Intimidation of anyone in our community by anyone in our community is not acceptable. There is no excuse. And those who are fuelling those tensions, who are behind those acts of intimidation, frankly, ought to be taken off the streets, and I hope that they will be. I hope that they will be. With respect to those who are trying to quell the tensions and trying to bring that good order to that, I have already met with the Chief Constable. I have discussed with him at length the particular issues that people face in that constituency that are relayed to me as a constituency MLA day on day. How he responds to that in terms of the policing challenge, again, is an operational matter for the Chief Constable, but he certainly is aware of the issues, aware of the tensions, and if people are struggling around the interface, I know that my own officials have already been in touch with people in and around that particular area, both in terms of trying to understand better the issues that are ongoing, but also in terms of trying to provide the kind of support that we talk about in the Tackling Paramilitarism programme, about building more resilient communities that can resist the influence and coercion of paramilitary organisations.
Robin Newton, supplementary.
I thank the Minister for her answer. I was really thinking, Minister, rather than just contacting the police and working via the police, that indeed those who are working, if I use the expression, at the coalface in trying to address this situation, really do need additional support on top of what they normally receive.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have received no request for such support, but I know that through the PCSPs and through my own department and the work that they do already in that neighbourhood, that there is a lot of support available to local people. But if there is more that can be done, of course I would want that it would be done, and I'm more than happy to extend the offer of a meeting with the member if he feels that there are areas where the department may have some ability. But I would caution against suggesting, of course, as you would expect, that the police are not also working at the coalface in that community, because indeed they are, and are very much in support of those who want to ensure that there is stability and indeed lawfulness in that community. One in which I grew up, and I have to say one in which I was very distressed to see the events of last week.
And time is up. Would members please take a recess for a moment or two? If I could ask those members who are leaving the chamber to leave, and if everyone else could resume their seats, please. We will move on to questions to the Minister of Agriculture, Environment and Rural Affairs. Question number 7, which stands in my own name, has been withdrawn. The first person I have on my list is Mr Gerry Kelly. Before I call Mr Kelly, could I welcome Minister Lyons to his first question time as Dear Minister and congratulate him on his appointment. I call Mr Gerry Kelly.
Thank you. It's Kirsty here in question 1, and I welcome the Minister in his first question time as well.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. The member highlights the breeding populations of curlew are declining and have declined significantly in our lifetimes. There are a range of existing legislative and policy measures in place to protect them. They are fully protected under the Wildlife Order when they are nesting, and a number of areas of special scientific interest, for example some of the islands in Lower Loch Earn and Loch Ness, are designated for curlew and other breeding waders. Curlew are also protected within the planning system, where advice from officials in NIA 2 planning authorities is to avoid and mitigate any potential impacts to curlew, including suitable habitat they could utilise from land development and associated activities. My officials are involved in undertaking the 3rd UK Special Protection Area Network review under the Birds Directive, along with the other UK nature conservation agencies. As part of this review, officials have considered protection for significant breeding curlew sites within the Northern Ireland SPA network. Sites at Lower Loch Earn and the Antrim Hills support nationally important populations of breeding curlew and have been identified as potential additions. Once advised to by my officials, I will consider proposals to protect the areas supporting the remaining significant breeding curlew populations in Northern Ireland. In addition, there are a number of areas where the Department is undertaking specific actions to support them or is providing support to others to do likewise. The Caffrey Greenmount Hill Farm at Glenwary is an education, training and knowledge and technology transfer resource for students and farmers. As part of this function and in partnership with a range of stakeholders, an area of 75 hectares of wet grassland is being managed to suit the individual needs of the 3 targeted priority species of wading birds, curlew, snipe and lapwing. This management has, after an absence of 20 years, resulted in curlew returning to the Greenmount Hill Farm in 2016 and successfully rearing 14 chicks since then.
Mr Kelly.
We just listen there in Fragra. Thank you, Minister, for his answer up to now, and it was a very comprehensive one, so he may have answered some of the next question I'm going to ask. But he will be aware that from a report from the National Parks and Wildlife Service that the curlew is down 96%, and the worry is that they will actually be extinct within a decade. You have went through quite a comprehensive list of areas which are being assisted. And I presume the Minister is aware that in the south, and you mentioned right across Britain as well, that they appointed 30 officers specifically to identify sites, and you've discussed why sites have been identified. Is there any movement on that, or any idea from the Minister that you would be appointing more officers research officers to check that?
Well, first of all, it is absolutely correct that the curlew are declining, and that is a cause of concern for us. He had highlighted the numbers. It's 82% decrease since 1987, and there are only 250 pairs remaining. That's why we have taken the action that we have taken so far, and have ensured that NIEA also take into consideration their future whenever planning applications are being discussed. If more resources are needed, that is, of course, something that we are happy to consider, considering the perilous state that we have here in front of us. Though in some good news, I was notified that there were a pair down at Larne Promenade in recent days. So once the restrictions are lifted, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I'm sure that members will want to flock to Larne to see it for themselves.
Flock indeed. Mr. Robbie Butler.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Welcome the Minister to his new role, and I know he'll do a good job in keeping the seat warm for Minister Poots. Minister, a wildlife licence is required if one wants to disturb or remove protected wildlife for reasons of damage to agriculture, livestock and fisheries. How is the damage assessed, and how many of these have been issued since January 2020?
It's not something I'm specifically aware of, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. However, the environmental farming scheme is also in place to make sure that that help is there to make sure that these birds can be protected. But in regards to the specific details that he raises, I'm more than happy to come back to him in writing, and I hope that that is helpful.
Mr. Mark Durkin.
Question number 2.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, in February 2020, we committed to Northern Ireland's continued participation in the development of a UK-wide proposal to reform the packaging producer responsibility system and the introduction of a deposit return scheme. The plan is to consult on these schemes this year. Powers are being taken in the Westminster Environment Bill to provide for a deposit return scheme for Northern Ireland alongside England and Wales. Such a scheme can significantly increase recycling and the recyclability of single-use drinks containers. A deposit return scheme can also result in a substantial reduction in the amount of littering in Northern Ireland. Other countries, such as Germany, Norway and the Netherlands, for example, have achieved collection and recycling rates of 98%, 97% and 95% respectively for plastic drinks bottles. The options for scope of material and size of container, deposit level and model of a DRS will be presented in the forthcoming consultation.
Mr. Durkin.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank the Minister. I'd like to wish the Minister well in his new role, and it's certainly no reflection on him when I say I hope he isn't in it for long, and sincerely wish Edwin Poots a full and swift recovery. As Health Minister, Edwin Poots did recognise the value of cross-border North-South collaboration. Is the Minister aware of any discussions that have taken place with the Irish Government on the coordination of a deposit return scheme across the island?
Well, first of all, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I thank the member for his kind words, and I don't intend to be here too much longer either. And I can assure him I will leave with grace whenever the time comes, and I'll not be inciting crowds to attack Dundonald House in the hope that I can stay on any longer. The member makes specific reference to the cooperation that has existed with the Republic of Ireland. It is not intended that we take forward scheme on an island-wide basis, and that's for a number of reasons. First of all, it's the reason why we're doing a UK-wide scheme is because it will be consistent with the packaging that is going to be in place. There's also the issue of waste collection, which is different in the Republic of Ireland, managed more by private firms, whereas here there is it's the councils, obviously, that deal with that. However, my officials have met with counterparts in the Republic of Ireland to discuss the schemes and identify any issues.
Mr Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. And I again would like to welcome the Minister to his post and wish Edwin Poots every success in his recovery. Now, so this is something that is of great interest to me also, and I was interested in your response, and particularly the case study of Germany, who have been extremely successful in this scheme, particularly around a refund scheme with particular reference. But I've also known, Minister, that in speaking to the industry itself, that there's a great gap between the conversations had between departmental officials, the plastic manufacturing industry, and indeed the recyclable industry. Is there a point in which we can formulate, whether it's a working group, to ensure that we can maximise on our recycling capacity in relation to single-use plastics?
Yes, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, obviously the consultation document that will go out will consider all of these issues, but he will also be aware of the work that my predecessor has done in relation to single-use plastics. I think we're all aware of the damage that they can cause and the need that we have to increase recycling rates right across the board, and it's right that all of these things are taken into consideration.
Mr Alan Chambers.
Deputy Speaker and Minister, I'd like to be associated with all the good wishes to you going forward. Minister, there are so many single-use drink containers, from plastic fruit juice drinks containers to milk containers. Would the Minister anticipate that the full range of these cartons will be included in any possible future scheme?
Well, yes, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and that will all be part of the consultation moving forward. From everybody's point of view, if we're going to introduce such a scheme, it will be helpful for that to be as wide as possible so that we can get to where we want to be in terms of achieving maximum recycling rates.
Mr Philip McQuiggan.
And I welcome the Minister's comments and would obviously welcome a deposit return scheme. Given the current climate and environmental crisis we're currently in, Minister, though you may well be aware that I have tabled a private member's bill on single-use plastics. And I would certainly welcome the Minister's view and support on a total ban on single-use plastics.
So, first of all, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I think it is worth noting that the Northern Ireland Civil Service, led by DERA, are presently implementing a plastic reduction action plan to end unnecessary single-use plastic across the Northern Ireland Civil Service Government estate, and DERA is on track to achieve this by the target date of October 2021, and suppliers are presently identifying alternatives to the disposable items currently in use, and a staff awareness campaign across all the departments has commenced. I think it is important. I think people want to see that leadership. In relation to further legislation on this issue, my predecessor advised the Assembly in November that he had asked DERA to look at introducing restrictions on 9 common single-use plastic items along the lines of bans proposed elsewhere in the UK. And to meet the New Decade New Approach commitment to tackle plastic pollution, we will propose further measures to control plastic waste, including legislation on plastic caps and lids, labelling, recycled content, and reductions in single-use plastic cups and food containers.
Ms Claire Bailey.
Question just answered, Mr Speaker, but thank you very much.
Grand. Mr John Blair.
Also answered, Principal Deputy Speaker.
Excellent. The Minister's on a roll. Dr Steve Aiken.
Question number 3, Mr Deputy Speaker.
My department has carried out extensive work in this area, including the realignment of operational processes in support of a small but important number of businesses, depending on product movements with other parts of the UK. This trade includes live fish and fish ova for trout farming, the supply of ornamental fish for trade in pet shops and garden centres, and the long-established eel fishery in Loch Ness. Trout farming depends on the movement of live ova. Northern Ireland has a positive, disease-free status, allowing exports from specialist producers locally to different producers across the world. My department is able to provide disease-free certification of locally produced fish to enable these exports, with the process depending on the requirements of the receiving country. My department is able to provide certification to allow movement to the EU as there is access to the relevant processes and databases. Whilst locally we receive relatively small consignments moving in the opposite direction, we are able to authorise inward movements which meet healthy fish requirements and are accompanied by adequate health certification. In the case of inward movements from GB, consignments are inspected at the point of entry. Ornamental fish are largely an Asian product, which is initially imported to GB, and onward consignments arrive for trade locally and further transport into the Republic of Ireland. Clearly, processes need to be revised given the point of entry to the EU regulatory zone. My officials from Veterinary Science and Fisheries Inspectorate have engaged with colleagues in DEFRA, the Centre for Environment, Fisheries and Aquaculture Sciences, and the Animal, Plant and Health Agency to develop a process which facilitates trade whilst mitigating for fish health and welfare issues as a result of the increased inspections required.
Dr. Aiken.
Indeed, may I thank the Minister and welcome the Minister to his position. Not so long ago in this very Assembly, the Minister was standing in for Minister Poots beforehand, and we had a question about aquaculture and particularly the issues to do with importation of fish and it was coming in. And the Minister at that meeting then stated that there were no issues to be concerned about. Would the Minister be aware of the concerns that the eel fisheries currently have with the importation of elvers to restock Loch Ness, and the implications that of not being able to import them from the River Severn are going to have a significant effect on the eel fisheries going forward?
Yes, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I think we're all aware of the challenges for eels at this moment in time, as trade in eels in and out of the EU has been prohibited by the EU Scientific Review Group since 2010, and that prevents the trade of eels from Northern Ireland to Great Britain and Great Britain to Northern Ireland. I find these requirements unnecessary, and the movement of eels from Great Britain poses no risk to Northern Ireland. It is in fact not necessary and completely unacceptable.
Mr. Matthew O'Toole.
Principal Deputy Speaker, it is worth noting as we consider these matters that 80% of the market for Loch Ness eels is in the European Union. And on that note, Minister, sadly food producers in Great Britain are finding themselves shut out of the European market. Whether it's Somerset cheddar, Scottish langoustines or Welsh lamb, they're struggling to get it into continental Europe. And sadly, it's really, really hurting their business. But the good news is we have replacement products for all of those things in Northern Ireland. Minister, what is your department doing to maximise opportunities for our food producers to replace those that sadly from Great Britain are lost out? Under the protocol, we have unfettered access that they don't have. So what is your department doing to maximise those benefits?
Well, of course, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, he mentions that 80% can go into the EU, but I'm concerned about the 20% that goes into Great Britain. And I don't want us to cut off from that market. I want that to be there, which is why instead of trying to find alternative markets, which we should always be trying to do, I want to make sure that our biggest market is there and that we can continue to trade into.
Mr. Jim Allister.
I wouldn't want to be as slippy as an eel in answering this question. But can I ask him, could he update the House, what is the position as of now in relation to DEFRA inspectors under the protocol at our ports, and does he commit as a unionist that he will play no part in aiding the partitioning of this United Kingdom and therefore will not be putting officials back into those ports?
Mr Principal, Deputy Speaker, it's currently the case that the Department have received the threat assessment from the PSNI, and that is currently being considered by the Department along with our own risk assessment and potential mitigations that can be put in place. I do not want those checks to have to take place. I want to see free, unfettered trade between Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Those staff have currently been taken out as a result of the threats that were made and on a safety issue, but I want to make sure that we can find a political solution to the problems that we currently face. I know that's what the member had said last week in the Assembly as well on the matter of the day, that there is no excuse whatsoever for these threats, and I hope that he would join me in wanting to find a political solution to the problems that we face and not keep people out on the basis of threats.
Mr John Blair.
Principal Deputy Speaker, thank you. Going back to the matter of aquaculture, can I ask, and I welcome the Minister, like others, to his first year of question time. Can I ask what steps the Department is taking to restore marine ecosystems? And for example, would the Minister consider implementing a similar scheme to that done in UK with a £500 million Blue Planet Fund?
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I currently don't have any additional information on the issue that the member raises, but of course we all understand the importance of our marine wildlife and the importance to support that where we can, and if there are specific measures in particular that he wants me to raise, I'm more than happy to consider them.
Ms Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I'd like to ask the Minister, at a recent committee meeting we were informed that up to 80% of our own baby eels from the loch are removed for Stalking eel fishery farming. I was wondering what the Department or his thoughts are on that decline of 80% and what we're doing to address that, and is it sustainable? Thank you.
Well, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, that has not been highlighted to me as an issue at this moment in time, so I can only assume that that is done in a sustainable way, but of course I can find more information for the member on that.
Mr Stuart Dixon.
Welcome, Minister, to your first question time, question number 4.
Thank the member and thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker. I am aware, of course, of the additional requirements being placed on local businesses in relation to the import of organic products from Great Britain to Northern Ireland. I oppose these restrictions within the UK internal market, especially if the product is retained for use within the UK. These restrictions cause economic harm to Northern Ireland business. Northern Ireland is required to adhere to EU rules and regulations for organic products as a result of the Northern Ireland Protocol under UK domestic law. And while the EU has recognised GB organic standards as equivalent, organic certificate of inspection checks are required for organic produce that is imported from GB for businesses that produce, prepare, store, import or sell organic products. My officials have been working closely with their counterparts in DEFRA with the aim of alleviating the difficulties that are arising from these additional checks and administration. I will also be writing to Michael Gove and George Eustace to raise these issues and seek a timely, pragmatic resolution.
Mr Dixon.
Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister, for your answer. I'm encouraged by the work which you're doing and indeed the comments which you've just made with regards to seeking out political solutions to the difficulties that we face in relation to the import and export of goods from Northern Ireland. But of course you, Minister, along with your predecessor, also have a statutory duty to perform your functions. I'm sure you would not wish to be in breach of the ministerial code by either dragging your feet or working against them.
I'm not quite sure if there was a question in there, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, but it's absolutely correct. I'm not dragging my feet on anything.
Mrs Rosemary Barton.
Minister, can I also welcome you to question time and wish Mr Poots all the best in his recovery. Minister, is there any progress in removing the barriers that are bringing in pedigree breeding cattle and sheep into Northern Ireland from Great Britain? This has been a problem.
Yes, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I am aware of this. It's another yet another problem associated with the Northern Ireland Protocol. Discussions are going on between my department and other relevant departments in the UK Government. It's unacceptable, some of the changes that have taken place, and it's frustrating not only from a trade point of view and a constitutional point of view, but some of them are just absurd and unnecessary, and that's why we need to see change.
Mr. Melissa McHugh.
Gormagot Class Carla. Ever Cook. Test 5.
I think that's question 5, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. My department has made one further bid of £9 million following the Minister of Finance's recent statement that significant COVID funds are available. This funding will be used to support the creation of a reserve in the Forest Service. I continue to explore all options. However, in scoping additional spend within the department and other organisations, delivering spend by the 31st of March is extremely difficult within the parameters set out by the Department of Finance, and this is a major issue in making additional bids given the risk of not spending. It should also be noted that earlier this year the Executive agreed an allocation of £25 million to DERA for market interventions in the agri-food sector. This was the most comprehensive allocation made by any UK or EU administration across the agriculture and horticulture sectors during the coronavirus emergency. It was based on a very strong economic rationale for providing financial assistance to agricultural and horticultural businesses to enable them to deal with short-term disruptions that would substantially impact on otherwise viable businesses. And my department is now focused on ensuring that this is fully spent in this financial year.
Mr. McHugh.
Minister, thank you for your answer, and again, like others, can I welcome you to your elevated post now as Minister of Agriculture, and again, I'd like to also wish Mr. Poots a very speedy recovery. Minister, just on Friday of the week past, I was contacted by a third-level rural student, and that person has spent 9 hours attempting to uploading an assignment as a result of very, very poor broadband connectivity. And in that same household, there's also an A-level student and a GCSE student, all attempting to use the same facility that is totally and absolutely inadequate to meet their needs in relation to education and so on. So, Minister, I ask you, can you consider, providing an additional scheme for rural dwellers defined by the Rural Needs Act in order to either provide them with devices and/or an improvement in broadband?
Well, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, if there is an issue in regards to devices for educational purposes, I think that would fall under the Department of Education. I am constrained insofar as the money that is spent, the money that is allocated, has to go towards losses that have been incurred as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic, along with taking into consideration the tight timescales that now exist. If there are particular measures that any member wants my department to look at, I'll be more than happy to do that, but we obviously do work within those constraints. That being said, I am glad that we have been able to provide so much support, as I said in my opening answer, more than in any other part of the UK or the European Union. I hope that that goes some way to helping those that have been affected by the COVID-19 pandemic.
Mr. Patsy McGlone.
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and welcome yourself too, Minister, and I do wish Edwin well in his speedy recovery, and indeed to be back at his desk too. Minister, just in regard to the overall finance, we know Westminster has refused to step in to replace the £15.3 million EU ring-fenced TB eradication monies, and also there is the question of the £34 million assigned previously, or the disparity, the reduction in monies for £34 million for rural development funds, which of course is pivotal and crucial to many of the rural areas that we represent. That's over the next 3 years. Is the Minister in a position to advise as to what efforts have been made by the Department to replace those monies, please?
Well, I know it's the case that my predecessor had worked with other colleagues in other devolved administrations, writing to the UK Government, making them aware of their concerns in relation to the issues that the member has raised, and I'm more than happy to keep the member updated as we get more information in relation to that.
That ends the period for listed questions. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions, and I call Ms Carol McKillop.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome Gordon to his post and wish Edmund all the best in his recovery. Regarding the temporary suspension of checks on products of animal origin at both Belfast and Larne ports as a result of alleged threats and intimidation of staff, can the Minister provide an update, if he has it, on the PSNI's assessment of the situation as it currently is?
Yes, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the Department received that updated threat assessment towards the end of last week, as the Permanent Secretary set out in his evidence to the ERA Committee on Thursday, I think it was. He said that following that threat assessment there would be further engagement with staff and trade unions, and that they would also finalise the risk assessment in line with the Department's responsibilities under health and safety legislation, as well as finding potential mitigations.
Ms McKillop.
I thank the Minister for his response, and would he agree with me that it is completely unacceptable that vital public services that are going to impact not just on people but certainly even the industry should not be withdrawn as a result of intimidation and criminal action? And could he ensure that this issue is kept up to date and any information regarding these threats last week is shared not only with the committee but indeed with this House?
Well, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I think it's important that we put on record that threats are wrong, threats are always wrong, and nobody should be stopped from going to their place of work. Unfortunately, these threats were all too common in the past as well. In the last 30 or 40 years, people were threatened from going about and doing their own job. It was wrong then, and it is wrong now. I think it is important that we take precautions and that we put the safety and well-being of our staff first and foremost, and that is what we have done.
Mr John O'Dowd.
Minister, despite the PSNI's assessment that there were no credible threats, you as Minister keep referring to these threats. The fact of the matter is that the information given to this Assembly and to Mid and East Antrim Council was based on half-truths, misinformation and erroneous information. Workers were used as pawns in a very, very cruel game. When will you, as Minister, carry out your duties and ensure these services are restored?
Well, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I can assure the member and the House that I am carrying out my duties. That has absolutely always been the case. The safety of staff has always been what is first and foremost in my mind, and it would be wrong to say anything else other than that. We have put in place a clear process. There were concerns, there were threats. That was, well, the graffiti that was put up was very much taken as a threat. There were a number of concerns that were expressed, and it was only right that we took precautionary measures and make sure that there are additional mitigations in place. And I don't see the problem with wanting to make sure that the full threat assessment was done, making sure that we do our own risk assessment and making sure that any mitigations that need to be put in place are put in place.
Mr O'Dowd.
I have no problem with anyone ensuring the safety of their workers, but my concern is this, that the fact that there is no credible threat, which has been stated by the PSNI, and the fact that a lie got halfway around the word before the truth got its pants on, that agenda of those workers being removed suits your political agenda. And rather than dealing with the facts, Minister, you're allowing these non-existent threats to carry forward a political agenda which would be contrary to your statutory duty and the code you have as a Minister.
It's absolutely disgraceful, because throughout I have been very, very clear in the comments that I made when I was in this chamber last week to the comments that were made by the Permanent Secretary and to the answers that I've given now, I think have very clearly demonstrated that staff safety is what's coming first of all, and secondly, that we had a process that was put in place. It's not a process that I have been interfering with. We've let that run its course. There have been discussions ongoing with the PSNI. There have been discussions and will be discussions with trade unions and other staff, and I find that an entirely appropriate response to what has gone on.
Dr. Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. And may I ask the Minister, his predecessor expressed his concerns about ARC21 and incineration, and would the current Minister, would he continue to express his concerns about ARC21 and incineration, particularly in relation to the completely unneeded Hightown incinerator?
Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, this is not something that I have yet received a briefing on or have had any conversation with the previous Minister in relation to, and I am more than happy to consider all the facts, to consider the evidence, to consider the need, if any, and then if there are decisions that I need to make in relation to that, I of course will make those based on all the evidence that is there.
Dr. Aiken.
For his comments so far. Would the Minister therefore like to join with me and indeed other members from South Antrim to have discussions with No ARC21 so he can further inform himself of some of the really serious issues that are involved with this as well, and we'd be delighted to facilitate that with the Minister.
Deputy Speaker, I do not know how much longer I will be in place, but as with all invitations, I'm more than happy to consider them as they come in.
Mr. Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and I also welcome you to your post, and I hope that Edmund makes a speedy recovery as well. Minister, not to labour the fact that some other people here have asked, or other MLAs have asked the questions about, I was looking really a risk assessment or an update from your department, from the PSNI, on the alleged threats against the DAERA staff, both at Belfast and at Larne, taking in mind, I come from an area myself, that the first thing we put up when any attack happened on our business was open for business, business as normal, and that's the signs we want to see back up again in the Port, Minister.
I thank the member for his question, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, and by way of update, I hope I have set that out, that the threat assessment was received. Officials are then having further engagement with staff and trade unions. We will finalise a risk assessment in line with the Department's responsibilities under health and safety legislation, and then ensure that whatever mitigations are necessary are put in place.
Minister, yes, I hear what you say there. Many in this House and beyond are concerned that your predecessor took action which was not proportionate with the security advice received from the PSNI. Can you confirm that, in line with the police assessment, that staff will return to work to undertake their important roles, minimising the disruption caused by Brexit?
Well, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker, I think that the Permanent Secretary set out quite clearly the process and what took place in the days or hours leading up to the decision that was taken. I'm not going to be bound by any timescale. I'm going to let the process that we set out at the start take its place, and I think that's entirely appropriate.
Mr. Robin Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I join with other members in congratulating the new Minister, and indeed join with others in wishing Mr. Poots a very speedy recovery. Could I ask the Minister, the Minister will be aware that puppy smuggling is a significant activity in Northern Ireland, from the Republic into Northern Ireland, from Northern Ireland into Scotland. Can I ask the Minister what steps he's taking to address the issue?
Can I thank the member for raising this issue, not only now, but the concern that he has shown for this for quite some time. And operators of puppy farms aim to get maximum profit for minimum effort, and they do not care about the living conditions or indeed the welfare of their dogs. And I'm also aware that the sale of these dogs sometimes involves travel through Northern Ireland ports. My department has recently established a multi-agency forum to tackle puppy smuggling. The forum has met twice in the last 2 months and contains representatives from my department, councils, PSNI and Harbour Police. In addition, my department continues to carry out checks at ports in Northern Ireland to ensure that dogs being moved through ports have the relevant paperwork and are in compliance with welfare and transport regulations. The Department's website and the NI Direct website contain a range of information on buying and caring for a puppy, including a guide that goes along with that.
Mr Newton.
I thank the Minister. That is indeed good news, and I'm absolutely certain that that will be welcomed by all those involved in the care of pups. Minister, there is another step that I think does need to be taken, and particularly in the health situation that we are in, where it has been extremely popular to buy a pup. And indeed, I expect that you might agree with me, Minister, that there is a need to educate the public in how they might go about buying a pup, who they would be buying the pup from, and indeed the aftercare of the pup should it take ill, and the source of who they've bought the pup from and the responsibilities of that source.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I entirely agree with what the member has said. I already had set out about the buying and caring for a puppy guide that DAERA has produced, and this guide sets out advice on finding a responsible breeder or seller, and it was supplied to the Northern Ireland Education Authority in 2018 for placing in its teaching resources library for the use of teaching staff, and I hope that that is being used, and I would encourage the member to get in contact with schools in his constituency so that they can be aware that that resource is available. And I think it's absolutely right that it's not just trying to prevent problems from happening, but to stop problems from happening, but trying to prevent them in the first place. That's the most important thing, and I appreciate him raising that issue of education.
Mr Jonathan Buckley.
Well, Deputy Speaker, the Minister may know that for a number of weeks ago I highlighted an issue on the Lough Neagh in relation to dangerous activity via videos which put life at risk from bailiffs operating under the remit of the Fishermen's Cooperative. Could the Minister confirm that his department is taking this serious and that those issues will be investigated?
I thank the member for raising this issue, and I believe he also wrote to me in relation to this, and I think it's absolutely right where those concerns are expressed and where issues such as he describes are taking place, that those are fully investigated, and it is my understanding that one of my officials had been made aware of that and had engaged in conversations with those who are involved, and I'm more than happy to keep the member updated as to the outcome of those discussions.
Mr Buckley.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for his answer. There is a long litany of concerns in relation to the activity on Lough Neagh by the Fishermen's Cooperative, so I would appreciate if the Minister and via his department officials could keep me and other members informed as to those ongoing investigations as they develop. Thank you.
Well, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, the member has very much put this on the record. It's something my officials will take a note of, and we will keep him updated.
Thank you, members. That concludes question time to the Minister for Agriculture. We will shortly return to the debate on the health protection regulations, when the next person to speak will be Ms Cara Hunter. Can I invite members to take their ease until then? Thank you.
Okay, members, we'll now resume the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 Amendment Regulations, and I call Cara Hunter. Cara Hunter on Cancha.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I'd like to thank the Minister for being here today. I welcome the opportunity to speak again on the health protection regulations, specifically 12, 17, 19 and 22. These restrictions are perhaps among the most difficult. They greatly impact upon all of our daily lives and our everyday movements. It is very regrettable that we remain in a similar situation as it stands today, 11 months into this pandemic, both in terms of the virus itself and continued cycles of lockdown. Of course, these restrictions are not put in place lightly, and we support the Executive and the Minister in the difficult decisions which they have had to make to protect lives and to beat this virus. The sacrifices made by the public over the past number of weeks have not been in vain. We are now beginning to see, slowly but surely, an improvement, with figures now showing a lower number of daily cases of infection and a lower R number than at the start of this year. Along with a fantastic process with the rollout of the vaccine, I think we can all take heart in these developments. Despite this positive news, we do still have some way to go, and I continue to urge the public to adhere to the restrictions and the guidelines. We continue to recognise the gravity of the public health crisis and the immense continued pressures which the NHS and frontline staff are facing day in and day out. As a member of the Health Committee, I am also aware of the pressures arising right across the health system as a result of this crisis, not just frontline staff. It has been a long and difficult winter, and as we approach the one-year mark since the first lockdown last March, it does not seem to be getting any easier to adapt to this way of life. Hopefully, however, once this phase of current restrictions is lifted in the coming weeks, we will never have to return to such a way of life again. Mr Deputy Speaker, as I have done when speaking on the health protection regulations before and again today, I would like to mention the impact of lockdown that these regulations in particular have had on mental and emotional well-being. I think that the lack of contact with our family, our friends, and the need to stay home, which these restrictions require and enforce, has been one of the most difficult and in some cases indeed painful experiences of the pandemic over the last year. The sense of isolation and loneliness, which many people will have experienced, must be dreadful, and particularly those of the elderly community, the disabled, and those living in rural areas who may have already found themselves cut off and isolated regardless of the pandemic. I continue to press the Minister of Health and his department to act and work now as to put a plan in place to deal with the anticipated mental health crisis that we anticipate coming out of this pandemic. An aspect of this which we discussed last week was on the Health Committee's recent report into care homes. In that debate, we all reflected across this House on the difficulties that care homes have experienced, and the report certainly brought home to me the stark realities of what life has been like for residents and families, and indeed the effects on people not being able to visit, see, touch and hug their loved ones. One other point that I would like to make is from my own constituency viewpoint in the constituency of East Derry, and it relates specifically to Regulation 19. I have been contacted by a number of constituents and residents at seaside resorts within my constituency, Port Ballantrae, Portrush and Portstewart. They have been frustrated to see people coming from far and wide to stay in their holiday homes, and I deeply understand their frustrations. While I would reiterate that no one would ever seek to stop or limit anybody's right to exercise, I would ask that the public stay in and around their own areas in fear of inadvertently spreading this virus. Of course, in normal times, tourists and visitors are very welcome in our towns in East Derry, and indeed these towns are very much dependent on the tourism market. Hopefully those 2 days are not too far away either, but for now I again urge people to adhere to the guidance around travel. I would also emphasise, a number of constituents have voiced to me the importance of team sports and the regular gym attendance for their mental and emotional well-being. I do hope that as lockdown lifts, the Department and the PHA will continue to engage with both the gym industry and sports groups directly to ensure health and safety can be adhered to, and that these important aspects of our lives can safely resume as soon as possible. I will conclude, Mr Speaker, by putting forward to the Minister a question around COVID-19 testing staff, the possibility of could they be included in the vaccine as their front line and at high-risk group. And as far as I'm aware, they're on 0-hour contracts and have deep concerns as they don't receive sick pay if they were to contract the virus. But lastly, Mr Deputy Speaker, I would like to conclude by saying that my party and I are supportive of the regulations before us today. And I am sure, like all members across the House, regret the need for such stringent measures at this time and can only hope that the end is somewhere closer in sight. Thank you.
I now call Alan Chambers.
Mr Deputy Speaker. Mr Deputy Speaker, during the run-up to the Christmas period just past, the Executive had a huge challenge to try and balance the ongoing transmission of COVID against the desire to try and facilitate a Christmas celebration of sorts for all of us. These relaxations, while widely welcomed by the community, resulted in a negative impact in relation to transmission rates. It was inevitable that a robust reaction was required to counter this, and what is before us today is that robust reaction. It is commendable that, in line with these regulations, the main churches made the huge gesture of voluntarily cancelling acts of public worship in line with them. The virus and the resulting regulations has changed everyone's way of life. Individuals and families are making huge sacrifices to comply with restrictions that are designed to protect all our well-being and also to relieve the pressure on our NHS. At least 95% and maybe more of our citizens are complying fully, but some are still ignoring the restrictions. It is regrettable that ignoring of regulations has in many cases involved those who have been responsible for helping to craft them. The disruption to our daily lives will be lifted or relaxed in response to a slowdown of transmission and hospital admissions. That is in our hands. The efficient and speedy rollout of the vaccine will make a huge contribution to getting back to normal, but our daily behaviour is still crucial. The recent welcome downward trends should not be taken as an excuse to let our personal or collective guard down. All of us in this House have been lobbied by various sectors to be allowed to reopen. Gym sessions are very important to those who enjoy the health and well-being benefits of a visit to the gym, and there has been a robust campaign to lobby us to support a reopening of these establishments. I must confess that a visit to a gym is not as important to me at the moment as a visit maybe to the barber or my wife to her hairdresser. All these personal service businesses have spent money and effort in making a visit to their premises as safe as possible. But the barrier to being able to get the public back into these businesses is the need to minimise travel that may have the potential for accidents that could lead to more pressure on our hospitals. Earlier this afternoon, the First Minister reiterated the need for us to stay at home. That advice is the cornerstone of these regulations. The big prize for our sacrifices will be the reduction or the elimination of deaths to this virus, but also the fact that the important programme of elective surgery can get back to normal. In conclusion, Mr Deputy Speaker, an earlier speaker referred to these regulations as being a blunt instrument. Nobody could argue with that description. In normal times, no one in a democratic society would in any shape or form add their name to supporting the restrictions we are currently living under. They are indeed a blunt instrument, but in this case, they have saved a number of lives that we will never be able to quantify. For that reason alone, we should all have no difficulty in supporting the restrictions in front of us today. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Mr Deputy Speaker, again, of course, we find ourselves discussing regulations long after they apply. In this particular instance, we are looking at a reversion fundamentally to something closer to the regulations when they initially came into force last March. The main headline in these regulations is to stay at home. It's an order, now it clearly implies, and that it now may be enforced. Mr Deputy Speaker, we probably do need to ask ourselves how we are still getting hundreds of cases every day when the numbers now being reported represent a period after these regulations came into force. In other words, they represent a period during which a stay-at-home order has applied in law throughout. In such circumstances, how, in fact, are infections taking place? This is the question to which I do feel the Minister should have an answer. We've heard little about contact tracing in recent weeks, but it should be able to answer that question. If infections are happening in the home, the question then still arises how they are moving between homes when there is a stay-at-home order in place. If infections are happening in offices, the question arises whether all these offices need to have people in them. If they're happening in shops, then the question arises whether we need to implement improved social distancing measures. I commend the vast majority of people who are staying at home, except for essential journeys, because this is an exceptionally grim time of year during which we have to do it. I hope sincerely that the advances made by the vaccination programme are helping people keep their spirits up, but this is a difficult task. I also applaud the workplaces where people have ensured that staff can work from home. I know of many instances where this has not been straightforward to make it a reality. I have to say I'm impressed particularly by those shops who have invested in having staff on hand at the entrance to try to ensure guidelines such as one person only are adhered to. But we continue, as so often during this pandemic, to be operating in an information vacuum. Where are the ongoing problems causing the infections actually? I hope the Minister can provide us not just with an outline, but with some detail about what contact tracing is telling, and therefore what precisely those who provide the public health advice have been asked to consider for the coming weeks. I hope, Mr Deputy Speaker, arising from that, you will allow me to leeway to touch on Amendment 2, also which indicates a review will now take place ahead of potential changes on 5th of March. This is why we need to hear from the Minister how exactly this will be managed and what information will feed into the consideration of the next steps. There is a balance to be struck between, on one hand, holding the current line until at the very least all the clinically vulnerable have been vaccinated, and perhaps beyond that to give the vaccination programme itself the maximum chance of succeeding, and on the other hand enabling limited opening of lower risk and high benefit locations. Most obvious amongst these are schools, of course, but I accept that this is not a matter to which the Health Minister can give a direct answer. Other facilities, however, would include leisure centres, general retail, gym and libraries, which are essential to mental well-being and can be managed in a way which limits risk markedly. I would ask the Minister what information is being considered with regard to the now imminent review of the restrictions, and would it not be advantageous if members of this House and indeed the public could see that information? Otherwise, we are even more limited in our role as scrutineers than we already are, having to debate these regulations so long after they are already applied. Mr Deputy Speaker, with some reluctance, given the relative absence of information and the ongoing difficulties being caused by so many of them, I commend the regulations in the hope that we have seen the last peak of infections. There will be something very wrong if we have not. Thank you.
Thank
you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. I welcome the opportunity to speak on the health regulations as well. And like the speakers that went before me, certainly there are concerns regarding the fact that, just the point that Paula had finished on, I think people are, with goodwill and all the best intentions, are supporting these regulations, but there are concerns around the ability to scrutinise after the fact. But I know the ministers in front of the committee on Thursday, so perhaps some of the questions that I raise here today you'll be able to pick up upon in regard to these regulations and indeed future programmes of work. I also think it's really important that every member that I've listened to so far has pointed to the fact that they really welcome the vaccination process and its rollout. I also note today that numbers of people infected are starting to decrease, and that in itself has to be really welcomed, not just for the individuals and their families, but certainly our health and social care staff, who, to be quite frank, from last year are an already beleaguered workforce, but from last year have actually stood up even when they felt like lying down. And I think for that reason and that reason alone, we all welcome that progress. There are, as the Minister will know better than most, massive pressures on other parts of health and social care, and not so much about the restrictions around COVID, being able to, practice safe social distancing, but equally the growing lists of people who are waiting on surgery continues to grow. It was already at a worrying rate prior to COVID, and now, there are massive and real concerns about those. So if the Minister doesn't mind even just some information regarding those updates when he appears at the committee on Thursday. The other issue that we've been really concerned about, and indeed the impact of the COVID regulations, not just on the life and liberty of people, but some of the I suppose the issues that our health and social care staff are dealing with, and that's around safeguarding. I've been speaking to some of the people in education, particularly in primary education, and the numbers of concerns that they normally would progress to social services have dropped because of children in school, and that's really, really worrying. So if the Minister could bring some issues forward, and our Sinn Féin team on health are meeting with the Children's Commissioner tomorrow, and certainly not just about this issue, but certainly other issues. And the other issues that Cara has mentioned, indeed others have mentioned, is the impact on mental health. It's gone through the roof. We were talking to some young people who, right across North Belfast, have worked in interfaces for years, and that's a hard station for anyone. But one of the biggest challenges that they said they faced, even through the whole period of unwanted bonfires in my own constituency, was around the mental health, poor mental health of young people. And they're certainly looking at perhaps developing protocols as easements hopefully happen to try and get more work, because kids are zoomed out and they're actually zooming out. They're withdrawn, they're isolated, and they're down. And that's something I don't think any of us want. And I believe that, certainly with the vaccination certainly.
Thank the member for giving way. And she touches on a very important point in relation to the impact on our young people. Particularly, some people can think within a school setting, but equally, as she has outlined, also those in a community setting. Would the member agree with me, as we chart the road to some form of recovery, that it is important that we look at innovative ways in which our youth sector can provide help towards those that have missed vital education and early learning experiences within school? There must be a joined-up process by where those two different arms of the educational body pull together to ensure that those young people who will bear the scars, both mentally and indeed educationally, in the days ahead.
Well, and I thank the member for his intervention. There's nothing he said that I would disagree with. And the point that I was making was that the youth providers themselves are trying to look at a protocol, bearing in mind the current health restrictions, but at the same time, they've got real concern about the impact that these regulations are having on the health and well-being of young people. Everything that we have talked about has been around test, trace, isolate and support. And I think that needs to be the watchwords and continue to be the watchwords. Where I am really, really concerned is, I understand and I appreciate the fact that those travelling, particularly from Britain, there's exemptions around film and TV crews and other professions that are exempt from self-isolation. But I still can't get my head around the fact that when we, weeks ago, had the Kent variant, that the Minister didn't support it and instead opted for guidelines. And I think that's a decision we're going to come to rue, to be honest. We have brought in regulations against other variants from other red flag countries. But I just wish that we could pass thinking constitutionally and think about health. And that is something I want to take up with the Minister on Thursday. I also believe that the current restrictions are inadequate and we definitely need to see more detail. We need to see certainly more detail around passenger locator forms for all arrivals at ports and airports. In my opinion, there is a real need for a requirement for managed quarantine. and COVID testing for departure or pre-departure, in my opinion, needs to be introduced. I also appreciate the fact that none of this is easy. These are decisions that people are having to make. But I also believe, and having to make when people are being, they're relying on ICU. And that's something that focuses all. But one thing that's very clear to me is that restrictions, particularly if you look at the figures today, have worked to a certain degree. So what we're asking for is not only just further updates in terms of our ability to scrutinise, but also what the recovery plan will be. Because alongside of this, while people have been very tolerant, and indeed, despite the uncomfortableness of these regulations from their introduction, people have done their best. But I do think we're at a stage now where we need to see a recovery plan, albeit on the basis that it's on the basis that health restrictions ease when health improves. And I think that's, people need that hope. And it's not just your business to provide that hope, but since we're discussing these health regulations, I would like you to take some of the points I've raised up. I will say I was disappointed earlier at the tone of Jonathan Buckley in relation to the Ormer Road. I mean, I think there is a big contrast between people involved in silent prayer laying flowers in reflection to that of the crowds in East Belfast. They weren't there to lay flowers or pray. They were there to intimidate, harm, bully, continue their criminality, including drugs, racketeering and all the rest. And I don't think it serves them well, just to focus on that issue and that issue alone. I think what we need to see here is, to be quite honest, I think we need to see as many people as possible looking at these health regulations and trying their best in the circumstances they have, and where there are difficulties, then separate them and deal with them separately. I don't think it did any people in East Belfast who were living in terror any justice either. And I'll finish with this, Minister. I am delighted to be on the Health Committee. I'm delighted to be working with great people on the committee who have just, I can tell that even when it comes to this, regulations actually struggle but are trying to do their best. But I would say that we need to see a bit more evidence. We also need to see more detail, because I don't think anybody has been really mischievous over these things. I think they're trying to be collegiate. But I do think, and actually I'm feeling it, and I'm only on the committee, that there needs to be more coming to not help them to support you, but also knowing all the problems, which we do because we asked you numerous questions. We also need to see what the resolution on some of those problems is going to be. And I think that's something, if you haven't started already, even if it's work in progress, we would need to certainly see it. Because like yourself, we're constituency representatives who have come through a lot over decades. But this last year, in my opinion, has impacted on some of the most hardy people I know. Some of the most brave staff working in health and social care, who have worked in A&Es at the worst of times and who are actually considering their profession. And that's not something any of us want. But I would like to see, so they are also asking questions like, they understand restrictions in one area, but they don't understand in another area. So, for example, the travel around the Kent variant didn't go down well. And I think those questions need to be answered. So, thank you very much.
Justin McNulty on Cancha. I call Justin McNulty.
As others have stated, the issue before us today is a mere extension of the regulations previously put in place. We've been here on a number of occasions before, and that these regulations are almost at review stage before they get to this House for consideration, debate and ultimate approval. I supported the extension at the time and want to take this opportunity to speak to the review of the regulations coming next week. Lashcan Corla, we know the regulations have worked and continue to work, and whilst the infection rates and number of positive cases continues to fall, it remains high, and most importantly, the pressure on our health service, our hospitals and our healthcare teams remains high as well. The review will take into account the impact on hospitals, on healthcare staff, on cancelled surgeries, on delays in screening and on the rollout of vaccinations. And indeed, the most up-to-date hospital admission details will also be included in those considerations. So many people and their families are sitting at home sick with worry about delays in surgeries and lack of access, perceived or otherwise, to screening. And simple things like a drive-in testing site in Newry, Dalbert Basin. There's a storm coming down the line this week and people have to walk long distance to get into the testing site, and people want answers and people want a solution to that situation where there was a drive-in testing site and they want to see that replaced. However, I would ask the Minister to use this opportunity to review this opportunity of his review to signal a path for the future, to give people a sense of hope on the horizon. I would appeal that a stage-by-stage pathway be set out that would see different sectors and activities ease out of restrictions. In calling for this, I don't see this as an undermining of the health message, as I fully appreciate and acknowledge that any easements will be slow, staged and only permissible as the infection and hospital figures permit. I do believe we need to look at easing areas of the economy and society that can be eased in a managed and safety-compliant way. And I have raised on multiple occasions my concerns around the impact of the cessation of youth sports for prolonged periods. I raised it with the mental health champion last week at the Education Committee. I've raised it on many occasions with the Minister. I'm really concerned about the impact on their mental health, on their emotional health and on their physical health. I know a strong campaign has been launched this week where a number of sporting organisations and high-profile figures will be sharing those concerns. And I'm completely sympathetic to those concerns. I want to hear the Health Minister's view on that. I want to hear the CMO's view on that. I want to know when they think it will be safe to open up youth sports in a safe and managed way, when at no risk to the children involved, at no risk to the families of the children involved as well. Outdoor activities such as children's sports can be permitted at an early stage and should be permitted at an early stage, given that they are taking place in outdoor and in open spaces. This, I believe, as I said, is imperative for the physical and mental health and emotional well-being of our young people. And, Minister, like many other members here, I'm dying to get back into the gym. It's been too long since I've had a bar on my back. Other areas of our economy, such as barbers, hairdressers, which operate on a strict appointment-only basis, or indeed car washers, could be eased. And when can dance lessons and music lessons resume when it's safe to do so? And in education, I believe school leaders and parents alike are crying out for certainty. Minister Weir has already indicated that he will give a period of notice before schools open for face-to-face learning. But let's give them certainty as soon as possible. Set a date provisionally. Give them a timeline or a staggered programme of when schools can resume safely and for what year groups. Minister, I think everyone appreciates the challenges you have faced and the way you've led throughout this pandemic. You haven't been afraid of making difficult decisions, and whilst others were at each other's throats, you've remained steady and stable. People in our communities have looked to you more than they've looked to the head of government when things were really tough, when things were in the melting pot in relation to this pandemic, to guide the way, and you've done that. I would ask that in the regulations you review next week, you seek to give people hope. You seek to give people sight of the light at the end of the tunnel.
Thank you, Sir Jerry Carroll. I now call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. Almost a year into this pandemic, we unfortunately know the seriousness of the virus and how deadly and dangerous it is. And I want to offer my sincere condolences to the thousands of people who have lost a loved one during this pandemic. I also want to offer my thoughts with everybody in our community impacted by this virus. I've repeatedly, Mr Deputy Speaker, raised the need for this executive to implement a zero-COVID strategy in order to tackle this pandemic. And all along, I've been met with ministers engaged in obfuscation and deflection, and today the First Minister repeated that again. And I repeat again today, Mr Deputy Speaker, the only way out of this pandemic to protect people and to avoid lockdown yo-yo is to adopt a zero-COVID approach, which aggressively targets this virus and aims for total community transmission to be eliminated. Otherwise, it will be lockdown, surge, lockdown, surge, lockdown, surge for some time. And I don't know if lessons have been learned, but I hope there won't be a repeat of the failed strategy of the executive in the past. Susan Michie from University College London, in terms of zero COVID, puts it, I think it's worth quoting. I could use the analogy of fires. In Ireland, there is a zero fire policy, which means we want no fires, and we take every measure we can to ensure as much as we can that there are no fires. However, we know fires will occasionally break out, and we have systems in place to jump on those fires quickly so they do not spread into the awful examples we saw in Australia last year. That is what elimination and zero COVID-19 means. I think it's very important and worth considering that today, and at the executive also. So whereas we absolutely, Mr. Deputy Speaker, need measures in place to protect people's health, it's my assertion that the executive have been quick, slow to implement the measures and quick to lift the measures that has protected people. And again, I hope lessons have been learned, but I don't know if they have been. I think we also have to say that the executive's approach, in my view, has targeted the wrong people continually, and more so in the past few weeks. In my view, we have had a disproportionate targeting of working class people, including people in my own constituency. And there, in recent weeks, there have been a number of families targeted by police as they attempt to mourn for their loved ones who have passed away. So you have a situation where politicians in this chamber can break regulations and not receive a heavy-handed response from the police. MPs can repeatedly break the regulations and not face any fines, any warrants, any visits or knocks on their door from the police. And not only is such an approach deeply unfair, but will and does breed cynicism amongst a community that has faced so much and sacrificed so much in a very difficult year. Again, something I raised before, but where is the police investigation or door knocks of the big care home providers? We discussed obviously last week the serious amount of deaths that have happened there in response to the pandemic. Again, Mr. Speaker, and I suppose for the Minister's attention, somebody in my constituency last week was fined £200 for giving out bingo cards. Some light entertainment and distraction given to people or attempted to give to people in the middle of a pandemic, met with the full rigours of the law, whilst others are openly flouting the regulations and getting away with it. It's really disgraceful and shameful stuff. And finally, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I think the issue of capacity in the health service has been raised a number of times, but I think we seriously need to look at private healthcare capacity. And I raised the question with the Minister's department there 2 weeks ago, I think it was, and asked about this in an Assembly question. Unfortunately, the response I got was that it's too big of a job, costly and time-consuming, presumably, to find out what is the size and scale of private healthcare capacity. So I think we need to be seeing and utilising every single private bed, capacity, resources, facilities to tackle this pandemic, rather than what's happening now is some people are boasting about the profits they're making and the patients they're seeing in the middle of a pandemic, and that approach has to change. And I would urge the Minister to come up with a strategy alongside his executive colleagues to discuss how we can take control of those facilities to ensure that they're used to fight this pandemic and deal with the health issues that we have. Thank you.
I now call Minister Robin Swan to conclude and wind on the motion, please.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And I welcome today's debate on the Amendment SR number 3, 2021 of the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions number 2 regulations. And I want to thank the members for their contributions. And I'll now make just some comments on the issues that have been raised. In regards to the commentary from the Chair, can I again thank the committee for their support, not just in these regulations, but bringing forward the work that we have done as a committee, as a department, in bringing forward these regulations. And I think Caroline Cullen summed it up rightly when she said, when she joined the committee, she basically said she could see the passion and the understanding that is there as President of the committee, and as something as Minister that I've noted and welcomed through the support that I've had since taking up this post. I think the Chair was right when he said the vast majority of people do want to do the right thing and do the right thing, and we know that. But these regulations, unfortunately, are necessary, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in regards to what additional powers is needed to make sure that those who don't want to do the right thing or those who think they're above the right thing are actually brought to task, brought to the rigour of the law. The Chair mentioned, I think it was under Regulation 5, and I think it was something he raised, was raised at the committee as well. Under Regulation 5, a person shall not organise or operate or participate in a gathering of more than 6 persons from outside 2 households, whereas Regulation 5A prohibits a person who is not an organiser or operator from participating in a gathering, thereby placing the accountability actually on the attendees to larger gatherings as well as the organiser or the operator. The amendment that was made, and it reduced 5A, was made on the 12th of November and was actually required to close that loophole whereby only the organiser of an event could be fined if many more participants than agreed attended the event. So that piece of work was done. In addition, whilst gatherings of more than 6 people from more than 2 households contravenes the requirements of Regulation 5, larger gatherings, or Regulation 5 then covers larger gatherings, where actually more enhanced penalties can be applied. The committee chair also raised in regards click and collect, as did Mr Buckley. And I will say to members, they asked for an update on considerations about widening the use of click and collect. It's something that the Department of the Economy has tabled a paper to the Executive for consideration. There was a round table headed up by the First and Deputy First Ministers about the widening of use of click and collect to allow non-essential retail to operate in that way. I would want to just remind members currently the use of click and collect is restricted to essential retail only, but all retail is able to operate by delivery to customers. And I want to take you back to the intention of these restrictions, and that's the virus transmits where people congregate and have social contact with each other, especially where people are confined to indoor spaces, actually such as shops and shopping centres, and they also may be touching common services as well. So that's the challenge that actually comes with click and collect. And again, I thank the committee chair for his comments, and also in regards to Sinn Féin Health spokesperson, in regards, and I thank everyone in the House in regards to the acknowledgement of the vaccine and the vaccine programme and how we're actually progressing that. But again, like the chair stressed as well, the vaccine programme and vaccines will not work on their own. They still need supported by the other additional measures that we all know that work: social distancing, good hand hygiene, good respiratory hygiene, and wearing face coverings. Moving on to the comments of Johnny Buckley, and again, I thank Johnny for his constant acknowledgement, as others, of our healthcare professionals who have been working through this pandemic now for 11 months. And I think, again, as Carmen McCullum mentioned and others mentioned, the extreme pressure that they have been on and under due to working in an underfunded and under-resourced health service for many years has only been intensified by the pandemic in itself. And again, his acknowledgement of the vaccine programme and that sense of pride that we have here in Northern Ireland of what is being delivered, but also the dedication of the staff who are actually working in it, and the positive feedback I think that all of us have been getting about the warm, friendly support and encouragement and operation that our vaccine centres are delivering, both the regional ones and the GP facilities as well. He raised about the financial support measures that are necessary to supplement and complement the restrictions that are brought in, and I welcome the support that comes from both the Ministers of Economy and Finance in regards to making sure that those support measures are there as well and are paid out as quickly and as expediently as possible to make sure that we do get support to those sectors that actually need it, because he did reference to those sectors who have been grossly impacted. But I think as Health Minister I would say there's been none more impacted than that in my own in the health service. Jonathan also raised the issues in regards to the messaging, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I think it's important in regards to the AstraZeneca vaccine that's currently out there at the minute, and the Chief Medical Officer has issued a press release just to give people that reassurance in regards to AstraZeneca, and I want to read some of it actually into the record today, because Dr McBride has said that the AstraZeneca and Pfizer-BioNTech vaccines are protecting people from COVID-19 and they are saving lives. They have been independently and expertly assessed as effective against the strains of the virus that are dominant in Northern Ireland and elsewhere on these islands, and they have been approved for the entire adult population. He is aware of a small-scale study that suggests AstraZeneca may not be as effective against mild disease from the South African variant of the virus, but clearly more studies will be required on the full efficacy of vaccines against all variants. But I wish to assure people here on two important fronts. Firstly, the South African variant is not dominant in the UK. Indeed, there have been no confirmed cases of it at all in Northern Ireland at this time. And secondly, while protection against mild disease is obviously desirable, the most important objective is the protection against serious illness, hospitalisation and death, and any vaccine that achieves that is a successful vaccine. So I just wanted to make sure that was put on record, Mr Deputy Speaker. Cara Hunter then moved on to talk about how our numbers are now decreasing and how that is a very important part to note. But I will say that we started from a very high point. So although our numbers are decreasing, they still have a long way to go before they would get to where I would feel comfortable by a wide-scale opening of other activities in Northern Ireland. And I think she reflected that in her own comments when she said there is still some way to go. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think one of the most important points that Cara raised, as did others, is how this virus has affected the change in daily lives of many people across Northern Ireland, and that from contact with family and friends. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think one of the most moving tributes that I actually received through our vaccine programme was when an elderly lady who had been through the process actually indicated that the touch of the vaccinator on her arm was the first human contact that she had physically had since this virus started. So when you hear moving testimony like that about the impact that this virus has had on daily life in Northern Ireland, it really brings it home, and it makes us, I think, as legislators here, reflect on the necessity of these regulations because of what they are achieving and what they continue to achieve by driving down that rate of infection, but also to make sure that we have the necessary support mechanisms in place as well. And as I've always said, that they will be in place no longer than are necessary. But, Mr Deputy Speaker, at this point in time, they are necessary because we still have a high rate of infection. We still have more people in hospital with COVID than we had at the peak of our the first wave, and with more people in ICU than we did during our first and second waves. So these regulations are, in my view, proportionate and necessary at this point in time. And I think another point that Cara Hunter raised was in regards to those people who are travelling to seaside resorts for their exercise, which is perfectly understandable. But if people can do it closer to home, it would be far better if they did it, and also for the communities that they're travelling to. There is guidance there in regards to how far people should travel from their own place of home, because the fewer people who do travel or make unnecessary trips, if we can get that number down now, the sooner it will be that we can all get back to enjoying those trips and those outings that we all want to get back to. And that, I think, follows on to Mr Chambers' contribution, where he said the cornerstone of the regulations that we have in place at the minute is the stay-at-home message and the necessity to minimise travel. So that's where many of the challenges, and I think it leads into some of Mr McNulty's contributions in regards to all those things that we could open, we could look at opening, and we should look at opening. I think they have to be taken at a steady pace, at a time when the time is right, a time when it doesn't see an explosion of the virus again. And I will reflect back to the approach the executive actually took back in May, where it set out a stepped, phased approach, but didn't put timeline on it, and those restrictions were eased solely depending on where the virus was at any point in time, where the pressures on our hospital system was at any point in time as well. And I think that's an important way approach how we take the next steps out of this, Mr Deputy Speaker. Ms Bradshaw indicated, in regards to the number of cases that we are currently seeing. PHA is still working how we collate that and actually present it in a meaningful way as to where we source those rates of infections, where they still are. And we are still seeing cases in homes, in the workplaces that are opened as well. But unfortunately, we're also seeing still outbreaks associated to funerals. Because in Northern Ireland, there still is that emotional challenge, Mr Deputy Speaker, whereas a funeral is not just an acknowledgement of somebody's life, but there's also a social connection as well. So we are still unfortunately seeing those, and I think that puts into the challenge, and we've often said it in here, but how this virus has changed our perception of death. And those things that were so normal for so many people have now been challenged, and that's why unfortunately we still have that challenge and restriction on how many people can attend a funeral. When the guidance has been followed, because it does make it personal, it does make it hard for many families to do that. And it's about taking those steps out again, not rushed, but when they are proportionate and in a safe way to do. Moving on, Mr Deputy Speaker, to Karen McCullen's contribution. And with her contribution, I'm already looking forward to Thursday. No, well, look, it will always be an engagement, Mr Deputy Speaker, that I do look forward to, because I think one of the challenges as well that Carol will bring to the committee is also having sat around the executive table in regards to the proportionality and the discussions and the decisions that have been made at various times when we do have had to make those difficult decisions, and the number of questions that she did ask in regards to that. I'll get my best to have those answers for the member again. But the important, or one of the important facts that was raised was the importance of our health and social care workforce, the entirety of the family across the whole health and social care sector, no matter where they are and where they fit into it, and the supports that we do need to put in place, because they have stood up when many others were on, or would have been on their knees and were on their knees. In regards to the mental health challenge and the impact it is saying, it's something that both Ms McCullen and Ms Hunter raised in regards as well. And I do remember, in the Executive Committee on Mental Health, Wellbeing, Resilience and Suicide Prevention, again, when Carol was Minister, she engaged with the youth group that was Elephant in the Room, who provided a very powerful testimony, Mr Deputy Speaker, to the challenges that this pandemic is putting on our young people. And I think it was maybe, to paraphrase, so zoomed in they've zoned out. We put that reliance, that our young people are spending so much time in front of screens now that it almost had become a way of life from them. It was okay when it was their escape from reality, where they went into playing their Xboxes or whatever else. But when it's their only way now of communicating with their friends and their social group, it is putting those additional strains and stresses as well, which I think is an important piece of work in regards to the initial exchange between Ms McCullen and Johnny Buckley in regards to what more can be done working across different departments. And the members will be aware of the work that has been done by the Mental Health Champion in regards to bringing forward recommendations as well. In regards to passenger locator form, I think we're well rehearsed in here in regards to the concerns that I've raised with that lack of sharing of data with the government from the Republic of Ireland. Some small steps have been made on, but Mr Deputy Speaker, we're far from addressing the real need as to how we identify travellers coming in through the Republic of Ireland who not just are travelling on to Northern Ireland but also on to Great Britain as well. So there's still a lot of work to be done on regards to international travel.
That has been acknowledged on several times, Minister, but there still is an absence of any sort of passenger locator form from east to west, and I think we do need to see, as well as a robust all-Ireland approach, we also need to see a robust both islands approach. And you had indicated in the run-up to Christmas that you were looking at passenger health locator forms as a way to improve our tracking and management of east-west travel. Is there any update on that?
I think one of the things, and to update the Chair, the passenger locator form that we use is a UK passenger locator form, so it's actually managed through the Home Office. We get our data from that as well. So I will update, and I have been aware that there has been some media attention around the sharing of passenger locator data from GB to the Republic of Ireland. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as far as I'm concerned, no formal approach has been made by the Irish Government to the Home Office actually seeking the sharing of that data. Now, that may have changed since I received the last update, but as until that approach can be made, it's not within my gift. It has to be for the Irish Government to approach the Home Office about the sharing of that data. So, you know, I'd be supportive to make sure that there is, and I think the Chair knows that, as much sharing of data, travel data, especially across these islands, is beneficial, because if we don't know who's coming in through the Republic of Ireland and travelling here, or coming in through the Republic of Ireland and travelling on to Cardiff, London, Manchester, it does put additional strains and stresses as well. Moving on, Mr. Deputy Speaker, in regards, I touched on some of Mr. McNulty's contributions, and there were so many things he talked about, you know, about opening up and when can we do it. What I would say to the member, you know, let's not get in front of us in regards to putting out the messages. These restrictions are still in place to the 5th of March. What we need as an executive, what we need in an assembly, and what we need as a society is people conforming with that message, the message which is stay at home. Because if we start to get people in front of themselves about what we're going to open up next, there is a human nature, a tendency to get out in front of the formal announcements. So I would caution restraint in regards to just opening up too much or indicating what we're going to open up and when we're going to open it up, so it doesn't have an adverse effect. In regards to Mr. Carroll's contribution, in regards to wanting no fires, I think a very apt analogy. Unfortunately, Mr. Deputy Speaker, there are still too many people running around society with matches in their pockets. And it is, I think, is a firm analogy in regards to the virus, because when you're going about with those matches in your pocket, matches in your hands, you still have that ability to transfer the virus, to start another fire. Should it be in your own home? Should it be in somebody else's home? Should it be in a shop? Should it be in a conversation you're having with somebody down the street without wearing the face mask? So I think it's something that we need to want to do. And I'll say to people, you know, and that's what reinforces that message about staying at home, because nobody will intentionally want to burn their own house down by them and their loved ones and their families are in it. So if we can look at the virus as that analogy that Mr. Carroll expressed in regards then to the utilisation of the independent sector, it's something that we continue to do and something we continue to work with to pick up whatever capacity we can see and whatever we can utilise to perform and support our own health service as well. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I hope that I have answered as many of the members' queries and questions as possible. And in closing, I would like to do two things. The first is to express my thanks and the appreciation of all of us here today, to all those working across our health service during most difficult time. I would like to thank the public for adhering to the guidance and regulations that are in place. I know it isn't easy, and so I commend you for your strong support and your contribution in reducing the impact of the COVID-19 in our community. The second point, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I would like to make is to remind everyone that the most important actions we can all take to limit the spread of this virus is to stay at home, limit our contacts with others, and to isolate from others immediately if we have any symptoms and seek a COVID test. It has made a difference and it continues to make a difference. So I'd say to people, don't give up yet. And Mr. Deputy Speaker, I commend these regulations to the Assembly.
Thank you, Minister. The question now is that the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions No. 2 Amendment Regulations NI 2021 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it and the regulations stand approved. So, members, please now take their ease while we move to the next item of business. motions. I will ask the first motion, then call on the Minister to move it. The Minister will then commence the debate on all three motions as listed on the order paper. When all who wish to speak have done so, I shall put the question on the first motion. The second motion will then be read into the record and I will call the Minister to move it. The question will then be put on that motion and then that process will be repeated for the third motion. If that's clear, I will now proceed. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus Amendment of Relevant Period for Meetings of Registered Societies and Credit Unions No. 2 Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister to move the motion, please.
I beg to move.
Thanks very much, Minister. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and therefore I call the Minister now to open debate on all three motions. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I am seeking the Assembly's approval of three statutory rules under powers contained in the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020. The regulations have been made under powers set out in the Act, which was made at Westminster on the 25th of June 2020. That Act was a piece of emergency legislation that extends to the whole of the UK following a legislative consent motion passed by this Assembly on the 2nd of June 2020. The Act contains provisions to help companies and mutual societies, cooperatives and community benefit societies and credit unions deal with the serious economic consequences resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic and includes both corporate insolvency and governance measures. The first statutory rule relates to a temporary relaxation of requirements relating to the manner in which meetings of companies and mutual organisations can be held. The Act set aside requirements to hold physical meetings so that these organisations could continue to operate through the period of public health restrictions. This temporary measure to relax requirements relating to the nature of meetings was originally to expire on the 30th of September 2020. However, the Act allows for my department to extend the temporary measures for mutuals if it is considered necessary. My department made regulations last year to extend the temporary period until the 30th of December 2020. Those regulations were met with the full support of my executive colleagues, the Economy Minister and this Chamber on the 3rd of November 2020. Mr Speaker, the coronavirus pandemic has continued to have long-term impacts on the economy of Northern Ireland and the businesses operating here. As public health restrictions remain in place, I consider it prudent, therefore, to extend this measure to provide continued support to local businesses. This statutory rule, therefore, extends the temporary period until the 29th of March 2021. And the main purpose will be to lift the requirement for mutual societies to hold their meetings in physical locations until the 29th of March. The measure allows flexibility in how a meeting can be held. For example, meetings may make use of technology and hold virtual meetings virtually, or through the use of postal votes could be used instead of the usual show of hands at a meeting. Trade representatives have detailed how corporate governance and oversight is likely to be affected if flexibility in how they hold their statutory meetings cannot be extended. Credit union representatives specifically explained how annual general meetings must be held in the coming months so decisions can be taken on dividends. Many of their members are financially excluded and rely upon annual dividends and interest rebate payments as part of their financial planning. Mr Deputy Speaker, the extension of the temporary measure to the 29th of March 2021 will help mutual organisations which are struggling as a direct result of the pandemic to continue to meet the needs of their measure. This extension corresponds with what is being done in the rest of the United Kingdom, and it is imperative that mutual societies in Northern Ireland can avail of the same easing requirements as their counterparts in GB. There is one note of caution I would raise, however.
This is the final time we can extend these measures as the Act currently stands. That said, there has been a period of almost 10 months created to give mutuals the time to amend their rules and internal proceedings so that they can hold meetings in a non-physical manner. I would hope that most will have taken advantage of this by now, and my officials have written to mutuals here and will work with any that still need support in this way. The regulations which you are being asked to approve have the agreement of the Department's committee, and the Executive have been advised. I am also seeking the Assembly's approval of 2 further statutory rules that are being made under powers contained in the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020. These regulations are designed to provide continued support and assistance to companies suffering financial hardship as a result of the coronavirus crisis. The first set of regulations are to keep in place until the 31st of March of this year temporary provisions which forbid the making of winding up orders on foot of statutory demands before that date. The regulations also restrict the presentation of winding up petitions and the making of winding up orders where coronavirus has had an effect on the company's finances. The second set of regulations are to reactivate a lapsed temporary provision in the Act. This provision removed the threat of directors being personally held liable for wrongful trading if they allowed their company to continue to trade with the knowledge that it was insolvent. This measure has been reviewed, and it is considered that it should be reintroduced to assist companies to trade through the crisis by removing this threat to directors, but ensuring that directors can fulfil all of their other legal obligations. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the extension of these modifications and the dates to which they are extended again correspond with what is being done in the rest of the United Kingdom. Both sets of regulations which you are being asked to approve have been agreed by the Department's committee, and the Executive have been advised prior to this debate. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the pandemic has had a longer and deeper impact on the economy than had been predicted when the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act was passed in June last year. It is important that we continue to deliver certainty to businesses throughout this challenging time, which is why we are extending these important and necessary measures to help provide continuing support and assistance to local businesses and protect them from insolvency. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leisciil, Éireann Cíomh Archibald, sin Caithfirleach an Coiste Economiach de Honcainse. I call Cíomh Archibald, the Chair of the Economy Committee, to speak.
And briefly, as Chair of the Economy Committee, I'm rising to support these motions on its behalf. The Minister has indicated the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus Amendment of Relevant Period for Meetings of Registered Societies and Credit Unions No. 2 Regulations NI 2020 amends the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 by extending the temporary relevant period for mutual societies to hold meetings in a flexible manner. The regulation substitutes the end date of the 30th of December 2020 for the new date, the end date of the 29th of March 2021. The Committee agreed the statutory rule for the regulations at its meeting on the 13th of January 2021, subject to a report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The rule came into operation in December 2020. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has raised no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to confirm on the Committee's behalf. The Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Amendment of Certain Relevant Periods No. 2 Regulations NI 2020 will further assist companies affected by the coronavirus pandemic. The regulation extends the duration of the temporary measures restricting the use of statutory demands and winding up petitions introduced by the Act beyond their current expiration date of the 31st of December 2020 until the 31st of March 2021. The Committee agreed the statutory rule at its meeting on the 16th of December, subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules, and the rule came into operation in December 2020. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to confirm on the Committee's behalf. The Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus Suspension of Liability for Wrongful Trading Regulations NI 2020 will further assist companies affected by the coronavirus pandemic. The rule restored provision in the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, suspending directors' liability for wrongful trading, and extends the operation of that provision until the 30th of April 2021. The committee also agreed the statutory rule at its meeting on the 16th of December 2020, subject to the report of the Examiner of Statutory Rules. The rule came into operation in December 2020. The Examiner of Statutory Rules has no issue with the rule, and I support the motion to confirm on the committee's behalf. Just a few remarks as Sinn Féin Economy spokesperson. These three statutory rules, as the Minister has outlined, extend flexibilities in holding meetings, temporary measures on winding up petitions and statutory demands, and the suspension of liability for wrongful trading. These are all important supports for businesses that have been badly impacted by the pandemic, which, while temporary in intention, have been necessary to extend as the pandemic continues. As the Minister has outlined, these extensions are to continue the measures until the 29th of March, 31st of March and 30th of April, respectively. As a party, we are supportive of this as important supports for business and flexibility to help them survive and to recover. I would just ask the Minister, in relation to the point that she made about the SR on flexibilities on meetings, has the Department written to all the mutual societies to inform them that they need to amend regulations if necessary? And in relation to the other two SRs, are there any restrictions on the number of times extensions can be made in respect of those? And also, in supporting these statutory rules, I would, of course, encourage the Minister to look at ensuring all financial assistance that can be extended to businesses and any flexibilities in schemes that are currently operating that could get support out to businesses are put in place to protect jobs and workers' livelihoods. Gormaga Cancorla.
And I call Christopher Stalford.
Thank you very much, Mr Deputy Speaker. It's not my intention to detain the House very long because there is unanimity in the committee in supporting these measures. The measures that the Minister has outlined are reflective of the situation that we are in. I don't think that anyone in March would have foreseen circumstances where we would still be in the position of vast swathes of the economy locked down, businesses not able to function fully, and all of the challenges that the coronavirus pandemic has brought to us. And I know that no minister, least of all an economy minister, wants to be coming with measures such as this before the House. In ordinary circumstances, that simply would not be the case. But it is reflective, as I said, of the challenges that we are facing, and I think it's right and it's appropriate that we use the legislative frameworks at our disposal in order to assist businesses and to assist mutual societies and credit unions. I want to declare an interest. I'm a member of a credit union. I suspect an awful lot of people are. The credit union movement is an excellent movement, and it does really, really important work, particularly helping those who would otherwise not get access to credit. And therefore, anything that we can do to assist mutual societies and credit unions to function during these difficult periods of time, then it's only right and proper that we should do that. And I want to place on record my support of the credit union movement and the excellent work that they are doing. As the Minister has said, the measures that she is announcing correspond with the approach taken by the Government at Westminster. And I think that's appropriate and right that we should do that. But I also noted in what she had said that this would be the final time that this could be done by SR. And I think we do need to take cognizance of that and perhaps plan for the future. But I think that all of our focus, particularly those of us who are privileged to serve upon the Economy Committee, our focus needs to be now upon opening up as much of our economy as possible within the context of safety. I absolutely accept that. We need to be getting our economy up and running and moving again, because ultimately everything that we want to do, whether it's investment in health or public services, whether it's the provision of new roads or building new schools or all of the things that I think people get into politics for and they want to do, those things can only be delivered and can only be paid for if we have a sustained economic recovery in the period ahead. And I know that the Minister is cognisant of that fact. I also know that in the most recent round of budgetary allocations, the Minister got less than a third of that which she asked for from the centre. So I think it is important to put that on the record. There's no point in members rising to their feet and saying the Economy Minister needs to be doing X, Y and Z when the Economy Minister received from the centre a third of that which she asked for. And so I think we need to be cognisant of that. But I am absolutely happy to support these measures. I think they are helping businesses to function better, they're helping credit unions, they're helping mutual societies, which means they're helping some of the most vulnerable people in our society. And therefore, I give my support to the Minister and the approach that she has taken. Thank you, sir.
Okay, I now call on the Minister for the Economy, that's Diane Dodds, to conclude and wind all three motions, please.
Can I thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and can I thank the House for the support in relation to the extension of these statutory rules. As I said in my remarks, it is absolutely important that we're able to extend both flexibility and some certainty to businesses in this issue. Can I assure the Chair of the Economy Committee that we have written to those mutual societies and will continue to work with them so that they can continue to operate within the rules that they have to do so. And we will continue to offer flexibility to all businesses in the current situation and adapt as we need to do as we progress. In relation to her remarks about support for businesses, can I remind the House that my department currently has administered over £370 million in support to tens of thousands of businesses across Northern Ireland. And we are currently operating live schemes in relation to those who have been impacted by the regulations, to the self-employed, to company directors, to large hotels, to bed and breakfasts, to traditional pubs, and the schemes that we announced last week for students. That is a record that is probably second to none of reaching out to support the community and the business community in Northern Ireland. And of course, to my colleague from South Belfast, I absolutely acknowledge the importance of the credit union movement to Northern Ireland and the way in which it extends help to many who otherwise would find it very, very difficult to engage with the more traditional forms of finance, and the flexibility that it offers to its members in times of difficulty. And I want to put on record my thanks to them for the work that they do within our communities. And just very briefly, we are, and we should acknowledge, the real difficulties that the economy has suffered over the last period of months. This will have a lasting impact on our economy, and that means a lasting impact on families, on jobs, on incomes, and the real impact that the economy has on our everyday life. We are currently planning for economic recovery, and this will require a dedicated economic recovery budget from the Executive and a dedicated skills budget, because the two things are absolutely vitally linked as we go forward. And if we want to plan for economic recovery, we also need to plan for those skills that people will need to take this community into a recovery position. So thank you to the House for your support and to the committee in particular for the support on these particular statutory rules.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020 Coronavirus amendment of relevant period for meetings of registered societies and credit unions number 2, regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the regulation is approved. We now move on to the second motion on the corporate insolvency and governance regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, amendment of certain relevant periods, number 2, regulations, Northern Ireland 2020, be approved.
Thank you. I call the Minister formally to move the motion.
I beg to move, Mr Deputy Speaker.
The question is that the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, amendment of certain relevant periods, number 2, regulations NI 2020 be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the regulation is approved. We now move on to the third motion on the corporate insolvency and governance regulations, which has already been debated. I will ask the clerk to read the motion, please.
That the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, Coronavirus, Suspension of Liability for Wrongful Trading Regulations, Northern Ireland 2020, be approved.
Thank you, and I call the Minister to formally move the motion again, please.
I beg to move, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. The question is then that the Corporate Insolvency and Governance Act 2020, Coronavirus Suspension of Liability for Wrongful Trading Regulations NI 2020, be approved. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it, and the regulation is so approved. We now move then to the item number 6 on the order paper. That's the adjournment. As members will know, the Assembly will sit again next week on the day or days agreed by the Business Committee when it meets tomorrow. An order paper or order papers will issue after that meeting. The final question now is that the Assembly do now adjourn, and the Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.